Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. Warwick Force Field. What on earth is this thing? Harky was dumbfounded. Different orc warbosses have distinctly different abilities based on the clans they originate from. Warbosses from the Goth clan value strength and excel at duels. Those from the Deathskulls clan love modifying machinery and marksmanship. Those from the Ziri clan have significantly enhanced speed and reflexes, and so on. As a Blood Axe clan warboss skilled in command, Harky wasn't as brainless as leaders from other clans. He had enough judgment regarding basic strength levels. Me fight this shrimp? Will I win? He slowly raised his head, estimated the height the shrimp had jumped from, then looked down to gauge the extent of the damage to the armor beneath the other's feet. A second later, Harky Bloodaxe immediately reached a conclusion. I'm dead meat. Although the shrimp in front of him looked ordinary in size, small and dainty, and very frail, not Warwick at all. However, Harky had no doubt that if they actually fought, the odds between him and this shrimp were definitely 1 to 9. Specifically, the opponent would take 1 second to turn his body into 9 pieces. Unfortunately, the green-skinned boys below didn't possess Harky's level of intelligence. Their eyes went wide on their ugly faces, and seeing Adam suddenly appear atop the ancient gargant, they roared with excitement. It's a duel. A shrimp has challenged our warboss to a boss swap battle. How exciting, how exciting. Being able to see the boss actually fight is worth the price of admission, even if we die. Not a single green-skinned boy doubted that Harky might lose. One only had to look at the difference in their sizes to know. That shrimp was thin and small, looking like he could only bully a Gretchen, while our warboss was tall and burly, like a small mountain. According to the orc's philosophy that bigger is stronger, the outcome was already clear. Some green-skinned boys even put down their weapons on the spot, gathered together, and began using orc currency as stakes to bet on how long this shrimp could last. Beneath the ancient gargant, under the expectant gazes of all the surrounding green-skinned boys, Harky Bloodaxe was sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Adam was calm. His previous actions had been simple. When he noticed the landing pod's retro-rockets fire and its speed abruptly stall, Adam decisively phased through the wall of the cabin. Simultaneously, with a thought, he maintained full optical camouflage and accelerated instantly in mid-air, arriving right next to this orc warboss. As a level 3 reality warper, Adam could declare that the battle was already over. The life and death of this orc was merely a matter of his whim. However, Adam narrowed his eyes. This warboss seems a bit interesting. He could sense that a fairly strong energy field was gathered around the greenskin orc in front of him. The energy field's level was not weak, and it was invisible and intangible, enhancing its master's physical attributes in all aspects. It even had certain idealistic qualities, capable of producing some resistance to reality warping. This immediately piqued Adam's interest. He was deep in thought. This should be the orc's Warwick force field, right? The heavy knob from before seemed to have a bit as well, but compared to this warboss, the co-ruler of all orcs on this planet, it was like comparing a candle to the sun. Its energy level was so small that Adam had simply ignored it. As for now, he immediately made up his mind, such a treasure should be used by me. Seeing that the shrimp just stood there motionless, Harky waited for a moment and could no longer bear sitting around waiting for death. No, I must start struggling immediately. Turning around to run now would just be a slow death. The boys' morale would inevitably collapse instantly. If I take the initiative to attack, there might still be a slim chance of survival. He roared and lunged at Adam with a loud shout. His body moved suddenly, and the mechanical power claw on his hand instantly erupted with a violent hum, wrapped in a disintegration field. His massive frame erupted with an illogical burst of speed in an instant, and the giant mechanical power claw lunged directly for the head. But this speed could only be described as slightly insufficient. Adam even deliberately lowered his speed so that the green-skinned boys below could see clearly. He took a light step back, and the power claw swept past his face without harming him in the slightest. Then, in the brief gap before the warboss could throw a second strike, Adam's right hand closed into a palm and swung in a semicircle through the air, his eyes looking at Harky's ugly orc face with ill intent. Seeing this, Harky Bloodaxe's pupils shrank. He had already guessed what this shrimp was going to do next. No, 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 you can't do this. An orc can be killed but not insulted. But this was useless in this universe. There has never been a rule that being prepared will definitely prevent something from happening. Under the horrified gazes of the green-skinned boys, who had suddenly fallen silent at some point, Adam's palm abruptly fell. Slap. With the enhancement of his reality warping ability, the palm was hard as adamantine made contact with Harky's green skin. The massive impact sent his head jerking violently to the side, blood splattered, and shattered teeth sprayed across the ground. Even with the enhancement of the Warwick force field, the warboss, whose constitution was superior to ordinary orcs, was left dazed by this strike, unable to launch any other effective counterattack for the moment. It seems to have some effect. Adam focused slightly. He could clearly see that because of this blow, the originally solid state of the Warwick force field on Harky began to diffuse and shake, appearing no longer stable enough. The power of I think is indeed quite marvelous. When a large number of orcs believe something will happen at the same time, like painting a truck red makes it go faster, or painting a gun blue makes it shoot more accurately, then no matter how nonsensical it is, it will actually happen. Of course, this trait is sometimes exploited by enemies. A certain political commissar in the future would install a laser-firing bionic eye for himself because the orcs feared the political commissar's fierce track record. The laser fired from this eye, which was originally only meant for lighting cigarettes, actually became powerful enough to stare an orc to death. And at the same time, when a large number of orcs begin to waver, their Warwick force field will also disappear. Adam's intention now was to use the most violent and insulting actions to completely shake the orc's confidence in Harky's strength. Killing him directly was an option, but Adam was worried that the remaining Warwick force field might simply dissipate and not be complete. It seemed he still had to use more shocking facts to make the green-skinned boys completely abandon their illusions, causing them to collectively withdraw the Warwick force field from Harky. Only then would Adam have room to maneuver. But here was the problem. What kind of outcome would be the most unacceptable for greenskin orcs, who love war so much they aren't even afraid of death? After a brief moment of thought, a flash of inspiration struck like lightning. A smile appeared on Adam's face. Oh, I have an idea. He turned his gaze back to Harky, sizing him up as if evaluating something. Feeling that gaze, which seemed to possess physical weight, sweep over his body, the still-dazed Harky shuddered, and even his bloodshot brain became mysteriously clearer. He had a premonition that if he didn't make a decision soon, what he would suffer next would be something more terrifying than death. Should I just commit suicide first? However, in that brief moment of hesitation, Harky lost his last chance. 52. Gretchen. Of course, if Harky Bloodaxe could have anticipated this shrimp's intentions beforehand, he would have absolutely regretted not committing suicide earlier to immediately return to the side of Gork and Mork. Because what happened next was the ultimate insult to every orc. Adam calmly took a step forward. Harky, who had intended to continue his counterattack, found his body as if trapped in amber, unable to move a muscle. It was as if the air had turned into some high-strength alloy, casting him completely inside it. At this moment, Harky finally understood. It turned out that the things described by those green-skinned boys who had fled back earlier were actually true. That previous orc boss probably died this way too, didn't he? Adam walked slowly up to him, reached out with both hands, and choked Harky's neck. The contrast in their sizes made this action look exceptionally ridiculous. It was like a dwarf choking a giant's neck. The intuitive sense of strength was completely reversed, appearing particularly comical. But the orcs below stared blankly at the scene, watching the warboss, whom they had always perceived as invincible and ever victorious, being choked by a mere ordinary shrimp like a helpless squig. Of course, what they didn't expect was, this wasn't over yet. Something even more shocking was yet to come. With a flicker in his eyes, Adam activated his reality warping ability with all his heart, his will and concentration reaching their peak at this moment. The invisible reality warping ability seeped into every inch of Harky Bloodaxe's skin, every cell, and every bone until it had completely permeated him. The Warwick force field, which could originally offer some resistance to the reality warping ability, was useless now. Before the more powerful level 3 reality warping ability, it was easily suppressed and rendered non-existent. Therefore, nothing else could stop Adam's actions now. What is this? Harky struggled with difficulty, despair showing in his eyes. He could feel the explosive power in his muscles and the physique that all orcs envied undergoing an incredible regression. No, it wasn't regression, it was warping. Forcibly warping one form into another. His body was shrinking, his height decreasing, his muscles vanishing, his frame, bones, and everything else were being completely remodeled. His originally 3-meter-tall gargantuan body deflated rapidly like a punctured ball. Ultimately, his size kept shrinking and shrinking until the original size difference between the two was completely reversed. Now, having become a dwarf, Harky was held by Adam like a small pet, suspended in the air. Harky looked down blankly and could see his current body shriveled, weak, and hideously deformed. That wasn't his body. That was the body of a Gretchen. I am Harky. In that instant, he realized a desperate fact. The current Harky Bloodaxe was no longer a proud and powerful orc warboss, but a Gretchen. Below the massive ancient gargant mecha, all the green-skinned boys who witnessed this scene fell into a complete silence, feeling only a sense of suffocation. Gretchens, also known as grots, are a small subspecies of orcs. They are often timid, cowardly, and cunning, completely looked down upon by the orcs. Their status in orc society is like that of slaves. They are emergency rations, living shields, or sandbags used for beating to relieve boredom. But now, their orc war boss had actually been forcibly turned into a Gretchen by this shrimp using some kind of sorcery. Many greenskins rubbed their eyes vigorously, seemingly wanting to see more clearly, but they could only despairingly accept this fact. When Adam indifferently cast his gaze downward, many green-skinned boys far from daring to look him in the eye were so terrified when that seemingly physical gaze swept over them that they wept and crawled, wanting only to get away from his stare. It was too terrifying. No orc wanted to be the next unlucky bastard to be turned into a Gretchen. Orcs are indeed a warrior race that knows no fear. Sometimes, they tend to get more excited as they fight, using their fanatical battle intent to make other races in the Milky Way understand what true war is. Death can never stop the orcs. The more severe the casualties they suffer, the more excited the war-loving greenskins become, because it means they've encountered a worthy opponent. In the future, the fanatical orcs would even force the predators from outside the galaxy, the tyranids who love swarm tactics, to resort to decapitation strikes. But at this moment, the greenskin boys realized clearly that there is a difference between deaths. Being killed by a strong enemy in a hardy battle brings a sense of exhilaration, but being turned into a pitiful, weak Gretchen and then casually choked to death by a shrimp, that is the ultimate horror. No way, I gotta leg it. No, don't turn me into a Gretchen. Run. We're beaten, we're beaten. In that instant, Adam's figure was deeply etched into the hearts of all the greenskin boys who witnessed this scene. If they managed to survive and didn't return to Gork and Mork, this scene would become a shadow that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Let me see, who else wants to be the next Gretchen? With a kind smile on his face, Adam looked around. He casually choked to death the now useless and completely despondent Harky blood axe, tossing the corpse aside without a second thought. As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs completely broke down. All discipline and battle intent vanished without a trace. To save their lives, they even abandoned all their trucks, orc tanks, and battle fortresses. They left behind the big shouldas and big choppa they once cherished as much as their lives, stripped off the armor they were once proud of, and began to flee in all directions. Easy peasy. Adam smiled slightly, clearly not surprised by this outcome. At this time, he turned slightly and cast his gaze toward the spot where Harky had just died. What came into view was a pale white orb of light floating in midair, pulsating rhythmically. Just now, at the moment when all the greenskins' mindsets collapsed and the originally stable Waik force field could no longer be sustained, Adam immediately used his reality warping ability to intercept the entire Waik force field. This originally invisible and intangible Waik force field was forcibly given a concrete form by his reality warping ability, making it something that could be utilized and touched. Adam slowly reached out toward the orb of light. Now, let's see just how this thing can help me. 53. God. However, before proceeding, it was best to be cautious. Adam waved his hand lightly, and a warp teleportation beacon flew out on its own, landing on the armor of the ancient Gargant. A flash of teleportation light flickered. The other three remaining on the strike cruiser were immediately teleported down. They looked around, but the intense battle with Xenos they had expected was completely non-existent. Not a single orc was in sight. Instead, they saw a massive amount of weapons and vehicles abandoned by the orcs scattered across the ground. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment at this outcome. The vague thoughts they had held after hearing Adam's words earlier now became increasingly firm. Without a doubt, they had been wrong. The man before them was the Emperor's contractor, an existence walking the world carrying the Emperor's expectations. We should not measure him by our own inherent perceptions. We are merely stepping stones on his glorious path. We can provide help with details, but we should not interfere with his will. Holding such thoughts, the three quickly fell silent. They raised no objections to Adam's decision to make contact with a Xenos creation, instead swiftly forming a solid defensive line to ensure his safety. In the center, Adam slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips touching the sphere of light. The moment his fingertips touched the sphere, the Waik force field surged like an electric current, booming into connection with Adam's perception. In an instant, overwhelming illusions pressed down, appearing within Adam's awareness. It was a location unknown to anyone within the raging waves of the warp. Two behemoths so massive they defied description, like literal stars, were locked in a fistfight. Their bodies were covered in emerald green skin, which was in turn covered by a vast, countless number of orcs like grains of sand. Every collision kicked up energy storms that tore through the void, and their roars made the warp itself tremble. They were the gods of the orcs Gork and Mork. At that moment, the fighting of these two behemoths suddenly halted. Their ugly Xenos faces turned toward Adam with a hint of confusion, their gazes briefly meeting in the void, their massive pupils filled with bewilderment. Adam's heart jolted, and he immediately activated reality warping to isolate his perception. Thinking it was just a hallucination, Gork and Mork shifted their attention back, returning to the fight they had enjoyed for infinite ages and still never tired of. Gave me a Zogan fright. For a second there, I thought a shrimp had become our prophet. Adam quickly withdrew. So this is, connecting to the Waik force field. He murmured to himself. In that brief moment, Adam had seen more than just Gork and Mork. He had seen countless images throughout the galaxy. Orcs were fighting madly on starships, in ruins, and on battlefields. Their fanatical roars joined into a tide sweeping across the sea of stars, surging constantly. "How do you feel? Are you all right?" Sibila was slightly startled, her voice carrying a hint of tension. She saw Adam frozen in place. With her perception as a psyker, Sibila could feel that the Xeno's psychic creation had suddenly erupted with a strange but extremely powerful fluctuation. "I'm fine." Adam recovered his senses and withdrew his hand. "Just now, I tapped into the collective Waik force field of the orc race and learned quite a bit of intelligence. With this seed, I can already perform a certain degree of interference and amplification. I can even use the power of I think so, as freely as the orcs do. As for the effect..." Adam gave himself a psychological suggestion not to use reality warping for a moment, then threw a punch with all his might. The air whistled around his fist. He stomped his foot again. The armor beneath him vibrated slightly, leaving a deep footprint. "How was that?" Adam, who wasn't very knowledgeable about physical stats, asked the onlookers. Everyone looked at each other. Leonardo thought for a moment, recalling the speed and power just now, and gave a fair evaluation. "Very good. It's already close to a regular armored starts." "Is that so?" Adam acknowledged. The Waik force field had amplified his physical attributes, simultaneously enhancing his speed, strength, and vitality. This was also why the leaders among orc groups were almost always the strongest among them. "I don't quite understand why you are so excited." Lucia was curious and voiced the question in her heart. "Why would you be happy about this small increase? Weren't you able to do the same thing with your ability before? And far better than this." "Is that the same?" Adam smiled. "A reality warper is an idealistic creature, but I am not a god. I cannot be omnipotent in the end, I am still human. Human focus is limited. If I divide my mind, my energy is scattered. If I attend to one thing, another might be lacking, or I might even lose both. Only by committing heart and soul can reality warping ability be pushed to its limit." As a reality warper, Adam's physical defensive power was actually quite mediocre and very fragile. This was why a certain organization in his past life loved to ambush reality warpers while they were sleeping. After all, an ability that can't be used is the same as having none. But now, with his body buffed by the Waik force field, his baseline defensive power would be greatly increased. At the very least, Adam wouldn't have to worry about being killed by a flying rock because he was being careless. However, there were other issues. He reached out his hand again, and the pale blue sphere of light flew out, hovering above his palm. Because there aren't enough orcs using the I think so power to provide it with energy, this field is gradually dissipating. Right now, I must split my attention at all times to keep part of it focused on this small sphere of condensed Waik force field. "Then what should be done?" Sibila asked. "I hope someone can help me share the burden and maintain the existence of this Waik force field." Adam looked around and said, "In this way, that person can also use the I think so power and receive the blessing of this field." The other three showed somewhat subtle expressions upon hearing this. No matter how you put it, this was a Xeno's creation. Given that Imperial citizens generally had racial xenophobia, accepting this was indeed a bit difficult. "If this is your command, we will agree." Lucia was the first to speak up. No, you misunderstand me." Adam waved his hand and smiled slightly. "I don't need you to do this. I already have a better candidate in mind. Or rather, he is the human most suited for this task in this entire galaxy." At this very moment, Commissar Yerrick, who should have been commanding the 252nd Armageddon Steel Legion to harvest the orcs who had begun to flee for their lives, had been forced to leave his vehicle and the command sequence due to a sudden situation. By the side of a Hive City road, Yerrick's brow was furrowed, and he stood tall, looking at the person before him with a very unfriendly tone. "Be warned, your current actions are suspected of interfering with Astra Militarum military affairs. As an Imperial Commissar, I have the right to execute you at any time." 54. Imperial Noble. Standing before Yerrick was not a military colleague, but a man dressed as an Imperial noble. His blonde hair was meticulously combed, as if every strand had been carefully groomed. His dress uniform was pressed sharp, silver medals glinting coldly in the dim light. The lace at his collar and cuffs was white as new, looking completely out of place amidst the surrounding ruins and smoke. Several soldiers stood beside the noble, appearing more like personal attendants than warriors meant for the front lines. They wore the uniforms of the PDF, yet they lacked the ferocity of soldiers, giving off the impression that they had never killed anyone. Yerrick's glare did not move the noble in the slightest. He tilted his chin slightly. "Commissar Yerrick, calm yourself. I am here to assist you." Assist? This was a complete insult to Yerrick's own military knowledge. He was almost laughing from pure rage. Just moments ago, after seeing those orcs begin to rout, Yerrick was about to command the soldiers of the Steel Legion to organize armored squads to cull the orcs as much as possible, reducing their numbers and cohesion. But at that moment, this planetary defense force followed the gap his own troops had just punched through and entered the interior of this hive city. The Astra Militarum, who had just been in a killing frenzy, nearly mistook this unknown force appearing on the battlefield for orcs and opened fire, only stopping when they saw their human faces. "First, your actions have completely interfered with our legion's route of movement. You've made it impossible for us to split our armored strength and spread out to hunt down the orcs. Restraining himself with effort, Yerrick said coldly, "Second, these are orcs, not underhive mutants you can hunt at your leisure. Though they are routing now, their savage nature remains. A new orc boss could emerge at any moment to organize an offensive and bite back at you. When the time comes and your untrained planetary defense force collapses, I'll be the one who has to clean up your mess. Do not be so alarmist, Commissar. Look at those Xenos, do they look like they have the strength left to counterattack?" After the noble finished speaking, a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Yerrick's eye twitched. Based on his understanding of orcs, he was also very confused. Normally, even if an orc warboss were killed directly and the orcs lost their will to fight and fled, they shouldn't root this thoroughly, thinking of nothing but running away. In fact, Commissar Yerrick had even seen many orcs trampling over each other in their panic, falling to the ground and being stepped on by their companions as they continued to flee. Their eyes were full of terror, their previous fanatical battle lust completely gone. Just what had Lord Adam done? To be able to scare these fearless orcs into such a pathetic state. If possible, Yerrick, who had held a deep grudge against orcs since childhood, really wanted to learn from him. Even if they are routed now, your behavior is obstructing military affairs. Yerrick still refused to yield an inch. Furthermore, I strongly doubt your motives. I've observed that your men aren't seriously killing those Xenos, instead, they are driving them everywhere and pushing deeper into the Hive City. What exactly is your purpose? Instead of answering Yerrick's question, the noble merely chuckled and changed the subject. We are not obstructing military affairs, we are providing you with support. Your troop strength is limited, and this Hive City is massive. Our joining in is the better way to purge these orcs. I do not need such help. Yerrick snorted coldly. That is not necessarily true. The smile on the noble's face remained unchanged, but his eyes revealed a sense of calculated depth. Commissar Yerrick, where did the artillery in your armored battalion come from originally? If we hadn't provided support, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to defeat these orcs, would you? Why was he mentioning this? Yerrick was completely baffled, his face a mask of confusion. It was true that due to the Astra Militarum's peculiar organization, his armored battalion didn't even possess sufficient indirect fire capabilities. Therefore, upon arriving on this planet, Yerrick had decisively requisitioned the artillery from the planetary defense force. Of course, some nobles had tried to stop him or mediate, but they were all ignored by Yerrick, who held the biggest guns. Was this what they meant by support? Wasn't it just me taking it? Ignoring what Yerrick was thinking, the Imperial noble simply continued, his words even carrying a subtle hint of threat. However, as it happens, those guns and ammunition were originally meant to be handed over as our planet's tithe. If the Departamento Munitorum were to learn of this, I'm afraid it would have some negative impact on your future career. Yerrick suddenly fell silent. Not because of fear, but because he was speechless. What on earth was this guy thinking? Oh, right. Does he still not know that reinforcements have arrived on this planet? Mistaking Yerrick's silence for compromise, the Imperial noble said with an air of victory, "So, now that we've reached an agreement, there's no need to dwell on these trifles. This is a win-win. You will receive a medal from the Departamento Munitorum, and we will achieve our goal. Rest assured, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with you. I imagine that as someone about to leave this planet, you wouldn't care about such a boring detail as which noble family the next Hive governor comes from, would you?" "Oh, is that so?" A faint female voice drifted over from behind the noble. Who was it? How could someone be so rude? Although the noble didn't show it on his face, displeasure had already risen in his heart. To be interrupted while speaking was something an upper-class noble, whose very bones were soaked in etiquette, found extremely loathsome and offensive. As for those servants around him who were like useless trash, they couldn't even handle a small matter like driving away an intruder. Once he returned to his manor, he would simply feed them to his pets. That would be a fitting way to recycle waste. Thinking this, he turned his head slowly, his posture and etiquette flawlessly impeccable. Then, the Imperial noble froze, his body stiffening on the spot, unable to move. There was no supernatural reason, it was simply because he saw the accessory worn by the woman who had appeared before him. It was an inquisitorial rosette, radiating a silver-gray hue. Not good. The plan is going to be exposed. That was the first thought that flashed through his mind. 55, Imperium. Sibila's eyes were filled with suspicion as she sized up the Imperial noble before her. After her conversation with Adam ended, she had received orders and quickly moved through the layers of the battlefield to find Commissar Yerrick. However, she hadn't expected to find an unanticipated harvest. As a professionally trained inquisitor, Sibila's intuition was exceptionally keen. She could sense that while the noble before her appeared calm on the surface, he was actually already incredibly nervous. Sibila could judge this perfectly from his eyes and micro-expressions. There was definitely something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would you be panicking? However, she had to complete her mission first. Sibila turned her head and spoke, "Commissar Yerrick, Lord Adam is looking for you. He needs you to go over there." "Lord Adam is looking for me." A look of confusion appeared on Yerrick's face. He truly couldn't imagine why a minor Imperial commissar like himself would receive the attention of such a great figure. But given Yerrick's personality, he didn't ask many questions. He simply nodded decisively, called over a few Astra Militarum soldiers standing on duty in the distance, and left in the direction Sibila indicated. Once the commissar had departed, Sibila turned her gaze back to the now sweating Imperial noble. "Apologies, it was my mistake." The Imperial noble forced a smile onto his face. "However, unknown lady, as a noble inquisitor, surely you wouldn't care about these boring political games? This is just a small matter." "A small matter? I wouldn't be so sure." Sibila narrowed her eyes. The aura of fear on this fellow was so obvious he was absolutely hiding some very critical information. However, she didn't plan on spending time and effort on an interrogation. As a psyker, Sibila had a much more convenient and faster method. A deep blue psychic light lit up in her eyes, and her psychic power easily penetrated the noble's fragile mind, bringing him under complete control. "I command you, speak the truth," Sibila said calmly. The Imperial noble's expression instantly became dull, and he spoke like a puppet being controlled. "Yes, we hid the truth. Our family's goal is not just to let the family seize the power of the Hive City governor, but also to recover as many Xenos items as possible from the governor's mansion." Xenos. Hearing this keyword, the Inquisitor's expression shifted. The Imperium of Man has a strong xenophobic tendency and pays extreme attention to all items originating from Xenos. Furthermore, in this dark galaxy, information regarding many Xenos items has always been shrouded in mist, often bringing unknown dangers. Although Xenos-related items haven't completely vanished in the Imperium, only those with high status and power have the right to use Xenos weapons such as Astartes Marines, Inquisitors, rogue traders, and so on. And a minor Imperial noble, who wasn't even a planetary governor, absolutely lacked the authority for this. Recover some Xenos items? Your goal isn't to destroy them. What's so special about those Xenos items? Sibila frowned, asking questions in rapid-fire succession. Although she was a demon inquisitor belonging to the Order of the Sacred Hammer, the Inquisition did not specify the exact scope of authority for every inquisitor. In a sense, an inquisitor's power is infinite. The only entity they are responsible to is the one upon the throne, and they are free to judge any heretic they themselves believe poses a threat to the Imperium. For example, there was a certain Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn, who clearly came from the Ordo Xenos, but as a result, had almost never seen a Xenos in his career, spending most of his time fighting various heretics, cult organizations, and even demons. However, the Imperial noble's answer left her speechless. Our family actually doesn't know what Xenos items that Hive City governor collected, nor do we know the detailed information of those Xenos items. We only know that those Xenos items are very rare, and they can showcase the family's status." "Damn it, a bunch of vermin." Sibila gnashed her teeth. With this bunch of trash around, how could the Imperium ever be run well? She had originally thought this group of nobles was stupid enough, but they always managed to hit new lows with their actual actions. It was truly infuriating. However, she couldn't turn a blind eye to this matter. Sibila thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. She would first report her discovery to the others, and then personally go there to ensure those items were found, properly recovered, and secured. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Commissar Yerrick was traveling on the road away from the battlefield. Before leaving, he realized he wouldn't be able to return to the command hierarchy for a short time, so he transferred command to his adjutant and personally took a few attendants and bodyguards toward the direction Sibila had indicated. The direction was easy to find after all, a colossal object was standing there. The giant ancient gargant stood there like a small mountain. It was hard not to see it. But after walking for a short while, Yerrick's footsteps paused, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. The scene before him was simply too much of a challenge for his nerves. Right beneath the feet of the steel ancient gargant, amidst the ruins, sat a wooden table that had appeared out of nowhere. Adam was sitting behind the wooden table with a solemn expression, looking directly at the approaching commissar. Beside him, at this very moment, stood a screen held up by a stand, with many patterns and words written on it. Yerrick glanced at it. Most of the things on the screen were nonsensical gibberish, roughly meaning that this team was currently recruiting an Imperial commissar, with room and board included, to serve the Emperor, and so on. And that living saint and the Imperial Guard were standing behind Adam with solemn faces, like two guardian statues. What kind of show was this? Yerrick had lived for so many years, yet he had never seen such a strange display. He gestured with his hand, signaling the other Astra Militarum soldiers who were also dazed to wait in place. He walked forward alone, pulled out the stool opposite the wooden table, and sat down, sitting upright with a serious expression. No need to be so nervous. A smile appeared on Adam's face as he pulled a kettle out of nowhere and poured water into the cup in front of Yerrick. Yerrick reached out and took the water cup. How should he put it? It was just like last time, when this mysterious figure calling himself Adam had pulled out paper and pen in front of him. He simply hadn't noticed how this suddenly appearing cup had emerged at such close range. Yerrick took a small sip. A quite strange type of tea was steeping in the water, but the taste was wonderful, leaving a lingering aftertaste. But in the next moment, Adam, who had just said there was no need for him to be formal, suddenly spoke and threw an extremely serious question at Yerrick. "Commissar Yerrick, what is your view on the current Imperium of Man?" 56, rotten to the core. Yerrick fell silent. Confronted with an issue so vast, he had no idea how to begin. What exactly did this mysterious big shot want? Yerrick's mind began to dissect the question on its own. What did he hope to hear? The daily embellishments and padded battle reports of the Departamento Munitorum? The honeyed words of hive nobility? Or the criticisms of idealists who still care? What would happen if he spoke? Would the custodes behind the man hack him into mincemeat on the spot? Reading the struggle on Yerrick's face, Adam shook his head and spoke up to ease his doubts. It's fine, you don't have to answer now. Just think it through. I want your personal view, nothing more. All right, then I'll. Yerrick hesitated, fumbling for words. Nothing harder. Adam seemed to sense his worry, frowned slightly, and cut him off crisply. I mean, speak freely. Without exaggeration, Commissar Yerrick, you're one of the top 3 commissars in the entire Imperium. In my book you've earned the right to speak your mind. Wasn't that overstating it? Such blunt praise startled the commissar. Yet Adam still wasn't finished. Rest assured, whatever you say, I won't touch a hair on your head. Even if you declare, Terra is paved with High Lord's bones, the palace treasuries burned to brocade and ash, or, down with the false Emperor Chaos shall rule the stars, or even, High Lords of Terra. Not worth a single Tao Ethereal, you'll walk away unharmed so long as it's your honest thought. Such blasphemy made Yerrick's hand instinctively drop to the bolt pistol at his hip. A pure reflex for an Imperial commissar. Behind Adam, custodes and living saint alike stiffened sharply. Yet Adam never flinched, keeping his gaze fixed on Yerrick. Well, how about it? Fine. Yerrick sighed, a fierce emotion surging inside him. Perhaps that rush gave voice to words long dammed up by the Imperium's madness. He drew a deep breath. I think the Imperium is one giant ing swear word. Good, exactly like that. Adam beamed. Go on. Finding himself still alive, Yerrick steeled himself and continued. Information is a mess. The Departamento Munitorum sends us to the stupidest battlefields and couldn't care less if we die. Accurate intel doesn't exist. Frontline commanders just muddle through. The Adeptus Mechanicus is insane. Their rules are anti-human. Once, the Arrogance Bastion took minor damage. I had a couple lads patch her up so we could stay in the fight. Later, that tech priest tried to turn the 2 boys into servitors for touching the ship. I pressed my bolt pistol to the tech priest's skull before he dropped the idea. The administratum is trash. Mid-battle, out of ammo and supplies, their Valkyries landed on our lines to collect tithes, forced us to bayonet charge the rebels. And the Imperium's common folk live in utter misery, numb, ignorant, owning nothing. Even I, an Imperial commissar, must admit the Emperor's faith is just an opiate for them. Yerrick had roamed the galaxy, led an Astra Militarum regiment through countless wars. His experience dwarfed Adam's. Now his floodgates had burst open. When the torrent finally ebbed, Adam's eyes sparkled. So do you want to change the Imperium? I can't. Yerrick deflated. I'm only a commissar. I can do little beyond driving out the hated Xenos. You can do far more than that. Adam asked, I intend to change the Imperium and need your strength. Will you join me? And the wars ahead will make that skirmish with the Greenskins feel like a holiday stroll. Without hesitation, Yerrick's face turned grave. I agree, though I'm no coward. I doubt I'll be of great use. Your praise is too generous. I'm just an ordinary commissar with some talent for command. No, I already need your help. Look at this. Adam flicked his wrist. A white orb floated out and hovered before Yerrick. This is. The words formed a question, yet his tone was certain. Instinct skipped every explanation and grasped the truth. An Orc field. How? As expected of you, recognized at a glance. Exactly what you think. Adam nodded. I stripped it from the war boss we killed, twisted and magnified it far beyond its original strength. Accept it and you'll become the first human war boss in the galaxy, wielding the Orcs, I reckon, power. Yerrick fell silent. Fine. Without hesitation he calmly accepted. Adam showed no surprise. After all, this was the man who would one day graft the mechanical arm of an Orc warlord onto his own body. Despite his hatred, Yerrick could stomach greenskin tech and turn it to massacring greenskins more efficiently. Once more Adam drew the Caliburn. Thanks to a certain spendthrift's lavish gifts, the holy blade now held full reality intensity. Flame once more washed from the sword and cloaked Yerrick entirely. No pain came, only a sensation like a leap in life-form hierarchy. Then good luck to you. With that, Adam waved his hand. The pale orb shot forward and sank into Yerrick's brow. 57, War Boss. Hallucinations. Overwhelming hallucinations. Yerrick felt himself plunging endlessly. Chaotic flashes and psychedelic patterns filled his vision, leaving him utterly lost. He had no idea how long it lasted. At last the chaos faded. Yerrick slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground. He pressed his palm to the floor and sprang up, frowning slightly. The ground felt wrong, more like soft plastic than solid earth. He stamped it, yielded like strange, fleshy skin. No, this wasn't the time to worry about that. Training drilled into every Imperial commissar snapped Yerrick back to focus. A heartbeat later, the roar of battle crashed into his ears. The symphony of blades, roars, screams, gunfire, explosions and howls wove the anthem of war, stoking boundless fury. Yerrick looked around. Nothing but war. Orcs in numbers that stunned even a commissar who had fought them half his life rampaged, shrieking, wielding outlandish guns and blades, slaughtering their own in ecstatic glee. Why not enjoy the fight? It's the only pastime in a dark galaxy. Yerrick pondered. Where was he? Oi, what's this? A shrimp. An orc lopped ahead with its chainsword, glanced around for its next victim, and spotted Yerrick's Imperial uniform and alien speck amid the green tide. What's a shrimp doin' there? How'd Gork and Mork let a shrimp in? The thought flickered through the orc's mind and was instantly forgotten. Whooping, it took the commissar as another gift from Gork and Mork and charged. Yerrick merely glanced at it, calm and unmoving. Even unarmed, he was no mere green-skinned boy to be trifled with. He surged forward so fast the orc couldn't react. A precise chop to the knuckles sent the chainsword clattering down. Another step, a deft toehook, and the orc watched the shrimp scoop up its own fallen chainsword. A perfect arc of whirring teeth tore a gaping wound through the orc. The green-skinned boy toppled. Armed at last, Yerrick felt a twinge of relief. It also meant he had accepted his situation. Now, Commissar Yerrick joined the hunt. For the Emperor. I am Commissar Sebastian Yerrick. A candle for the Emperor's will, burning the wicked. He roared, the chainsword howling, carving crimson arcs through the green-skin mob. Since receiving Adam's golden flame in that pale sphere, Yerrick's senses and reflexes had sharpened dramatically. In his other hand he heft an orc big shoulda, spitting round after round and dropping every orc that noticed him. As long as he was human and a commissar, he would slay Xenos. Only death ends that duty. Time blurred. At last Yerrick paused, catching his breath. Not from fatigue, simply because no more orcs rushed to kill him. The battle seemed to freeze. They stared at him in awe, chanting his name. Yerrick, Yerrick, Yerrick. Then another name rolled through the mob. Urgakad, Urgakad, Urgakad. Yerrick looked up calmly as a titan stepped into view. A greenskin warboss, slabs of muscle sheathed in crude armor. A massive powerclaw replaced one arm, the other heft a huge big shoulda. Scars crisscrossed its brutal face as it sized up the tiny commissar. Haha. The warboss tossed the big shoulda aside and strode forward. Your skull make a grand ornament. Urgakad bellowed and charged like an unstoppable mountain. The powerclaw shimmered, its degauss field shrieking past Yerrick's ear. Yerrick rolled clear, raised the big shoulda, fired. 2 rounds spat out. The beast ducked with impossible speed, parried the descending chainsword with its claw. Sparks showered as the whirring teeth bit steel but could not penetrate. The warboss grinned and wrenched. Outmuscled, Yerrick was yanked off balance. Damn, too late. The powerclaw flashed, clamping his right shoulder. Schluck. Thud. His arm hit the earth, blood geysered. Agony dropped him to his knees. No, not yet. Iron will fought the encroaching dark. Yerrick raised his head. He had not lost. His left hand still clutched the chainsword. Urgakad. The warboss brandished the severed arm to the crowd, then turned at the yell. The last thing it saw was a spiraling blur of chain teeth. The chainsword carved through Urgakad's neck. Yerrick clenched his teeth, blood spattering his face. He kept cutting until the warboss's massive head thudded to the dust. The orcs gaped as the little shrimp straightened, surveying them with cold eyes. Zoggin right, dat was wag. The thought echoed through every greenskin mind. Warboss is dead. Warboss Yerrick. Warboss Yerrick. They howled, cheering the name. And not just those orcs. Across the Galakian starships, in hive cities, on death worlds, and Hulk's greenskins suddenly looked skyward. A single, inexplicable omen rippled through them. A name. Sebastian Yerrick. And with it, the booming, joyous laughter of Gork and Mork themselves. 58. Sibila's encounter. Waking up from a daze, Yerrick suddenly opened his eyes. Looking around, he was clearly no longer in the warp domain filled with orcs, but had returned to reality. Beside him was the familiar sight of the hive city, and Adam was still sitting opposite him at the wooden table, seemingly not having waited long. You're awake. Adam scrutinized Yerrick. It seems you've had quite the wondrous journey. After receiving the Waag field, what Yerrick experienced was not an illusion, but a true trial within the orc's warp domain. The evidence was obvious just now. Adam could clearly feel that his reality intensity had devoured many powerful souls, and the upgrade progress bar had moved forward slightly. Yes, I'm back. Yerrick murmured, looking down at himself. Is this what those orc warbosses feel like? It was as if endless power filled every inch of his muscles. Although his physique hadn't changed, Yerrick had the illusion that he could punch an antox to death. He slowly extended his left hand, flicked his finger, and tapped the wooden table. Bang! A corner of the wooden table shattered in response, turning into wisps of dust in the air. Seeing this, Adam nodded in satisfaction. So, what do you say? Are you willing to join my team? He asked solemnly. Yes, I will join your ranks and eliminate all enemies who threaten humanity. Yerrick nodded. Excellent. Without another word, Adam pulled out a tome from the air. This contains information you'll encounter after joining, which will help you understand my origins and mission. Just as Yerrick was about to reach for it, Adam smiled slightly and reached into the tome. His hand passed through the pages like a phantom, pulling out wisps of black lines, which he gently patted onto Yerrick's forehead. A flood of information surged into Yerrick's mind, the violent impact leaving him momentarily stunned. After struggling to digest it all, Yerrick fully understood Adam's origins. Like a phantom, he quickly reviewed all of Adam's experiences from the lunar cruiser to the present, from an observer's perspective. I see, a reality warper. Yerrick murmured, standing up and saluting Adam. Any other questions? Adam asked. Yes, I'd like to resolve a personal issue first, or rather, a side effect. Yerrick looked at his right arm, exerting all his strength, trying to control it with difficulty. However, despite his strong physique, he now found it difficult to do what was once very easy. A strange pain, like a maggot attached to the bone, wrapped around it, along with an empty feeling. Yerrick could only clearly feel the pain, but couldn't freely control his arm. Oh. Adam raised his hand, preparing to completely heal it with his reality warping power. But Yerrick shook his head. Oh need, I have another idea. Can you help me build a mechanical claw? As soon as he spoke, he immediately noticed Adam's strange gaze. Alright, may I ask why? Stunned by this, which could only be described as magical reality, Adam was silent for a moment before asking. In the recent experience, having completely absorbed this Warhammer force field, I've vaguely perceived a lot of technology and knowledge from these Xenos. Yerrick hesitated, then explained truthfully, they now appear as wisps of inspiration in my mind. Therefore, I want to use these orc technologies to build a good bionic limb. And if possible, I'd also like to install a bionic eye for myself. To use the Xenos words, that's Warhammer enough. After hearing Yerrick's statement, the custodian and living saint beside him immediately cast strange glances, but Adam stopped them and nodded. Of course. Or rather, Adam was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on the other side, inside the governor's mansion of the Hive City Spire, Sibila, holding a power sword, was striding quickly through the magnificent corridor, her eyes vigilantly scanning her surroundings. After getting a clue about the Xeno artifact, she telepathically informed Adam and then quickly rushed here, ready to investigate. As an inquisitor, Sibila knew the importance of speed, especially since the governor's collection room might have been looted by the previous orcs. These Xenos, who loved to modify junk, wouldn't care where the junk they picked up came from. However, a problem arose. The more Sibila explored the governor's mansion, the more she felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. There was no sound, nor any sign of life. Before coming, Sibila had thought she might be able to kill some orcs along the way and offer their sinful souls as sacrifices. However, she had only killed a few waves on the way to the governor's mansion. After entering the building, she hadn't seen many other orcs. What was going on? As she walked, Sibila suddenly frowned. This is the smell of blood. She quickened her pace, passing through corridors, completely ignoring the expensive murals and various hangings on the walls that had been damaged by the orcs' activities. Finally, Sibila reached her destination. It was a room, the source of the bloody smell. By the Emperor. Sibila frowned, looking at the scene inside the room, which resembled a bloody slaughterhouse. Numerous mutilated bodies of orcs and human soldiers were mixed together. They had clearly been neatly cut open by some high-tech blade, the cuts as smooth as a mirror. Even more perplexing to Sibila was that the skin of many corpses had been completely peeled off, leaving only bare muscle tissue. What kind of Xeno did this? As a demon inquisitor, with specialized knowledge, Sibila wasn't very familiar with the characteristics of many Xenos. Wait, what's that? The powerful perception of a psyker made a fleeting, illusory premonition flash before Sibila's eyes. Following her inner intuition, she immediately turned her head and looked to the side. At this moment, at the end of the corridor, a grid-like, eerie green portal was slowly opening. A silver monster slowly walked out of it. The monster was hunched, its appearance like a skeleton cast from steel alloy, with sharp claws glowing an eerie green. Its hollow eyes on its skull-like face slowly turned, looking at its prey. Truly blasphemous. What made the Inquisitor uncomfortable was that the monster was also draped in some kind of skin, clearly peeled from a human. Wisps of blood dripped through its hollow body, falling onto the ground. What in the world is this thing? 59 Necrons. However, even when facing such a terrifying monster, Sibila's face still showed no sign of fear. After all fear stems from insufficient firepower. And as an alpha-level psyker, Sibila's firepower was clearly at an exceptionally abundant stage. Just what kind of Xenos is this? The Inquisitor tried hard to recall the knowledge she possessed, but unfortunately, no known Xenos race's characteristics matched this monster. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. I'll let someone else identify this fellow later, perhaps others will know of this Xenos. After a fruitless attempt at recollection, Sibila had no choice but to give up. At that moment, the monster had already charged toward her, its metal feet making a crisp clanging sound against the ground, preparing to tear the seemingly shell-shocked human limb from limb. Of course, before it could even charge forward a few steps, its body came to an immediate halt. Sibila's eyes emitted a dazzling azure light, and her entire being radiated vast psychic fluctuations. Invisible telekinesis seized the monster, tearing it into pieces in an instant. Metal fragments fell like raindrops, scattering across the ground with a series of metallic clinks. And a strange expression appeared on Sibila's face. Is it a dead thing? A machine? From the perception brought by her psychic power just now, she had not sensed the presence of anything like a soul within this monster. After a moment's thought, Sibila decisively chose not to dwell on the matter. Time to call for backup. Is this a Necron flare? Adam, who had just finished crafting a mechanical power claw and a bionic eye under Yerrick's guidance, was very surprised to receive a mental communication from Sibila. After quickly reviewing her combat logs, Adam stroked his chin and spoke in surprise. Lord Adam, you recognize this Xenos? Inside the governor's mansion, Sibila leaned against a wall, transmitting a message through her mind to her distant target. Speaking of which, she had always found this special connection between a reality warper and their converted to be quite wonderful. What was the principle behind this psychic communication? And what were its specific limitations? If the two were on different planets, with the spatial distance between them measured in light years, what would happen then? However, now was not the time for a deep investigation. Just moments ago, Sibila had witnessed the skeletal monster she had just used her psychic powers to tear into a pile of scrap metal slowly heal its body and climb back up from the ground. This time, the monster opened a ghostly green portal right where it stood, but before it could enter, it was dragged back by Sibila and torn into pieces once again. Yes, I do recognize it. Adam organized his thoughts and then explained, this Xenos race is called the Necrons. In the ancient times of the galaxy, long before humans appeared, they successfully established a massive empire. This Xenos race possesses highly advanced physical universe technology, and the monster you encountered is one of their units, the Flayer. No longer wondering why Lord Adam knew such secrets, Sibila frowned and asked. But that Flayer seemed to have no sanity at all, having fallen into complete madness. Is that a characteristic of this Xenos? No, there's a long story behind it. Adam replied, you can simply understand it as them being infected by some kind of cursed virus. Normal Necrons are not like this, and they feel disgust toward these infected kin, avoiding them at all costs. Actually, it's quite simple. The Necrons simply made a mistake that many races in this galaxy are prone to making. That is, failing to properly handle the relationship between their race and their own gods. For example, the ancient Ildari who pulled off a world-ending stunt and created Slaanesh the humans who would all perish if the Emperor died and the Black King emerged, and the Tao who would massacre the followers of the goddess Tao in the future. The Necrons were the same with their own peerless wisdom. They had a bit of a minor friction with the Tin they worshipped. The result was a mutual loss. The civilization of the true race, the Necron, has completely perished, leaving only the Necrons as crude copies and mobile tombstones, while all the Tin were shattered into many fragments, used by the Necron civilization as living energy sources and weapons. And the Flayer virus originated from one of the completely destroyed Tin, Landagor. Before its death, it created this virus and cursed all Necrons. Victims infected by this virus become madmen who lose their sanity and become intoxicated by bloody slaughter. However, because of this, the appearance of a Flayer also points to one fact. We need to prepare, there might be a difficult battle ahead. What? Inquisitor Sibila was slightly taken aback. Because the presence of this Flayer indicates a high probability that there is a Necron tomb world on this planet. Adam explained. Because their strength was greatly diminished after fighting the war in heaven and backstabbing the Tin, and in order to avoid the then ascendant ancient Ildari Empire, the Necron leader, Silent King Yerrick, ordered all Necrons to enter every tomb world and fall into a deep slumber. Thus, theoretically, on any planet, you might dig up the graves of these skeletons. Of course, what Adam was more concerned about was, next, he might be able to dig up some obviously high-grade treasures in this tomb. For example, some Necron technological artifacts. Or for instance, Star God shards. Although the power levels of Star God shards vary wildly, some large shards are powerful enough to wipe out an expeditionary fleet, while smaller ones might only be at the level of a Titan unit. But even if the authority contained within the Star God shards in this tomb world was too low to make him a fourth-rank reality warper on the spot, it would still be a significant boost to his own reality intensity. However, a Necron's grave is not so easily plundered. If it were a small Necron dynasty that had completely eroded over the long ages, that would be one thing. But if the other party's condition is even slightly well-preserved, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, Adam still needed to bolster his own strength. He cast his gaze forward. Commissar Yerrick, dressed in a black military uniform with a solemn expression, stood tall and straight. At this moment, his right arm was a massive, orc-style mechanical power claw, and his left eye had already been replaced with a bionic eye emitting a crimson glow. 60, heave. Adam looked Yerrick up and down carefully. He had to admit that the awe-inspiring aura Yerrick exuded at this moment was close tono. It should be said that it far surpassed the fully realized version in his memories. However, Adam was still not quite clear about just how strong Yerrick was now. When building the mechanical claw and bionic eye according to Yerrick's memories and instructions, Adam added a lot of mechanical transmission structures that seemed nonsensical to him. Some even included designs that could be called graffiti, making him feel it was pure nonsense. But there was no choice. Orc technology was just that ridiculous. Thinking of this, Adam could only follow instructions one by one. This also made Yerrick's current strength a complete mystery. Even though Adam's knowledge was quite extensive, he couldn't predict it at all. Orc things were just that chaotic. After thinking for a moment, Adam spoke first. How is it? Can you demonstrate your current combat power to us? Fine. Yerrick nodded. It suits my wishes. Alright then. Hearing him agree, Adam immediately gave a signaling look to Custodian Leonardo standing nearby. Ah, me. Leonardo felt a bit taken aback when he saw that look. As an Imperial guard, and having successfully won the honor of Blade Champion in his career, Leonardo felt immense pride deep within. He firmly believed he was the practitioner and defender of the Emperor's will, the crystallization of the Emperor's highest technology. Let alone an ordinary mortal political commissar standing before him, even if it were in Astartes, Leonardo believed he could subdue them in a single move. What could this match even measure? But thinking of his lord's guidance, he still silently accepted the request and stepped into the center of the field, his red cloak fluttering behind him. After quickly clearing a space, Adam immediately announced, "The match follows the first blood principle. It's only to determine superiority, not life and death. The match begins." Is this necessary? Leonardo felt somewhat speechless, but his combat instincts instantly put him into a state of readiness. In an instant that an ordinary person couldn't see clearly, the custodian had already stepped forward, his body lowered. After a preparation movement so short it was immeasurable, he used the sprint to cross the short dozen steps almost like teleporting, bringing Yerrick within his attack range. However, at the very moment the custodian thought the match was over, through the eyepiece of his Terminator armor, he saw a crimson light flare up in the mortal's bionic eye. Wait, what? With the nanosecond reaction speed of a custodian, Leonardo instantly shifted his posture, and the disintegration field edge of his guardian spear precisely intercepted the beam's path, protecting his weak points with anticipation. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at the tip of the guardian spear, and massive shockwaves rippled layer by layer. The wild tremors even caused the distant Astra Militarum chasing orcs to look toward the source of the sound in shock. Even wearing Terminator power armor, the custodian was staggered by the strike, his body retreating as he carved two deep furrows into the ground, the pastel flooring of the hive city shattering and flipping, fragments flying everywhere. What is this thing? Feeling the impact that was so startling it was hard to imagine it came from a small bionic eye, Leonardo no longer had the slightest bit of contempt. With the respect an Imperial citizen has for a custodian, Yerrick solemnly explained. The technology for this bionic eye comes from the orc zap weapon. The power source for this weapon is the Warhammer field. It's very unstable, but its power is extremely strong. Good. Leonardo replied while flicking his guardian spear. A large number of bolts instantly formed a curtain of rain, pouring toward Yerrick, only to be blocked by the other party without a scratch. Looking at the shield that was so heavy it completely exceeded expectations, Leonardo asked in confusion, "An orc Warhammer field shield?" "Yes, exactly." A hint of a smile appeared on Yerrick's stoic face as he opened his thick mechanical claw, a dark cannon muzzle between the blades pointing at the custodian. What's this now? Leonardo really didn't understand why there would be a firing port in that mechanical claw. Having suffered once, he immediately began moving at high speed, trying to avoid any possible damage. But he ultimately didn't anticipate what was hidden inside. A pale blue magnetic beam whooshed out of the muzzle, as if powered by some strange energy, and under Yerrick's control, it whipped around wildly like a long lash. Such a ridiculous attack was difficult even for an Imperial guard to fully dodge, and he was soon stuck by the magnetic beam, as if caught by an invisible hook. Yerrick took a step, the blinding lights on his mechanical power claw turned on, and a violent pulling force struck. Leonardo stumbled, hurtling toward Yerrick. Ah! Adam and Lucia, who were watching, were also stunned. Their surprise wasn't because they couldn't tell where the weapon came from, but because they had already recognized what it was. That looks like the orc's hand of Gork. Isn't that kind of tractor cannon mounted on orc flip trucks an ancient gargants? Even if the power is reduced, this is too ridiculous. How was it integrated into a small mechanical claw? But the fact was, Yerrick had done it. And the excitement wasn't over yet. Leonardo, who was being dragged over, did not panic. After all, he was an Imperial guard. Even if he was pulled over, as a mortal political commissar, how much strength could you have in close combat? However, he soon dismissed that thought. On the mechanical claw swinging toward him and expanding in his field of vision, a brilliant blue light, different from a disintegration field, had begun to shine. This light was extremely dazzling and violent, causing the custodian's instincts to scream in warning. But controlled by the magnetism, he had little room to dodge and could only swing his halberd to strike hard. Crack! A flash of blinding light passed, and the front end of the power halberd instantly disappeared. Leonardo took a step back, staring at the empty shaft of the halberd in a daze. What is this? An orc teleport weapon. Yerrick replied as usual, upon hitting, it instantly teleports the target away. Due to the instability of orc teleport technology, the teleported object will be completely torn apart and randomly teleported to various places around, or even. He stomped his foot and added, even merge with some solid object nearby. Alright, the match is over. Adam clapped his hands, his expression a bit subtle. He clearly hadn't expected that after accepting the Warhammer field, Yerrick's, I think, ability in his mind would reach such an exaggerated level, almost like a real orc. But this was good, it would add another layer of protection to the team for the upcoming tomb exploration mission, and perhaps there would be many surprises. He casually threw out another warp beacon, which landed steadily on the ground. A flash of warp light passed, and Sibila stepped out from it, the group gathering together. Now, let me talk about the next plan. Adam said, we are now going to look for a Mars Archmagos on this planet. I believe finding him might help us find more precise clues about the Necron tomb. 61 Magos. On the other side, at the Adeptus Mechanicus camp, Archmagos Cawl stared intently at the holographic projection emitted by a servoskull. A massive stream of data scrolled past like a waterfall, yet he absorbed it with lightning speed. Augmented by the most cutting-edge human technologies, his brain with a processing speed comparable to a supersized cogitator began to whir, analyzing every piece of data one by one. Soon, Cawl reached a satisfying conclusion. According to various data points detected by precision sensors, the current excavation drill was not far from the anomalous signal. With just a bit more time, the gates of this Xenos ruin would swing open for him, and the true exploration mission would begin. The engineering progress thus far had far exceeded Archmagos Cawl's best expectations. This was because the most significant potential variable had, surprisingly, caused no interference with the excavation project. At this moment, that Chaos Strike cruiser which had caused Cawl much concern since he had left without sufficient armaments had yet to make any specific moves. It didn't behave like a normal Chaos warband at all, it simply remained stationary. After all this time, the augur found that it had only moved a very short distance. This rendered the cloaking and camouflage measures Cawl had just prepared quite useless. Realizing this, the habitually bold Cawl immediately decided to cancel all camouflage for the camp and continue the survey at full power. As it turned out, this was the right decision. At that moment, Cawl's massive frame slowly turned as a communicator priest approached his side. Even as a Dominus Archmagos whose body was almost entirely replaced by machinery, Cawl could not do everything personally. This communicator priest was the tech priest responsible for helping him maintain contact with the fleet in orbit. What is it? The two followers of the Omnistia connected via a thought network in a manner imperceptible to outsiders. Report, 78.2 Terran seconds ago, the cogitator on the cruiser received an identification code from that suspected Chaos Strike cruiser. The communicator priest's cold and precise description came through the thought network. The identification code has a corresponding record in the Mars databases. It belongs to the Inquisition. An Inquisitor's identification code? The identification code of every Inquisitor who bore the rosette was a unique mark, directly representing their identity and their nearly infinite authority. But it appeared on a strike cruiser with a record of rebellion? This confusing combination sent Cawl into deep thought. However, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the Inquisition dealt with the enemies of the Imperium year-round. Over time, the more one understands the enemy, the more corruption and fall follow like a shadow. Many renegade Inquisitors were born this way. As the saying goes, the Ordo Malleus summons demons, the Ordo Hereticus breeds heretics, and the Ordo Xenos consorts with aliens. This was long since nothing to be surprised about. But what surprised Cawl even more was yet to come. According to your private database records, this identification code belongs to Ordo Malleus Inquisitor Sibila Barrios. The most recent searchable contact record was 24 Terran years ago. Although Cawl often accidentally deleted very important knowledge while purging redundant data resulting in countless lost records, she still had an impression of such a significant figure. An alpha-level psyker was already extremely rare, and those with a will strong enough to pass the inhuman trials of the Inquisition were rarer still. Cawl's previous interactions with this Inquisitor had been quite pleasant. He even felt she was a rare normal person among Inquisitors, and had even made an exception to gift her a small item based on his latest research to help her suppress her overly powerful psychic strength. Could it be that she had fallen too? With a hint of doubt, Cawl pondered for a moment, and after letting the personality fragments in his mind debate for a while, he made a decision. Activate the stealth technological relics at full power. Once the cruiser's safety is guaranteed, send a communication call to them. Tell Inquisitor Barrios to come to these coordinates alone to meet us. If she brings a large entourage or if warp teleportation is detected, treat them as hostile immediately. Objection: this will cause unnecessary risk, potentially increasing the risk index of us suffering an attack by approximately 75.5%. The communicator priest expressed its opinion. Do as I say. After simulating the forces he currently commanded and his backup plans in his mind once more, Cawl insisted. Do you need to calculate further? According to my calculations, such a risk is completely uncontrollable. No need. I am Belisarius Cawl. Cawl answered with conviction. Is it really Belisarius Cawl? Aboard the strike cruiser, Adam, who was seated upon the captain's throne and connected to the machine spirit, opened his eyes with a subtle expression. He had to admit, this situation suited his intentions perfectly. Because the vast majority of Adeptus Mechanicus sages were nothing more than cold, heartless machines, inhuman was a literal description for them, not an emotional insult. For example, there was once an Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos who, in front of an Astra Militarum general, suggested processing the corpses of the general's fallen soldiers into corpse starch to supply his own skitarii. When the general insulted him as a cold and heartless machine, the sage's reaction was, according to measurements, 16.23% of my body still consists of organic components, therefore calling me a machine is inaccurate. Furthermore, my status within the cult is far from comparable to the pure machine, the Omnistia. I express my gratitude for your flattering error in calling me a machine. However, Belisarius Cawl was a complete outlier among the many sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus. As an archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus who had survived from 10,000 years ago until now, the humanity he retained was even more intact than that of many younger sages. Moreover, Adam actually knew quite a few of his little secrets, making it incredibly convenient to deal with him. It's just that. Adam looked with confusion at Sibila, who was standing to the side. You knew Archmagos Cawl before? Yes, we had contact during a previous operation. Sibila didn't quite understand Adam's meaning, but she nodded in response. Well, that wasn't surprising. Before a certain blue man woke up, Archmagos Cawl's style of conduct was indeed incredibly low profile. After all, if the major things he was doing were ever leaked, it would be enough to push him into the position of a heretical rebel second only to Horus Lupercal. Finishing his thoughts, Adam immediately ordered. In that case, you should make the trip. 62, Saint of Omnistia. The forward ramp of the Thunderhawk gunship lowered slowly, hydraulics humming softly. When the ramp met the ground, the dull thud made outside light flood in, stinging Sibila's eyes till she squinted. She drew a deep breath, straightened her Inquisition uniform, and stepped out. Her boots felt solid ground and the tremors told her distant drilling rigs were still working. Sibila raised her head, sweeping the area with the appraising gaze of an inquisitor. It was an orderly makeshift camp, machines of every pattern aligned in neat rows, pipes and cables forming tidy grids, servoskulls humming past overhead. Two figures dominated her view, the very people she had come to see. One was monstrously huge, a steel titan woven from metal and mechanisms, tiny mechadendrites dancing. A single fleshy eye rolled behind a metal mask as it sized her up. The other was an Astartes in unique power armor, taller than most of his kind, calm and heavy with presence. Sibila's gaze lingered, wondering silently. Archmagos Cawl needs an Astartes bodyguard, probably a tech marine sent by some chapter to stud. I no idea which one. Then Archmagos Cawl stirred first. His colossal frame inclined, a mechanist voice booming through amplifiers. Inquisitor Sibila Barrios, it has been a long time. Sibila collected herself and nodded. Archmagos Cawl, well met. After the brief civilities his tone hardened. Let us skip the pleasantries. May I ask you something? Sibila blinked. Please do. A mechanical limb pointed at her left wrist, empty. The device that once suppressed her violent psyker talents was gone. Ah, you mean that gadget? I no longer need it. By my lord's grace, the Emperor's contractor has removed any chance of psychic overload. He is the one I shall serve for life. What? Archmagos Cawl froze. What in the world is an Emperor's contractor? Some obscure ecclesiarchy term? A title for a living saint, perhaps? That still made no sense. Even a living saint couldn't permanently free an alpha-level psyker from psychic collapse. What is an Omnistia contractor? Are you certain? Clinging to a last shred of hope, he pressed on. In 10 millennia he had seen too many tragedies born from simple miscommunication. He would not let it happen here. But her answer crushed that hope. I'm certain. He is the one to whom I will swear fealty. She said firmly, and the final hope of the entire Imperium of man. Recalling the 2 Primarch decreed projects he had pursued for 10,000 years, Cawl lapsed into thought. Even the scheme that could resurrect a Primarch dared not claim to be the Imperium's final hope. So who was this expert? The picture was clear. Like most Inquisitors, she had started a Puritan and slid into radicalism, sprinting toward heresy. The Inquisitor he once favored was no exception. Cawl's vast metal frame unfolded, radiating menace. Sibila felt her temples throb. Every Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos hides untold augmentations and firepower beneath red robes. Stop. Sibila said calmly. I know it sounds insane, but it is the truth. She paused. Since you refuse to believe, I shall give you proof. Proof. In this dark millennium of endless war, where innocence proves nothing, the word was almost quaint. Let's see how you prove he's the Omnistia's contractor. Sibila snapped her fingers, for the first time wielding her reality warping ability in real space. The servoskulls orbiting Cawl were instantly overridden, slipping from his control. They drifted to her side, crimson eyes fixed on the pair. Archmagos Cawl fell silent. He leaned inward, conferring via internal vox with the firstborn. Even his proudest creation had sensed no psychic ripple. The conclusion was obvious. Yet the conclusion was so absurd the ever-innovative scientist could not accept it. It was the machine spirit. The ever-loyal machine spirit had, in an instant, betrayed its master and sworn itself to the Inquisitor. No circuitry, clearance, or design could prevent such an eventuality. Knowing how unfitting the words were, Cawl still wanted to shout. This is unscientific. Very well, that is compelling evidence. After a pause brief to mortals, but long enough for the soul fragments in his mind to debate countless rounds, she yielded. Then take a seat in my base. Give me time and we shall examine this. Suddenly his electronic voice cut off. What happened? Sensing Cawl's spike of emotion, Sibila frowned. Bearing 115, south-southeast 26 degrees, 73 kilometers line of sight. Without elaboration he rattled off, our augur has detected a craft that does not belong to the Imperium of man. Oh, is it Xenos? Realizing he was serious, Sibila lashed out with her psyker senses, sweeping toward the bearing he had given. What she perceived was a dark fighter, black hull, ghost green core, crescent shape, hovering silently amid the clouds as though held by anti-grav. 63, guard. What is this? Sibila frowned. It looked like an alien fighter jet. What was its purpose? Reconnaissance? Or destruction? Taiwan Novel Network is super practical, choose any TC you want. She pondered for a moment, not overly tense. After all, this was an Adeptus Mechanicus camp set up by an Archmagos Dominus. The Dominus is an honorary title within the cult Mechanicus that indicates a holder's military inclination, signifying that this follower of the Omnistia has undergone rigorous training in the art of war and can control the battlefield with mechanical precision. The camp contained more than enough destructive weapons, especially its anti-aircraft fire array, which would certainly be able to handle an alien fighter. However, to be cautious, Sibila still transmitted the scene she saw via psychic communication. On the strike cruiser, Adam, who was discussing the possibilities of orc technology with Yerrick and how much it could change the Imperium of man, was slightly startled to receive Sibila's message. Adam, where was this found? Sibila, right near the edge of the Archmagos' base where I am now. Why? Adam, quick. Shoot that thing down immediately. That's a Necron's night scythe. Its core contains a miniature wormhole that can warp Necron's armies into the battlefield at will. What? Sibila quickly came to her senses, turned to Cawl the Great Sage, and urgently repeated what she had heard. He didn't delve into how Sibila knew, as an Inquisitor's knowledge was inherently vast and complex. Under the Archmagos' command, 6 hunter-killer missiles, trailing turbulent airflow and exhaust, screamed out from the camp, like hungry wolves pouncing on prey, heading straight for the alien fighter. However, the Night Scythe was exceptionally agile, as if it had undergone countless calculations, narrowly avoiding 2 missiles with a peculiar lateral shift. Immediately after, its 2 unknown tech cannons mounted on its belly fired silently, and in an instant, the remaining 4 missiles turned into brilliant fireworks in the sky. After eliminating the threat, the Night Scythe lowered its altitude, its eerie green core glowing faintly, and a pale green light curtain projected onto the ground. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Under the gaze of all observers within the camp, a tide of monsters surged forth from the light curtain. They were stiff-bodied, stumbling Necron warriors, their appearance strikingly consistent with the flayers Sibila had seen before. They held firearms emitting an eerie green light, their eyes hollow and lifeless, and their skeletal bodies were enough to shock any beholder, like a legion of undead seeking revenge on the world of the living. Necrons. Deeply shocked by this sight, Sibila once again realized the accuracy of this description. Indeed, these were the dead. These ancient dead had not stayed peacefully in their tombs but had reawakened, crawled out from the surface, and sought to drag all other living beings on this planet into hell with them. Enemy attack. All Skitarii, prepare immediately. Even though he was stunned by such a sci-fi scene, Cawl the Great Sage reacted quickly, a massive data stream flashing through his thought network, transmitting messages to all reachable units. Organize. We must engage immediately. However, a communication from a communicator priest made his heart tremble. Report, just now, the camp was suddenly attacked by a large number of unknown enemy units. Our electro-priests and Skitarii marshals have suffered significant losses. Damn abominations. Cawl cursed under his breath. They are flayers. Sibila immediately spread her perception wildly and quickly found the culprit behind all this, her brows tightly furrowed. These things have appeared after all. When she had witnessed the flayers' actions earlier, she realized that this type of troop, capable of freely opening warp gates for teleportation, was essentially cheating, able to appear and attack from incredible positions. But was that all? The 3 present almost simultaneously realized this. The firstborn had raised his bolter, his eyes sharp as a blade, scanning the surroundings. Cawl the Great Sage also activated the high-power auger built into his mechanical body, beginning to detect the incoming units. Indeed, he found the target. In a shadowy corner on one side of the camp, a Necron hidden in the dark was watching eerily, its sniper rifle glowing green. In the vision of the Necron assassin, the Deathmark, a large amount of data unfolded, marking its targets with green tags one by one. The efficient processor instantly analyzed the relationship between the 3. Guard, guest, leader. The data stream within the Deathmark's core flowed through, analyzing solutions one by one. Kill the leader. Denied. The target possesses extremely strong anti-interference capabilities, its data cannot be parsed, and it has extensive mechanical modifications, defense capabilities unknown. There is a certain possibility that the neural shredder may be ineffective against it. Kill the guard. Denied. The target's value is insufficient. Thus, the conclusion was clear. A pale green energy bullet shot out of the barrel, flying straight towards Sibila's head, but was blocked by a thick psychic barrier that rose from the ground. Regarding this outcome, there were no emotional fluctuations resembling astonishment or disappointment in the Deathmark's thought arrays. After all, for every Necron, so-called emotions were merely simulated data, easily annihilated and excluded. Target intel acquired. Warp high psychic individual. Database analysis, similar target is Eldar Farseer, War of Heaven period. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately attempted to open a dimensional portal to a pocket dimension and leave. However, before the Deathmark could take 2 steps, it was forcibly seized by a vast psychic energy and held in place. Immediately after, a thick melta beam shot over, melting it directly into a pile of slag. Cawl the Great Sage slowly retracted the Corona Inferno gun hidden beneath his red robe. It seems the situation is indeed not good. These abominable Xenos are very troublesome. My suggestion is, call for backup. Sibila said, on the strike cruiser, our team can be teleported over via the warp at any time. Coincidentally, I can introduce you to the Emperor's contractor. I believe that once you meet him, you will have a change of heart. Your suggestion is good. However, I refuse. After a fleeting moment of thought, Cawl directly rejected the pleasant suggestion. Currently, I cannot fully trust your words. I can only interpret your current actions as taking advantage of the situation. No reinforcements are needed. The Adeptus Mechanicus Skitarii will resolve this threat. As for the Omnistia's contractor you mentioned, let's discuss that later. I hope so. Sibila said indifferently, tacitly accepting Cawl's decision. 64 Meet. Outside the camp perimeter. Behind the Aegis defense wall, Omega 234 clutched his arc rifle. A Skitarii rebuilt by bionics, he was for the first time feeling fear welling up from the heart. From his earliest memory, the day he was decanted in the Adeptus Mechanicus vatbanks on Mars, Omega 234 had served the Omnistia faithfully, devouring holy lore. Too limited to become a tech priest, he had still earned a place among the Skitarii rather than being recycled into a servitor. Yet he had never imagined facing a foe more machine than himself. Omega 234 looked around. The once solid line was shattered, gaping everywhere. A wrecked Castellan robot lay beside him, most of its body reduced to fine dust. An alien weapon of unknown make. He would not let the glory of the Omnistia be stained. He drew a breath, thoughts near boiling, and performed a perfect mechanical drill, edging out behind the wall. His bionic eye locked the target instantly, beaming the image straight into his cortex. The crystal clarity only tightened the suffocation in his chest. The things Archmagos called Necron skeletal machines marched like the dead. Slow, yet each step crushed the air, pouring toward the camp. No war cries, no frenzy, no charge, only silence like death. The warriors advanced in lines so rigid even the dimmest Astra Militarum general would call it suicide. Omega 234 swallowed his fear and squeezed the trigger. A bright arc flashed and struck. The hit warrior staggered, nothing more. Swarming Canoptech scarabs veiled it like a black cloud, repairing the damage in seconds. The shot was useless. This time Omega 234's luck ran out. A thick green beam lanced through the wall, carving a molten breach straight at him. The light swallowed him. A life ended. No one would mourn the Skitarii. Deaths happened every heartbeat along the line. Death, death, and still more death. In the Necron ranks an immortal raised its Gauss blaster, choosing the next prey. Their line marched on, unbroken, unstopped. Salvo 4 complete. Poor effect. Enemy attrition 11.6%. No suppression achieved. Endeavour-class light cruiser repositioning 9 minutes to orbital bombardment. Too late. Skitarii casualties at 16%. Enemy Flayer squads still roaming the camp, disrupting operations. Archmagos Cawl processed the torrent of bad news and grimly admitted. With no prior experience against these Xenos, his forces had walked straight into a massacre. Whether volley fire or plasma arc weapons, their lethality against the Necrons proved minimal. The ancient formation mocked every counter he had. Sir designated Night Scythe is moving. What? Cawl snapped his gaze to the hololith projected by a hovering servo skull. The craft was sliding toward the camp in a maneuver that defied physics. Leave it to me. Sibila glanced skyward and spoke. At the front she lifted her eyes to the clouds. Careful. Atom warned through their psychic link. That Night Scythe's Tesla destructor can turn an entire company to ash. Understood. Calmly she raised a hand toward the oncoming craft. The Night Scythe sensed danger, flipped a zero-radius 1A and froze. For an alpha-level psyker, it was already too late. Sibila clenched her fist. Raw warp force erupted. The fighter hung like an insect in amber, then twisted into scrap and rained down as shards. This time she focused on its core, vaporizing the data node instantly. The wreck bled a pulse of energy as its caged wormhole collapsed. On the ground the Immortal's mind stayed cold. Updated data from the Deathmark confirmed raised the psychic threat by 1 level. It forwarded the revision and continued the advance. Its calculations still showed victory possible before the cruiser arrived. Did Necrons fear casualties? A fine joke, save it for another day. Since the great biotransference, noble Necrontyr had become lords, kings, and Phaerons, memories intact. Commoners were mindless tools, cheap to spend and easier still to waste. If one high-value psyker died with them, the Toon world below would sleep safer. An excellent trade. Out of options. After 1,313 simulations, Belisarius Cawl admitted defeat. The enemy had exceeded all projections, resistance was broken. Yet he was not bereft of choices. He could spend every Skitarii as delay units until orbital fire scoured the Xenos away. But Belisarius Cawl could not. 10 millennia old, the Archmagos still miraculous liked his humanity. Very well. No more hesitation. He sighed and turned to Sibila. Call for help. Let me meet the Emperor's contractor. She nodded, produced a warp teleport beacon, and dropped it. White light flared. Adam and his team stood before Belisarius Cawl. Greetings, Archmagos. We meet at last. Adam spoke first, smiling at the Archmagos who stared, momentarily lost for words. TL, alas, we reached the end. If you ask, Ins, why post such a short FIC that has such few chapters? I'll answer, peak is peak no matter its length, we will be patient with the cook. 65, Plasma. So this is the Omnistia's chosen? Archmagos Call's mechanical eyes flickered with torrents of data. The shards of personality in his mind argued noisily, and the heat sinks, spinning at full tilt, even condensed pale mist in the surrounding air. Before meeting the man he had formed a few conjectures. As a Mugos of the Adeptus Mechanicus who had marched in the Great Crusade and watched the Emperor walk among men, Cawl believed few in the Imperium understood the master of mankind better than he. In his imagination the Emperor's chosen would be towering, clad in golden armor, embodying a heroism mortals could scarcely dream of, wreathed in endless glory. Or perhaps superhuman like a Primarch, instantly recognizable and carrying the Emperor's hope for the future. Never had he pictured this. The one who greeted him looked merely human, of ordinary height and face. At a glance his easy manner felt less like a high lord than a mid-hab denizen of a hive city, nothing more. The jarring contrast made Cawl overlook, for a moment, the companions standing beside him, men and women of towering stature in the Imperium. A commissar of the Astra Militarum, a custodian of the Emperor, even a living saint of the Ecclesiarchy. The sight only deepened the Archmagos' confusion. After a brief exchange he voiced his doubt at once. Lord Adam, I require proof. Call's tone sharpened. Your arrival is too sudden. Will you consent to prove your identity? Easily done. Adam had prepared his answer before the teleport. He drew the sword of Solomon. Golden flame roared along the blade. You who endured the Great Crusade should know the Emperor's psychic fire. A most compelling testament. Even through a mechanical shell Cawl felt that familiar warmth when he saw the golden fire. It was the breath from the soul that scours all evil, and Archmagos Cawl lowered every ward. Forgive my earlier suspicions. No error, he said, voice tinged with relief. This is the power of the Omnistia recorded in my archives. Your claim is verified. Your appearance is unexpected, I admit. So is yours. Adam studied the mountain of steel before him, its alien mechanical beauty and inhuman presence pressed like a weight upon the lungs. Nor did I expect to meet you, Archmagos Cawl. You know me. Of course. You are the keystone of the Emperor's design. Noting the tension tightening Call's frame, Adam left it at that. We can reminisce later. First let me blunt the Necron assault. Oh, and how will you stop them? Clearly intrigued, the Archmagos pressed. He had long wondered about the Emperor's chosen. The squad was formidable, yet against a Necron host it still seemed wanting. Surely the man possessed some further merit to be the Omnistia's covenant-bearer. Yet every scan showed an ordinary human, no major bionics, no cybernetics, no warp signature, neither psyker nor pariah. So how was he to halt the Necron advance? Watch and see for yourself. Adam stepped forward. His companions wordlessly fell back, forming a wide ring. He calmly lifted a hand. Soil and air responded, and a perfect square pillar rose from the ground. With a thought he rewove its structure, then reached out again and an unremarkable wooden bow settled into his palm. Call's lone organic eye widened in shock. Every sensor and subatomic analyzer in his body had found no principle behind the feat. All readings normal, no warp flux, no energy spike, no exotic radiation. No warning, no explanation. The scientist within the Archmagos reeled. What was this? What principle allowed matter to transmute? Had a researcher from the SCP Foundation of another universe been present, he might have patted the Mugos sympathetically and said, "First time." Adam did not pause. He borrowed an unseen sliver of Waik field from Yerrick, shared Sibila's psychic sight, and clearly marked the targets beyond the camp. Then he drew the bow. A blinding blue-white plasma arrow materialized on the humble wood, radiating heat above 10,000 degrees. The air shimmered, yet bow and fingers remained unharmed. Cawl was struck speechless. His analyzers swept again and again, still nothing. Gravitic containment, mag cage, warp sorcery, none. Not a shred of data supported any hypothesis. It simply was. The contradiction reminded the Archmagos of the blazing blood, who swore the Omnistia's blood was searing plasma that must be wielded, and here was the proof. Was this not its very embodiment? Under Adam's reality bending will the plasma kept swelling, finally becoming a 2-meter lance poised upon the bow. He smiled and released the string. I reckon I can hit it. The shaft blazed into a streak of light, carving an elegant arc through the air toward the camp perimeter. 66, Army. Truly a loathsome breed of creatures. Within the Necron ranks, an immortal marched in silence while data streams flickered through its mind core. The Gauss blaster in its hands fired a thick green beam, lanced out and effortlessly reduced a military servitor in the distant line to fine dust. As the military caste of the Necrons, the Immortals had been soldiers and generals who served the Necron-tier nobility even before biotransference. After conversion into Necrons, they, unlike the civilian classes, retained basic cognition, able to devise tactics and command armies like normal beings, even to indulge in idle thoughts much as in life. The foes before them were so frail, yet so repulsive, arousing an inexplicable jealousy. These red robes still possessed flesh and could taste the world's pleasures, yet recklessly pursued mechanical might, replacing sinew with metal one piece at a time, squandering that rare and precious gift, just as they themselves once had. At the thought, the Immortals' revulsion deepened. The Gauss blaster fired again, wantonly ravaging the enemy line to vent this inexplicable fury. Then it purged that emotion entirely through data processing and resumed cold calculation. Why could these frail beings not grasp an obvious truth? They were mere parasites crawling from the ruins of a fallen empire, ignorant of who truly owned this galaxy. Now, the Necrons would correct that mistake. Wait. The Immortal lifted its head slightly. Data analysis indicated a high-velocity object approaching. What was it? Its thoughts ended abruptly. A plasma lance, shrieking as it tore the air, struck like an enormous javelin, hitting its mark before any Necron could react. At temperatures far beyond the sun's core, all matter is equal. Dust in the air or the living metal of the Immortal's hard body alike were effortlessly dissociated. When the aftershock faded, other Necrons looked over to find emptiness. Not even a trace of the Immortal remained. Clearly, even with canoptech scarabs and reanimation protocols, destruction this absolute left no hope of return. Of course, this was far from over. One after another, massive plasma lances cleaved the air, precisely eliminating key targets in the Necron host. Each impact gave them no chance to respond. A Triarch Stalker had just blasted a gaping hole in the line with its antimatter particle projector when a lance fell from the sky, the lethal heat melting it into slag and total shutdown. Even the charging tomb blades were no exception before the plasma lances. All beings were equal. 1, 2, 3 every high-rank Necron melted away like snow under these pinpoint strikes. Consequently, the warrior line fell into disarray. Some warriors, still executing their slain commander's last order, raised Gauss rifles trying to intercept the descending lances. Others mechanically carried on with different commands, advancing toward the camp's fortifications. Formation logic collapsed. Such was the flaw of the Necron race. Most were rigid machines. Once given an order they executed it 100%, and without further commands would charge headlong into a killing field until utterly spent. Compared with green-skinned clans that rout when their warboss dies, or tyrannids that devolve into beasts once their synapse creatures are lost, their performance was slightly better, yet only slightly. The Skitarii behind the defenses finally caught their breath, seizing the moment while the Necrons lost cohesion and heavy support. They counterattacked and cut down the leaderless warriors one by one. Thus the unfavorable situation was completely reversed. Astounding combat. Watching through a servoskull, Cawl could not help but marvel. Your might has truly left me deeply impressed. Indeed, a blasphemous notion even rose within him. Come to think of it, this seems closer to the title Omniscia than the Emperor during the Great Crusade. Yet what he never expected was that Adam's next words scattered Call's thoughts. Want to learn? I'll teach you. With a thought, the bow in Adam's hands dissolved into dust and vanished. He turned to look at Cawl. And me? Cawl was stunned. Such power, and the other offered to teach him? He immediately recalled Inquisitor Sibila's ability to rewrite a machine spirit in an instant. Was this that very power? Of course I want to. Afraid of losing this priceless chance, Call's attitude flipped 180 degrees. Ridiculous strength like the machine god descending? If it could be learned, he would learn it. Still the notion felt unreal, so he pressed on. But why me? Why not you, Archmagos Cawl? Adam countered at once. You are the most unique Archmagos of the Martian Mechanicus, one of the few within the present Imperium who still upholds the ideals of the Great Crusade. Given the decree the Emperor entrusted to you and the task the Primarch assigned, have you no self-awareness? What decree of the Emperor? What's so special about it? Hearing the topic, Leonardo, an Imperial guard, finally could not hold back and spoke up. What exactly does it refer to? Oh no. The subject made Belisarius Cawl shudder. A bad premonition surfaced. And the premonition proved true an instant later. Oh, nothing much. Archmagos Cawl merely buried 100,000 Astartes in cryopods beneath the surface of Mars. In the same casual tone one might use to suggest lunch tomorrow, Adam spoke with wicked amusement. Oh, 100 thou wait, 100,000 what? The Imperial guard's voice shot up sharply. Hearing such an absurd claim, even the others present stared in shock. 100,000 Astartes. Adam went on, adding a tiny detail. Along with enough guns, ammo, and vehicles to keep them all in action, everything included. At this very moment, feeling the anger, awe, dread, and lingering fear pouring from every gaze in the room, Archmagos Belisarius Cawl was drenched in cold sweat. 67, Tomb Technician. Half an hour later. This is truly a power akin to a miracle. Even Belisarius Cawl, who had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for the fanatical and ignorant religious trappings of the Adeptus Mechanicus, could not help but mutter to himself, his face etched with wonder. Before him, a sphere of stone condensed from thin air remained suspended, circling back and forth according to Cawl's whims. A mysterious intuition allowed him to clearly feel that the reality carried by this matter was like modeling clay in his hands, capable of being shaped in the most perfect way imaginable. After Adam finished his joke, he didn't leave Archmagos Cawl in his predicament for long. Instead, he took the initiative to explain the Archmagos' actions to the others. Under a narrative of "This is the Emperor's will" and a secret mission personally entrusted to Cawl by the Primarch Robert Guilliman 10,000 years ago, the onlookers finally lowered their guard. They no longer stared at the poor Archmagos as if he were a heretical traitor. Immediately after, Adam had unsheathed Calidbulg and transformed Cawl into a brand new reality warper. At this moment, however, Cawl had no time to simply admire the miraculous sight before him. He turned his head, a trace of concern in his eyes. "That sacred blade of yours from the Omniscia, is it all right?" "Of course it is," Adam replied, signaling that there was no need for worry. "To elevate you to a level 2 reality warper, I forcibly drained the reality strength stored within the blade. It just needs some time to cool down. It will recover soon. Thank you for your trust." Through their recent exchange, Cawl had learned the specific details of this reality warping ability from Adam and understood the immense honor he now carried. He turned his gaze back to the stone sphere, his resolve hardening. "I am Belisarius Cawl, a scientist, a word representing reason and progress, an ancient term rarely used in this age. Just as I did 10,000 years ago, I shall never fail the glory of the machine god." He slowly extended a mechanical arm and gently touched the sphere. The ball instantly began to shift its form, molding into various shapes according to Cawl's will. Its material cycled rapidly between plasteel, auric gold, adamantine, and wood. It even began to manifest complex, high-precision mechanical structures before quickly dissolving back into its original spherical form. "How is it? How do you feel?" Adam asked. "Excellent. However, I have one more question." Cawl was lost in thought, seemingly trying to verify something. With a flicker of intent, the thing that had left the deepest impression on his memory over the last 10 millennia surfaced in his mind. In the next second, the sphere's form changed drastically. The inorganic matter transformed into crimson organic tissue. A sphere of flesh appeared in the air, quietly displaying its unique morphology. Aside from Commissar Yerrick, who was slightly confused, everyone present reacted with shock. That was an Astartes gene seed. This unique genetic material was used to transform ordinary men into space marines, altering their physiology to allow them to accept Astartes surgeries and implanted organs. Gene seed was the most precious resource of a space marine chapter, its source extremely rare. Usually, it could only be harvested from the progenoid glands of an Astartes. Clearly, with the knowledge of an Archmagos Dominus combined with reality warping powers, Cawl had gained the ability to manufacture gene seed by hand. "Doesn't that basically make you a Primarch? What should you be called now? Primarch Justinian?" At the thought of Cawl being the kind of rebel who disregarded all rules, the man who had dared to hide 100,000 Primaris Marines beneath the surface of Mars, the expressions of the Inquisitor and the Custodes changed wildly. They felt a genuine sense of dread, their hands instinctively drifting toward their weapons. They cast worried glances at Adam, as if asking, "Is this really okay?" Cawl confirmed his hypothesis, and his massive mechanical frame bowed slightly in a salute to Adam. No flowery words were spoken. Further talk was unnecessary. Witnessing the glory of the machine god, a fool would simply fall prostrate in worship, using language to praise greatness while choosing self-intoxication and peace, for that is the easiest path. A wise man, however, would resolutely take action, becoming a burning torch in the darkness to illuminate all ignorance, properly utilizing the tools granted by the divine. That is the hardest path, but the most glorious. I must offer my apologies, for a flood of inspiration is currently surging through my mind. I truly wish to return to the laboratory aboard my ship to put these ideas into practice, Archmagos Cawl said earnestly. The ability you have given me is a key to the truth. It is enough for me to realize every one of my wild fantasies. Go then, Adam waved his hand. I look forward to your results. The roar of shuttle engines grew louder as they approached. Archmagos Cawl nodded a hasty farewell and boarded the shuttle, flying toward the Endurance-class light cruiser in orbit. Adam did not watch him leave. Instead, he walked to the side with interest, raising both hands. Invisible telekinetic force dragged the remains of a Necron deathmark before him. He leaned down, his fingertips lightly tracing the Necron remains, now a melted, unrecognizable heap from Melta fire, his eyes full of curiosity. At that same moment, deep beneath the surface, within the Necron tomb world, if any living soul were fortunate enough to step into this space, they would be utterly overwhelmed by the grandeur before them. It was a vast hall, the floor composed of giant stone slabs emitting a faint green glow, forming immense platforms and avenues wide enough for the largest war machines to pass side by side. Along the towering walls flanking the Great Way, thousands upon thousands of metal skeletons slept in dense ranks. They were housed in transparent stasis crypts, dormant and silent, awaiting the day of awakening. A cryptech, clutching a staff of light, walked slowly along this grand path. No emotion could be seen on his mechanical face. His head was slightly bowed, as if in deep contemplation. As the sorceress units of the Necrons, entirely unlike the other races of the galaxy who relied on warp-based psychic powers, cryptechs were the technical experts and engineers of the Necrons, responsible for studying and maintaining the ancient technologies of the dynasties. They relied on hyper-advanced science to manipulate the fundamental forces of the physical universe, producing effects just as miraculous as psychic powers. Suddenly, a series of skittering footsteps broke the cryptech's reverie. A canoptech spider crawled up to him, projecting a holographic image from its back. In the projection, footage of the surface battlefield played at high speed. The plasma spears that had shot forth with pinpoint accuracy to slay the Necrons were clearly visible. The cryptech watched the recording, sinking into an even deeper contemplation. 68. Trazyn. After a series of precise calculations, the tomb technician quickly reached a conclusion. This is indeed a threat worth taking seriously. It seems those creatures who call themselves humans do have some merits when it comes to technology. The accuracy and power of this plasma attack are genuinely noteworthy. Even among tomb technicians who specialize in ionics, it would be considered praiseworthy. And yet the tomb technician fell into contemplation. Freshly awakened, he knew too little about this galaxy to identify the attackers or their weapon. Fortunately, he had other options. The tomb technician strode on, through the grand corridor, and finally stopped. His mechanical frame tilted back, regarding the colossus that loomed ahead. It was a squat black monolith, four arcing cannons crowning its summit, a green glow seeping from the yawning gate in its face. This was a Necron obelisk, a terrifying anti-gravitic mobile fortress. Not only did it mount potent Gauss arc projectors, but within it imprisoned a trans-dimensional gate, able to link to distant tomb worlds and ferry troops through. The tomb technician did not wait long. Soon a tall metal figure, staff in hand and cloak upon his shoulders, stepped from the obelisk. Unlike the customary elegance of the Necrons, this overlord seemed relaxed. He emerged, craning his neck to gaze about in open curiosity, finally resting his eyes on the tomb technician before him. "Long time no see, old friend." The newcomer spoke, voice tinged with life. "Voidbringer Sardon, has it been 100,000 years? A few 100,000? Ah, I've lost count." He performed an exaggerated, almost human sigh. "Rare among Necron sand," continued, "to see you revived and not maddened by the long sleep delights me. I am equally pleased to meet you." Tomb technician Sardon replied calmly, studying him, "especially to hear you remain intact and, remarkably, awake so early, never having slipped back into slumber. Trazyn the Infinite." His voice echoed through the vast hall, revealing the name of the one before him. Trazyn the Infinite, a Necron overlord of the Nihilak dynasty, guardian of history, protector of the Salome's tomb world, chief archivist of the Necrontyr before biotransference, and the greatest collector in the galaxy. Even among the idiosyncratic Necron nobility, he stood out. Even with his name spoken aloud, Trazyn merely inspected his surroundings with elegant curiosity. "Don't bother, there's nothing here worthy of your collection." Sardon cut his reverie short. "It's not theft, merely temporary safekeeping. Wait." Suddenly sensing something, Trazyn froze, suspicion clouding his gaze. "Weren't you just revived? Do I not know you?" Sardon felt speechless, but after a moment he passed the blame to an absent tomb technician. "Orican the diviner told me." "I knew it." Trazyn ground his teeth. Sardon could almost hear him muttering choice Necron-Tyrera curses. After a while, Trazyn finally remembered the matter at hand. "You rarely summon me. What's happened?" "Indeed. Canoptech scarabs woke me. Civilizations that arose while we slept have begun desecrating my tomb, forcing me to awaken." Having swiftly outlined his problem, Sardon looked to the overlord. "I need to understand those civilizations that flourished in our absence. You, awake so long, should be able to help. You've come to the right Necron." Trazyn beamed, hands dancing before his chest as though playing an instrument. "No one understands humans better than I." Watching the performance, Sardon felt a headache coming on. Is this lunacy starting again? Does he need a tomb technician to check his mind core? An hour later, after a brief viewing of war footage projected by a tomb spider, Trazyn, fingers stroking his empathic obliterator, began his lecture. He rattled off the origins and every unit of the Adeptus Mechanicus shown in the hololith with effortless familiarity. Sardon grew curious. What had Trazyn been doing all these millennia to know so much? Surely he hadn't been working inside some branch of the Imperium of Man. Shuddering at the thought, Sardon dismissed it and asked, "What do you know of that plasma weapon?" "That I don't have." Trazyn rubbed his smooth metal chin. "But it makes sense. The Adeptus Mechanicus love to dig out precious relics from their vaults. During the dark age of technology, humanity reached heights rivaling our own. Finding a surviving artifact would be no surprise." "I see." Accepting the explanation, Sardon nodded. "Infinite One, you may go. I have no further questions." "Just like that, you chase me away." Trazyn looked wounded, astonished at his pre-transformation friend. "I don't remember you being so cold, Sardon. What else should I do for you to turn my tomb world inside out?" Sardon sighed. "What do you want?" "To help you, my friend." "Then, Infinite One, what is the price?" Without a trace of courtesy, Sardon pressed. He knew any sign of weakness would let this shameless Necron push further. What do you seek? Like Thanosar the Traveler, a tenth of my arsenal and troops? He demanded. No, no, how could you think that of me? Trazyn waved extravagantly. You misunderstand. As a collector I've simply taken an interest. From nowhere he produced a hyperdimensional micromaze, cradling it. Such a potent relic in Adeptus Mechanicus' hands is wasted. They know nothing of historical value and will squander it. That is when a kindly collector must offer a little assistance. 69. Unexpected. Several Tera-hours later, Adam and his group on the planet's surface finally awaited the return of the shuttle. In the sky, the roar of the shuttle's engine grew from distant to near, slowly descending until it landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The heavy hatch opened, and 3 figures appeared in the sight of everyone present. 3 people, unexpectedly. Curiosity rose in Adam's heart as he fixed his gaze. Leading the way was an Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos clad in red robes and wielding the axe of the Omnistia. His figure was tall and straight, his red robes embroidered with intricate mechanical patterns. The skin visible at his cuffs and collar was fair and lustrous, without the slightest trace of mechanical modification. From the Muggos's face, Adam could vaguely compare it to Belisarius Cawl's previous mechanically modified appearance. He directly restored his physical body. Adam was slightly stunned. But on second thought, this was reasonable. 10,000 years ago, Cawl the Great Sage was already a rare proponent of flesh purity within the Adeptus Mechanicus, firmly believing that the flesh body was the Omnistia's most perfect creation. He would meticulously deliberate and reconsider adding any superfluous mechanical modifications to himself. Now that Cawl had mastered reality warping ability, he must have immediately chosen to restore his physical body, shedding the numerous mechanical modifications he had been forced to add over the past 10 millennia to fulfill the mission given by the Primarch. This was indeed logical and reasonable. But who were the other 2 figures? Cawl walked up to Adam, nodded at him, and said, I have not failed my mission. My apologies for making you wait so long. No matter. Adam waved his hand, looking at the others. Aren't you going to introduce them to us? Indeed. Cawl extended his hand, introducing a man beside him. This is Archmagos Kaiafu. Oh, it's you. Upon hearing the name, Adam immediately reacted. Frigici Adam Silip Kaiafu was an Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos from the Great Crusade era 10,000 years ago, a partner and close friend of Cawl the Great Sage. However, during an internal conflict within the Adeptus Mechanicus, or rather, an academic exchange, their mentor Sidan attempted to possess Cawl, but was instead killed by Cawl, and his soul was devoured, becoming a personality fragment within Cawl's mind. It was also in that conflict that Cawl's close friend Kaiafu died under the barrel of a bolter. Fortunately, Cawl managed to preserve his soul and various personality data. Now, with reality warping ability, Cawl had suddenly overcome such a bottleneck that would have been impossible under normal circumstances, achieving this feat akin to resurrection. Of course, this undoubtedly involved the use of various forbidden and heretic knowledge. After the others present had greeted the reborn Archmagos Kaiafu, Cawl continued with his introductions. And this one. Pointing to another entity beside him, Cawl introduced, after joint design by Archmagos Kaiafu and myself, this is the final product, which can make up for the lack of firepower in the team. Adam also shifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes to examine it closely. It was an exceptionally tall Dominator-class robot. Of course, this name might not be widely known. To put it another way, Iron Circle Robot. That's right, it was the honor guard of the demon Primarch Perturabo, Lord of the Iron Warriors Legion. This type of robot possessed extremely strong defense and offense, with outstanding combat capabilities. And it seemed there was more to it than just that. Adam could see that this robot was also equipped with a large number of unidentified weapons. Yes, I installed every mechanical relic I could find. Belisarius Cawl excitedly introduced, including the Corona Blaster, Arc Scourge, Personal Void Shield, Quantum Annihilator, Grace of the Omnistia, Sacristan Auto-Repulsor, Numenasta Power Coffin, Mortis Memoriam, Saint Cilia Auto-Purifier, and so on and so forth. Absurd. The firepower of this thing might already be comparable to an extinction relic? This was too exaggerated. Moreover, the intelligence of this thing was probably not low. According to Adam's understanding of Cawl the Great Sage, there might even be a degraded Cawl serving as an operator inside, though it wasn't showing now. Excellent. With this, the chances of exploring that Necron's tomb have greatly increased. Adam pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I have a discovery I need to tell you about. What discovery? Cawl was momentarily stunned. It's intelligence about the Necrons. Invisible psychic energy surged, pulling the molten steel wreckage over and placing it in the center of the clearing. Just now, I examined the Necrons' remnants left on the battlefield and came to a somewhat peculiar conclusion. What conclusion? Cawl examined the Necron remnant before him, as if he had discovered something, this feeling it seems different from other materials. Yes, you guessed correctly. Adam nodded, confirming his speculation. The metal that constitutes the bodies of these Xenos is called living metal. It possesses self-repairing abilities like biomass, but that's not the key point. The important thing is that this metal should come from the gods of the real universe, the Ten. Therefore, it is vastly different from other metals, and it actually has a relatively good Hume index. Therefore, using reality warping ability to modify or create this material will be much more laborious than with other materials. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was slightly stunned. This was truly bad news. However, before they could show their worry, Adam slightly extended his hand towards the mechanical relic. A gust of wind blew, and the living metal, which he had just said could resist reality warping ability to a certain extent, turned into ashes and drifted away. However, its reality intensity is only slightly higher. Adam stood up and explained, this material can indeed slightly resist warping, making it difficult for a level 2 reality warper. But for me now, it's just a little more troublesome. Seeing such strong evidence, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. All preparatory work was complete. Everyone gathered, forming an extremely extravagant exploration team. 2 Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos, 1 Cybernetic Automaton, 1 Primaris Astartes, 1 Imperial Guard, 1 Living Saint, 1 Alpha-level Psyker, 1 Imperial Commissar, and Adam himself. To be honest, it would be virtually impossible for the current Imperium of Man to assemble such an extravagantly configured team. Such a team would undoubtedly bring endless surprises to the Necrons they would encounter next. Adam waved his hand, gave the command, and led the way towards the massive hole dug by drilling equipment in the center of the camp. Then, without further ado, let us go and find out. Inside the tunnel, the hole excavated by the drilling equipment was wide enough to allow the exploration team to pass through. The group headed down the passage toward the underworld at an uncanny speed. After all, none of them were ordinary humans. As they marched, the silence was suddenly broken. Sibila spoke up, Lord Adam, do we need to call those traitor Astartes back to join us? I think it could help offset our numerical disadvantage. That won't be necessary. Adam scanned their surroundings. The subterranean world is too narrow for a large force to deploy. If the need arises, I can summon them via warp teleportation. He paused and added, besides, those Astartes have other missions right now. They are hunting down the fleeing greenskins in the Hive City. These Necrons are nothing more than mobile tombstones with no souls to devour. Even if we called the Astartes, they wouldn't be of much use. My goal is simply those high-tech artifacts or perhaps the Star God shards buried deep within the tomb. Having received a reasonable explanation, Sibila said no more. After walking for a while longer, everyone present became alert almost simultaneously, sensing danger approaching. Cawl the Great Sage looked at the auger screen and spoke quickly, high-energy signature detected approximately 200 meters ahead. Before he could finish, over a dozen grid-like dimensional portals suddenly snapped open ahead of them. The flayers unceremoniously bared their claws and fangs at these uninvited guests. However, these monsters, who usually reveled in the thrill of slaughter, had clearly bitten off more than they could chew this time. The Firstborn and Sibila acted almost simultaneously, unleashing massive waves of psychic energy that instantly froze the swarm of enemies in place. At the same time, the others opened fire. Various weapons spat tongues of flame, easily turning those flayers into floor decorations. Even the most advanced reanimation protocols could not recover them from damage of this magnitude. Having dealt with this wave of trouble, someone asked, have the Necrons detected our intrusion? Not necessarily. Adam explained, due to their curse, flayers are often shunned by normal Necrons and exiled from all tomb worlds. It's unlikely they are using flayers to monitor our movements. Your knowledge of these Xenos is truly admirable. Hearing Adam's explanation, the custodian could not help but praise him. In the current era, the Imperium of Man has not yet fought a large-scale war against the Necrons. Most encounters are localized conflicts. Combined with the Imperium's stagnant information processing capabilities, most Imperial combatants are almost entirely ignorant of the Necrons, having never even heard of them. That Adam was so knowledgeable about these Xenos surprised everyone present. However, most of them simply attributed this to the Emperor's divine power and accepted it as such. After advancing further, the exploration team reached their destination, the source of the anomalous signal Cawl the Great Sage had detected earlier. What appeared in everyone's sight was an extremely thick and tall black metal gate. The patterns on the door were certainly not of human culture, and the entire structure radiated an ancient aura refined by time, as if it had stood there for tens of thousands of years. Let me. Cawl the Great Sage stepped forward, stopping Adam, who was eager to use his reality warping ability to annihilate a large hole directly through the door. As he stepped, soil flew up and was rapidly twisted and reconstructed. Several servo skulls, equipped with various professional tools, emerged and plugged into the tomb gate's network. Massive streams of data flowed rapidly through the eyes of the skulls. Soon, the heavy gate reacted, emitting a loud, grinding noise. Under the combined hacking of the 2 Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagi, along with a little help from reality warping power, even the formidable Necron gate seals could not hold out for long. Rumble. With a loud boom, the gate shook, the surrounding earth and stone trembled, and everyone felt a slight vibration in the ground. The gate slowly swung open, revealing the scene inside. But at the same time, as if to welcome their arrival, a violent rain of Gauss rays swept toward them. Watch out! Violent psychic energy, shaped by the Psyker's will, transformed into a thick shield that forcibly blocked the path in front of the team, with the Necron attacks causing ripples across its surface. However, even with the full defense of an alpha-level psyker, the psychic shield appeared somewhat unstable under the concentrated fire of so many weapons. Adam looked inside and couldn't help but gasp. He saw Necron warriors wielding Gauss flares standing in a silent, uniform formation, with many immortals mixed into their ranks. Their weapons fired in unison, the extremely dense Gauss rays forming a terrifying web of fire. Behind them stood tall Canoptech spiders and Canoptech doomstalkers. Accompanied by roaring booms, terrifying antimatter particles capable of easily destroying a super-heavy tank were fired one after another, relentlessly pouring onto the psychic shield. A conventional Imperial force would be helpless before such firepower. They likely wouldn't even have time to react before being instantly reduced to dust floating in the air, their souls returning directly to the Golden Throne. However, the situation now was entirely different. The Castellan robots strode forward, raising their heavy weapons high as the various mechanical relics mounted on them fired in unison. Solar atomizers sprayed beams that easily melted elite units into molten iron. Arc scourges flashed repeatedly through the Necron ranks, whipping up lightning storms that mowed them down like wheat, and quantum annihilators performed precision strikes, turning enemy vehicles into living bombs and destroying them one by one. Yerrick reacted quickly, raising his power claw and giving the living saint a heavy shove on the back. A blinding flash of teleportation light flickered, and Lucia instantly appeared in the midst of the Necron cluster. Before the Necrons could react, the living saint's wings flapped once, and her figure blurred into afterimages as she darted back and forth. Exploiting the Necrons' sluggishness in melee combat, she left a trail of falling machines in her wake. Fire support from the Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos arrived swiftly. Under Cawl's command, servoskulls took flight, their various weapon machine spirits instantly delighted as they spat lethal fire. Plasma, Melta, specialized bolters, arc weapons, eradication rays, Volkite weapons, gamma rays, a vast array of Adeptus Mechanicus technology and brute force vented the fury of the Omniscia, even going so far as to completely suppress the Necron's web of fire in a defiant reversal. After a short and intense engagement, a final plasma lance shot from Adam's hand completely destroyed the last Canoptech Doomstalker, thoroughly purging the resistance so carefully prepared by this Tomb World. At this moment, deep within the Tomb World, looking at the now silent Trazyn, Tomb Technician Sardon asked in confusion, "Is this normal? I, the Infinite, have lived for so long and seen so much." Trazyn slowly shook his head, his voice strained. "But I must admit, this scene, I truly have never seen before. This holy day season was so tiring. I slept till 11 a.m. today lol. 70, Chard. You've never seen one?" Sutton shot him a look of instant suspicion. "No way, bro. I summoned you to this Tomb World so you could feed me intelligence from the wider cosmos and plug the holes in my own. And now you tell me you don't know. Aren't you ashamed to say that out loud?" "No, that's not what I meant." Reading the subtext, Trazyn sputtered, "A sight like this shouldn't even exist. Quick example, would you ever expect to bump into the Triarch Praetorians of the Silent King on a routine excursion?" Moments earlier, through the eyes of a Canoptech scarab, Trazyn had spotted several high-ranking units of the Imperium of Man. Inquisitor, Imperial Guard, Living Saint, Archagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Astartes, all marching in the same strike team, shoulder to shoulder. To Trazyn, who knew the Imperium, the scene was flat-out impossible. How had those maniacs ended up in the same squad? Since when did the Imperium move that fast? And why hadn't they started killing one another first? Has the universe finally gone mad? Fine, what's your counter-move? Sutton's necrodermis irises glowed a ghostly green. "None." Trazyn spread his hands. "Of course, if you'd let my bodyguard gate in through the Eternity Gate, we'd have options." "Please don't treat me like an idiot, Trazyn." Sutton snapped. Ever since the Supreme Command protocols were scrapped, the old Lord Overlord pharaonic chain of the Necrons had turned to rust. Dynasties now pulled in opposite directions. And if any other Necron had floated the idea, maybe. But Trazyn, whose reputation among the Necrons was barely better than a common thief, Sutton could only imagine what would be left of his Tomb World once that escort finished helping. Still, as a tomb technician who commanded the pinnacle of real space science, Sutton was hardly out of tricks. Analysis shows conventional forces won't stop these intruders. Time to play my trump card. Trazyn sensed something off and raised an eyebrow. "You can still stall an elite team like that? Interesting." His curiosity lit up. "Mind showing me how?" Sutton weighed the request, knowing Trazyn, curiosity could not be denied. He gave a grudging nod. The two towering metal forms strode down the Tomb World's gallery guided by a tomb spider. They soon reached what looked like a laboratory. Cold light spilled across the chamber. Trazyn swept his gaze around. Interesting. Canoptech scarabs and tomb spiders bustled everywhere, while ranks of suspension pods held creatures he recognized at a glance, ordinary humans. Each pod cradled a limp body in green nutrient fluid, every one of them unconscious. Trazyn wasn't surprised to find mortals in a tomb technician's lab. These days, any technician with ambition tried to crack the Necron's ultimate problem: reverse biotransference and win back flesh and humans, the galaxy's most plentiful sapients, made convenient test references. What did surprise him was their condition. Apart from needle tracks, the specimens were intact, no limbs hacked away, no gross mutilation. Didn't expect you to keep the old habits. Trazen turned, studying Sutton. You misunderstand. Sutton's voice was cold. The humans who disturbed my rest and my work are one thing. Invaders get no courtesy. But the two aren't the same. I respect every thinking being's life even if their so-called noble governor sold them to me without a second thought. In human terms, that sounds precious. Trazen needled. Precious? Maybe. But aren't you the same, eternal wanderer? Sutton countered. They say you collect historical curios and turned your toon world into a giant museum. Our souls were devoured by those abominable star gods. We Necrons are mere echoes of the dead tombstones carrying memories and personality data. Even if we regain flesh, the old soul is gone. Without something to cling to, we aren't alive at all. Even the ever-chipper Trazen fell silent for a beat. He shifted topics. So, what's your final solution? Sutton didn't linger, he answered at once. Coincidentally, it ties to the star gods I just mentioned. He tapped the floor with his staff. A lab wall slid aside, revealing a hidden inner chamber. Frigid light poured in. What greeted Trazen was achingly familiar. A tesseract vault. The ultimate Necron ground engine, a black stone hull blazing with light, torrents of extra-dimensional energy bleeding through the seals while canoptech leeches scuttled over the surface, repairing damage wrought by the fury of the prisoner within. At the vault's center, a tomb sentinel of light-draining alloy pinned the captive with its multi-armed frame, forcing the inmate to obey its master. The truth was simple. A tin shard. The definitive last resort of the Necron race. Trazen's expression hardened. A Necron overlord's experience let him place the fragment in an instant. It was a shard of the star god Magladrith, or, by its far more famous name, the Void Dragon. Ah yes, just gift wrap Adam his way to level 4 reality warper. Good job, what a nice Christmas present. 71. Grudge. Noticing the approach of the two Necrons, the twisted humanoid energy bound at the center of the hyperdimensional labyrinth immediately began to vibrate. The magnitude of its oscillation and the sheer vastness of its energy caused the hyperdimensional prison itself to tremble slightly. A voice, sounding as if it had echoed from the dawn of time, rang out. Filthy slaves. Damned betrayers. Miserable husks. The Void Dragon shrieked. You lot truly disgust me. Once I break free from this wretched seal, I shall let you witness the hatred accumulated over infinite ages. As it spoke, violent tides of energy surged, their intensity so great that faint ripples formed in the air. Yet, constrained by the peak of Necron technology, it remained unable to escape its extra-dimensional cage. The two Necrons present, one a world-weary Necron overlord and the other a cryptech mastering ultimate technology, naturally turned a deaf ear to the Void Dragon's threats. Was it a joke? Do you really think you can just hop out and hit me? The 10, once high and mighty star gods, were now mere prisoners, making their threats seem utterly laughable. However, for the sake of caution, Trazen still asked, there shouldn't be any issues with this hyperdimensional prison of yours, right? Sutton gave the overlord a strange look and replied as if it were common sense, of course there are no issues. This tin shard is very small. After all, the largest shards of the Void Dragon's main body have long been lost, likely hoarded by some other Necron dynasty. Wait, I think I know where they are. Trazen's heart stirred. As far as he knew, a massive shard of the Void Dragon was currently sealed on Mars, guarded by that old Necron-looking human who loved playing with sorcery. Even if Trazen didn't have a high opinion of that fellow who was bound to meet a disastrous end sooner or later, the Overlord had to admit he had done at least one good deed this time. That shard on Mars was likely the largest Void Dragon fragment in the current universe, whereas the one here was different. It was merely a remnant, representing 1/10,000th of its total power. Even so, it was not to be underestimated. Then I command you, my prisoner, immediately expel all those intruders who have invaded my toon world. Sutton placed his demand without hesitation. The horror of Aten was beyond the imagination of the younger races. They were essentially physical laws given sentient form, possessing the power to distort spacetime and manipulate the rules of physics at will. I shall not lift a finger to help you rebels. The Void Dragon, bound in hyperspace, sneered in disdain. The prison could indeed force it to serve as a living weapon for the Necrons, but that was only through a degree of guidance. It could never achieve total brainwashing or make a tin shard, brimming with hatred for the Necrons, behave obediently. Many operations ultimately required the shard to act of its own volition to achieve the best effect. Right now, those unknown races advancing into the depths of the toon world hadn't even appeared before its eyes yet. The Void Dragon was very confident. If you force me to attack, aren't you afraid that I'll accidentally let the aftershocks drift a bit and level half your toon world? Then, according to the contract, you have one opportunity to fight for me, Sutton replied coldly. You must honor the pact. A contract. Trazen was surprised to hear those words. Establishing a contract with a tin shard? Haven't we been burned badly enough as a race? During the ancient war in heaven, the Silent King, leader of the Necrons, was seduced by the promise of an immortal future and made a fatal decision. With the help of the tin, they underwent biotransference, achieving eternal sublimation for the entire race. The tin did fulfill their promise, but there was a slight deviation. As facts later proved, it was nothing more than a race-wide suicide. Their original bodies and souls were devoured by the tin, leaving the surviving Necrons as little more than living tombstones retaining memories and personalities. A contract. The Void Dragon seemed to recall something. Has the overlord of this dynasty fallen? Correct. That overlord perished during the long ages of slumber. His engrammatic core was completely corrupted, and he has fallen into eternal sleep. But even so, the conditions are met. You must fulfill your promise, Sutton interjected immediately. Good grief, that's a lot of information to process. Trazyn was genuinely shocked. Isn't this operation a bit too out of line? Signing a contract with a tin shard to receive payment upon the overlord's death. If such a scandal got out, Sutton's reputation among the Necrons would probably be on par with Zira's the Illuminator. Is this guy going to try and kill me to keep me quiet? Oh, wait, I'm just a proxy body this time. Never mind. Sutton didn't care what Trazyn was thinking. After all, given Trazyn's own reputation, no Necron would believe him no matter how much he swore it was true. Well, it is merely keeping a promise. Surely a Grand Tin wouldn't be unable to manage such a small task. Heh, reverse psychology again, the Void Dragon said dismissively. But, this is the last time. Naturally, in the fine tradition of the tin, it was only expected to add a little of its own interpretation to the contract. You want me to expel the invaders? Well, you didn't say where to expel them, did you? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Toon World, after delivering finishing blows to the fallen Necrons preventing them from getting back up via resurrection protocols, Adam surveyed the surroundings. Everyone, stay alert, Adam said. This is different from a standard exploration. This Necron dynasty has clearly entered a phase of full awakening. We must be extremely careful. They could pull out powerful technological relics at any moment to stop our advance. Don't worry, we will. Before the others could respond, a sudden anomaly occurred. A massive surge of distorted light and shadow emerged, instantly filling every inch of space around Adam. Silently and without warning, all sound and light receded rapidly. A violent torrent of spacetime turbulence washed over Adam like a void tide. Even so, with the reaction speed of a reality bender, Adam managed to react in time. Negate. He whispered the thought in his mind. Such was the power of a reality bender. As long as he could perceive an anomaly, even if he couldn't understand what was happening, the ability would faithfully respond to his will. The violent void turbulence vanished instantly. Adam stood straight, remaining in the same spot without having moved an inch. However, the people around him had vanished. Well, not everyone was gone. Archmago's Cawl also stood straight, looking at the suddenly empty ground with a face full of bewilderment and a deeply furrowed brow. What happened? He looked at Adam, both of them staring at each other in confusion. What is going on? It's just the Necrons thinking this is a Saw movie, Adam chuckled. Ah, I feel so full. Christmas is just great. Gonna watch Vinland Saga now. Merry Christmas. 72. You have violated the contract. The metallic skeletal hand gripping the staff of the stars tightened slightly. Sutton's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. His explicit demand had been to banish those intruders and force them to leave his Toon World. Yet, observing through the visual sensors of the various canoptech scarabs across the Toon World, it was clear that the Void Dragon had not executed this task faithfully. Is this not your own error? Within the hyperdimensional seal, the Void Dragon seemed entirely unconcerned, even retorting, to have achieved this result while you so heavily restrict my great power is already a stroke of immense luck. Humph. Sutton naturally dismissed the Void Dragon's excuse with disdain. Just moments ago, had he not restricted the energy output scale of the hyperspatial prison, this damn tin would likely have gone even further, causing even greater destruction to the Toon World. Trazyn was also lost in thought. Through the shared control permissions Sutton had granted him over the Toon World, he could clearly see the whereabouts of the humans. The Void Dragon had not thrown them into a spacetime vortex to banish them to some remote corner of the universe. Instead, it had shattered their formation and teleported the humans to various separate locations across the Toon World. There were indeed benefits to this. One couldn't say the Void Dragon was purely causing trouble. From the experience of an overlord, humans who lose their organizational cohesion, though still capable of significant destruction, see their combat effectiveness drastically reduced, no longer posing the threat they once did. The Necrons could now mobilize their forces, utilizing their home field advantage to divide, surround, and annihilate the isolated humans one by one. However, the problem was that these scattered humans could still inflict non-negligible damage on the Toon World. As a museum curator who loved collecting historical artifacts and figures, Trazyn knew this all too well. It seemed Sutton was in for a massive bloodletting this time. This was likely the Void Dragon's true objective. Even while imprisoned as a captive, it sought to spite its Necron jailers. But, Trazyn and Sutton simultaneously noticed something strange. A canoptech spider's 8 legs scurried as it moved quickly to the center of the room, projecting a pale green holographic display. It was the entrance to the Toon World. Amidst the carnage of the battlefield, 2 figures remained standing in their original positions, without having moved an inch. They were Adam and Archmago's Cawl. Explain this. What is going on? Sutton asked coldly. For some reason, the habitually arrogant tin shard remained uncharacteristically silent. After a long pause, the voice vibrating with warped energy spoke again. I do not know. What do you mean, you don't know? Sutton and Trazen spoke in unison, their tones tinged with disbelief. Even for an overlord and a cryptech who understood Tinshards deeply and had once participated in the war in heaven to slay gods, the void dragon's behavior was beyond puzzling, it was terrifying. When did a god of the material universe, Aten, ever utter such words of weakness? Unfortunately, no matter how much the two questioned it further, even using the Canoptech sentinels hovering above the prison to pressure the shard, void dragon maintained a silence that made even the Necrons feel a bit uneasy, refusing to speak again. Forget it. After attempting for a while, Sutton was forced to give up. Put aside what we cannot understand for now. We will deal with it later. He looked at the Overlord and spoke. The Toon world has powerful built-in communication jamming. Those primitive human communication methods will no longer function. This is our best opportunity to defeat them one by one. Now, I need your intelligence. I am not familiar with the specifics of human units. I need you to help me identify the easier opponents so I can command my troops to annihilate them. That's simple, leave it to me. Trazen regained his confidence and agreed immediately. At the entrance of the Toon world, after realizing the fact that the exploration team had been completely scattered, Adam quickly regained his composure. These were the Necrons, after all, masters of the pinnacle of materialist technology in the universe. Even the dogmatic tech priests could pull wonderful little gadgets from the dark age of technology out of their pockets. It was perfectly logical for the Necrons to utilize some technological relics. Inside the psychic communication link, Sibila, my current position is in a long corridor. Both walls are lined with stone sarcophagi used to store those Xenos soldiers. I am destroying them one by one. Leonardo, currently safe. I haven't encountered any danger yet. I am in a blackstone chamber and am starting to look for a way out. Lucia, Yerrick, the First Prime, and other team members spoke up one by one, either reporting their current environments or describing their next plans of action. After cross-referencing their accounts, everyone discovered a strange fact. No one in the exploration team had been teleported out of the Toon world by the void, they had merely been scattered. Was the master of this Toon world really that confident? Did they want to defeat them in isolation? Well, that would depend on whether they had the skill to pull it off. After thinking for a moment, Adam immediately began to give commands. Since the enemy has so graciously invited our arrival, we have no need to be polite anymore. Archmago's Cawl, First Prime, your priority is your own safety. Do not act rashly for now. Everyone else, immediately destroy everything you can see. Draw the Necrons' attention and make them fall into complete chaos. With the orders issued, the team began to act. The sounds of destruction, slaughter, and explosions immediately erupted across the Toon world that had been silent for untold ages. Exiting the psychic link, Adam turned his head to look at Archmago's Cawl standing beside him. Then, it's just the two of us acting together. It is my honor, my lord. Archmago's Cawl nodded. With a thought, a massive stream of data flowed through the pupils of the servoskulls hovering beside him via anti-gravity. A scrap code attack 100 times more terrifying than before swept across the surroundings, instantly disabling the Canoptech scarabs hidden in the shadows. All surveillance from the enemy was completely wiped out. Only then did Belisarius' Cawl reach out and gently tap a servoskull. The skull seemed to be warped by an invisible force, splitting from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Finally, 32 different types of servoskulls, like a swarm of bees, circled around the two of them. They were mounted with various weapons. Adam could recognize Volkite weapons, plasma weapons, eradicator rays, phosphor weapons, and various cannons he couldn't name. Several other servoskulls, equipped with force field shield generators, formed a very tight array around Adam, protecting him completely. I wonder if Cawl was bumped to Emperor-level threat by being a reality warper. 73, Apex. Seeing such a gesture, Adam spoke up. There's really no need for such reverence. You don't have to call me, my lord. From the moment I witnessed such a perfect manifestation of the machine god's grand power, I understood clearly this is the future hope of the Imperium of man, Cawl replied. To be honest, by any definition, I am not a god. Adam sighed as he heard that title once again. Familiar. All too familiar. The smell of this situation was as authentic as it gets. This left Cawl, who had already experienced the baptism of the Great Crusade 10,000 years ago, somewhat caught between laughter and tears. Are you going to tell me a theory next called the Imperial Truth, and start preaching that there are no gods in this world? Do all the gods of us humans have to act this humble? The two walked swiftly through the long corridor, the characteristic eerie green cold light of the Toon world reflecting off their bodies, while simultaneously illuminating the figures of approaching attackers. Adam remained silent. A ball of plasma materialized out of thin air in his palm, slicing through the atmosphere. In an instant, it melted a Skorpek destroyer in front of him. Immediately following with a backhand strike, he blew apart a Deathmark attempting to ambush him. Meanwhile, the servoskulls controlled by Cawl roared in unison, their machine spirits in great joy. Their terrifying suppressive fire easily ground the other approaching Canoptech scarabs and Necron warriors into dust. After easily dealing with this wave of interference, Adam turned to Cawl and said, "No, you don't understand my meaning. How do you define a god? Or rather, what kind of entity do you call a god? An entity possessing grand power unattainable by ordinary men? A religiously defined omniscient and omnipotent being? A distant spiritual anchor? An entity representing all the fine virtues and ultimate answers of humanity? Belisarius' Cawl fell into deep thought. He began to understand what the other was trying to express. It is undeniable that there are indeed beings in this universe who can be called gods. I have no intention of creating a doctrine that completely ignores things that already exist. That would just be another form of religious belief and idealism. The only difference would be the mode of expression. Adam paused as if considering something, but continued. Because gods do exist, and religious faith is indeed effective. However, this has simultaneously caused immense damage to rationality. In his past life, although Adam was very dissatisfied with the SCP Foundation and the global occult coalition chasing him for so long, he couldn't deny that they also lived in a world filled with dancing demons, gods, and other weird things. Yet, they truly used human tenacity and reason to carve out a path from the darkness, a path different from this universe. The Imperium of man was different. Currently, Adam was still a special force operating outside the Imperium's established order. Under the rigorous selection of a certain golden figure sitting on a throne, the teammates he had encountered so far were the rare normal people in this cesspool. To some extent, they could even be called very un-imperial. The Sisters of Battle didn't spend every waking moment thinking about tying heretics to a stake. The Custodes weren't isolated and arrogant. The tech priests of the Mechanicus actually retained an incredibly rare spirit of progress and innovation. Even a fanatical inquisitor knew how to use rational analysis and judge the situation. But if Adam, who found everything else in the Imperium distasteful, wanted to change it and communicate with those who had become mad and fanatical under the oppression of this decaying environment, they would surely give him a little imperial shock. He couldn't exactly brainwash and personality remodel every single one of them, right? I understand your meaning, Archmago's Cawl nodded. I get it. Isn't this just wanting to restore the reason and progress of the Great Crusade era? This is very difficult. Even with your grand power, trying to completely revitalize a galactic empire that has been sinking for 10,000 years is a task full of setbacks. I can do it, Adam said as if it were a matter of course. Then, I would be honored to be a fellow traveler on this luminous path, Cawl replied seriously after a moment of silence. Coming back to the point, your primary task is to not perceive me as a supreme deity, Adam smiled. For example, discard religious titles. Refer to a god as an apex multiversal entity. Do your best to demystify the divinity surrounding them. Don't perceive my abilities as divine gifts either. Just call it reality bending or refer to me as a type green. Use this power rationally and objectively. Based on the information he knew before crossing over, he continued to explain. A reality bender's power is limited by their self-perception and their understanding of the world. Therefore, maintaining rational restraint often makes one's abilities more stable. It was for this very reason that the Foundation's method for handling reality benders involved deception and information suppression, which could significantly reduce the difficulty of containment. There were many examples: deceiving a young girl into thinking she was an apprentice wizard who had to chant spells before using her power, or deceiving a supersonic girl into thinking she was merely a speedster superhero, and so on. Adam didn't want to find a suitable convert only to have them view this miraculous ability as a divine miracle, which would greatly waste the reality strength he had expended. I understand. Fortunately, Cawl's experience and character were sufficient for him to grasp Adam's underlying meaning. He nodded. Meanwhile, deep within the Toon world, this is what you called the enemy that is easiest for us to deal with first. Sutton stared at the projection screen, lost in thought. Exactly. Just trust me, Trazyn said with absolute confidence. According to my understanding of the Imperium of Man, the composition of the members in that squad is extremely elite, rare even in their own history. His finger pointed across the figures projected above the Canoptech spider as he explained them one by one. This gold-plated thing is called a custodian. You can think of it as a member of the human, Triarch Praetorians, or even an enhanced version. Not easy to mess with. This winged fellow is a sorceress creation of a certain piece of old Necron-like guy, on Terra. Not easy to mess with. This one appears to be an inquisitor with significant psychic strength. Not easy to mess with. After introducing the identities of all the members and doxing them one by one, Trazyn finally pointed at the target he had selected. It's him. The uniform he's wearing is that of an Astra Militarum Commissar, but to put it bluntly, he's just a mortal. The most suitable candidate to strike first. I understand the logic. Sutton stared at the oversized mechanical claw on Yerrick's right arm and fell into contemplation. But why does the prosthetic arm on this mortal's right side look so much like the style of an orc? Oh, don't worry about it. Trazyn waved his hand dismissively. Human technology is so crude it's practically indistinguishable from orcs anyway, all just big, dumb, and clunky. You don't actually think he has a WAAC energy field, do you? That would be insane. Alright, you have a point, Sutton nodded, convinced. Yes, target the weakest link. 74, Yerrick in the Necron tomb. Yerrick, clad in the black regalia of an Imperial commissar, strode swiftly through the long corridor, his sharp eyes constantly scanning and taking in everything around him. The vaulted ceiling of the corridor was covered in reliefs characteristic of the Necrons, an alien artistic style that did not belong to humanity, capable of profoundly shaking the soul of anyone who beheld it. Faint, cold green light shone down, casting eerie, ghost-like shadows. Both sides of the corridor were lined with sarcophagi containing various Necron warriors, their surfaces adorned with ornate carvings that pulsed with light. Yerrick first activated his disruption field, then swung his massive power claw, systematically destroying everything in his path, be it a sarcophagus or a passing canoptek scarab. As he laid waste to his surroundings, Yerrick's mind began to wander. As an Imperial commissar, he was merely an elite graduate of the Schola Progenium. He lacked the vast experience of an inquisitor, a custodian, or a tech priest, nor did he possess the fanatical faith of a battle sister that allowed one to simply ignore such overwhelming external stimuli. Following the Emperor's divine guidance had led him straight into contact with the Necrons, an ancient Xenos civilization, and it was, truth be told, a bit beyond his original curriculum. Throne above. Yerrick sighed after smashing a rising Necron warrior into fragments. An ancient alien civilization that had existed in the galaxy long before the rise of human civilization, fallen into an eternal slumber, with their dynasties now hidden beneath the crust of countless planets. This single, obvious fact was enough to easily shake everything he had been taught in his Imperial education regarding humanity's rightful dominion over the galaxy. Yerrick whispered a prayer in his heart, halting his diverging thoughts. At that moment, he could hear a rhythmic vibration echoing from the end of the hallway, the sound of many overlapping footsteps. It seemed the Necrons had discovered his position. So that's it. They see me as a breach to be plugged. With that thought, Yerrick calmly drew the weapon hanging from his waist with his left hand. Raise, aim, pull the trigger. Pop. What shot out of the barrel was not a bullet, nor a laser or any other energy beam. It was merely a bubble. The harmless-looking bubble drifted out of the barrel at a leisurely pace toward the target. It appeared right before the eyes of an immortal leading the Necron squad as it rounded the corner. Confusion flared within the immortal's logic core. This wasn't because the enemy's attack was a bubble. The immortal's database had already automatically analyzed and identified the device. It was an orc bubble Echica. The problem was, the enemy wasn't supposed to be an orc. Why was a device that required a WAG energy field to function being used by a human? However, there was no time for deeper calculation. In midair, the harmless-looking bubble detonated violently. Boom! A blinding flash of light instantly consumed everything within a 10-meter radius. A savage shockwave swept outward in a ring, the resulting blast turning every Necron soldier within range into scrap metal before tossing them aside. Without checking his handiwork, Yerrick spun around, guided by pure instinct. Sure enough, a deathmark was stepping out of a dimensional portal within his vision. Seeing it had been spotted, the assassin tried to raise its synaptic disintegrator, but Yerrick was faster. A beam from his bionic eye, the zap gun, streaked out. Another explosion, no less powerful than the first, rang out as the deathmark was utterly terminated. Having neutralized the immediate threats, Yerrick resumed his march. Along the way, he used his mechanical claw to crush several canoptek wraiths attempting to engage him in melee, and methodically delivered finishing blows to various Necron units crippled by the massive explosions. A formidable Necron force had been dismantled single-handedly by Yerrick. Deep within the Toon world, the Necron overlord and the Cryptek watching this scene fell into a collective silence. What were you saying just now? Sutton turned slowly to look at Trazyn. He suspected someone was trolling him, but he had no proof. Trazyn. This made no sense. I don't recall being in stasis recently, so why can I no longer understand this world? What the hell is going on? Orcs were the creations of the Old Ones. Their technological knowledge was encoded within their DNA, easily unearthed through inspiration, often called thinking. However, because most of their tech required the orc psychic field, the WAG energy field, even a race with materialistic technology as advanced as the Necrons could not decipher it, let alone use it. How was this human using greenskin weaponry so effortlessly? Trazyn's interest was thoroughly piqued. We need to commit more forces to this human commissar. We must capture him alive and find out exactly what is happening with him, Trazyn proposed immediately. If possible, Trazyn wanted nothing more than to personally add this Imperial commissar to his museum. This was a unique specimen in the galaxy, a truly priceless addition to his collection. Do you think that's possible? Sutton irritably rejected the proposal. I suspect you have ample motive to provide me with false intelligence to increase my losses, eventually forcing me to beg you for help so you can station your guards here. How could you say that? You must trust me. You know what kind of person I am, Trazyn protested immediately. Heh, I'd be a fool to believe you. Sutton treated the protest as background noise and filtered it out. Through the Toon world's control protocols, he began silently regrouping his forces. He needed to plan carefully. The forces of the Toon world were finite. He could not continue this adding oil tactic of sending units in one by one to be slaughtered. Fine, since you don't trust my intelligence, surely you'll let me offer some support. Trazyn suggested suddenly. Sutton squinted at the fellow overlord. What kind of support? Let's get one thing straight, if you're planning to use my Eternity Gate to deploy your army, forget it. Not a chance. Of course not, Trazyn smiled. He reached into his robes, and a tesseract labyrinth instantly appeared in his hand. I have my own ways. 75, cool. It seems the Necrons are redeploying their forces. Based on the information transmitted through the mental link, Adam spoke thoughtfully. By leveraging this almost cheat-like information-gathering ability, the enemy's command was glaringly obvious, showing almost no intent to hide. Among the squad members, some had encountered permanent Necron gun emplacements on their way to the rendezvous point, completely blockading the path and preventing further progress. Others were trapped in constant harassment by vast swarms of Necron cannon fodder units, a persistent nuisance that effectively stalled their advance. Others faced a simpler, more direct obstacle. Heavy blackstone gates had sealed the passageways shut. They would have to spend significant time on demolition work to open a path. While no one had been forced out of the combat roster due to casualties yet, the situation remained grim. The enemy was clearly accumulating strength, preparing for a decisive, hammerblow strike. Naturally, we cannot allow these loathsome Xenos to have their way. Archmago's Cawl offered his perspective. The most critical point, it seems, remains our current route. Not only do we possess the most sufficient combat power, but because we weren't teleported away, we aren't too far from the center of this toon world. The enemy command has clearly underestimated our importance. Yes. Therefore, we must accelerate our actions, seize this opportunity, and quickly regroup with the others. Adam nodded in agreement. Retreat was not an option. Not everyone possessed the ability to withdraw via warp teleportation, and he wasn't about to abandon the exploration mission over a few setbacks. Sensing the distance to the nearest squad members, Adam opened his eyes. Let's go. This way. The two moved quickly toward the depths of the toon world, accompanied by a large number of floating servo skulls. As they advanced, Necron resistance grew stronger. Various elite units appeared in succession. However, this was still within the limits of what Adam and Cawl could handle in most cases. The servo skull's fire was enough to clear the way. But then, after resolving another squad of Necron warriors that had tried to resist, a thick blackstone toon gate appeared before them, blocking their path. Looking away from the auspex built into a servo skull, Cawl reported, "There are massive high-energy readings on the other side of this gate. It seems the Xenos have already established a very sophisticated defensive position." As expected, Adam sensed the positions of his other teammates again. Among them, Lucia and the Primaris head were already very close, but they would still need to break through this Xenos line to link up. However, this was no great difficulty. Adam looked back at Archmago's Cawl, who had already begun using his reality warping abilities to manifest as a human STC on the spot. 10 minutes later, boom! With a violent explosion, the toon gate shattered instantly. Fragments and debris shot outward as dust and smoke filled the air. Behind the line. Having learned from previous encounters, the Necron units mobilized for this emergency deployment featured almost no infantry. Instead, the area was packed with heavy vehicles and constructs. Scores of Triarch stalkers, Canoptech Doomstalkers, and Annihilation barges immediately pivoted their cannons toward the smoke-shrouded entrance, unleashing a lethal barrage. Tesla weapons discharged arcs of lightning that leaped between targets, turning groups into ash-searing heat rays melted everything in their path. Gauss heavy cannons decomposed matter and particle casters fired antimatter. Terrifying firepower was poured into the entrance, intended to annihilate all life. But, as before, the Necrons failed to get their wish. Antimatter particles and Gauss beams rippled against personal void shields but failed to overload them. Freshly manufactured Castellan robots stepped out, enduring the horrific fire. They scanned the area emotionlessly and locked onto their targets. At the command of Archmago's Cawl from the rear, relic weapons of the Adeptus Mechanicus roared to life. A war of machine against machine, technology against technology, had begun. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous roar of bolter fire echoed through the previously silent space. Leonardo's face was as cold as water. With admirable marksmanship, he precisely picked off the waves of Canoptech scarabs and Canoptech wraiths surging toward him. These tiny constructs, originally designed to maintain the Necron toon world, became a lethal threat when they formed a tide capable of devouring everything in its path. How troublesome. If only Inquisitor Sibila were here, a single psychic shock could clear a whole field of them. Finding it difficult to deal with enemies that relied on sheer numbers, the custodian was forced to fight and retreat simultaneously. Fortunately, these things still couldn't keep up with Leonardo's extreme speed, making his self-preservation more than guaranteed. However, things would not stay smooth forever. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, the swarm of Canoptech constructs retreated. A Necron holding a long staff stepped out with an elegant posture. "Who goes there?" Leonardo frowned, speaking with caution. "When an unwanted guest arrives, do they not even know who the master of this house is?" Trazyn spoke slowly in an exaggerated, operatic tone. "I am Trazyn the Infinite, Overlord of Solemnace, Chief Archaeovist of the Prismatic Galleries, and Xenos. I have nothing to say to you, so shut your mouth." Without waiting for the posturing alien to finish his introduction, Leonardo stepped forward, turning into a blur. The blade of his guardian spear thrust straight toward Trazyn's head. Clang! Beneath his helmet, Leonardo's face betrayed a look of utter disbelief. Another guardian spear, exclusive to the Emperor's custodes, extended from beside Trazyn and steadily parried the lightning-fast strike. You disappoint me, the Necron overlord leaned on his staff. Xenos, always, Xenos. Do you know how many times I have been described with such a dry word? As a knowledgeable custodian of the Emperor, I thought you might come up with something more vivid. Leonardo did not answer. He stared fixedly at the figure standing beside Trazyn. The figure stood over 3 meters tall, clad in magnificent golden armor decorated with complex honors and sigils. Like Leonardo, he held a guardian spear. There was no doubt. That was an Adeptus Custodes. Based on the brief clash, Leonardo realized the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. It was highly likely that this was also a blade champion. Xenos, what trickery have you performed? Unable to endure such a humiliating insult any longer, Leonardo gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. 76. A Tale of the Toon World. 1 Terran hour later. Lord Adam, it is a pleasure to see you once again. Within the long corridor of the tomb incident, Lucia, wings sprouting from her back, a halo atop her head, and her body radiating a faint golden light, nodded seriously and bowed in greeting to the master she followed. The events prior had made her feel somewhat weak, even leading her to contemplate how she should perform penance afterward. When she had opened her eyes and found herself far from Adam's side, Lucia, as a living saint who had received the Emperor's holy decree, had even fallen into a momentary panic. If, by some chance, Adam had met with an accident during that time, would she not have failed the Emperor's trust? As soon as she thought of this, Lucia, filled with hatred and fury, vented all her anger upon the passing Necron warriors. Looking behind her, Adam could see the path they had come from was now pitted and shattered beyond recognition. Strewn across the ground was a large heap of completely broken Necron Gundams that were powerless to self-repair. There is no need for such formality. He sighed and nodded to Lucia, signaling that he was unharmed. On the other side, Belisarius Cawl approached the Primaris with a look of concern. This creation was his most valued masterpiece, and he began attempting to check the other for any serious injuries. Meanwhile, Archmago's Cove looked at his old friend who was completely indifferent to his own well-being. Gone fell into deep thought. Truth be told, there wasn't much to say about Adam and his group's experience breaking through the Necron lines. Even though the Necrons had fought hard this time, deploying elite vehicle units that, despite their limited numbers, should have theoretically wiped out several times their number in Imperial armored vehicles due to their high-tech advantage. It was simply no use. Faced with a large number of Promax-enhanced Dometer robots and Adam's constant, pinpoint fire support from the rear, the Necrons were treated like stray dogs on the side of the road, simply kicked aside. It was completely one-sided, like Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. By the way, where are the others? The Primaris finally managed to shake off Archmago's Call's fussing and turned to speak to Adam. Lord Adam, should we set out immediately to regroup with the other personnel? No need. Our next objective is to head directly into the depths of the Toon World, Adam explained, shaking his head. The Cybernetica unit Archmago's Cawl brought earlier is currently wreaking havoc inside the Toon World. There's no need to worry about it. Inquisitor Sibila is on her way to meet up with Commissar Yerrick. Once they regroup, I can activate the warp teleport beacon in my hand, and the Psychers will teleport directly to join us. However, as for Leonardo. At this point, Adam's expression turned slightly subtle. The situation is a bit special. I just saw the enemy he encountered. It shouldn't be life-threatening. To be fair, this had taken Adam by surprise as well. He could never have imagined that while exploring an ordinary Necron Toon world, a Trazyn the Infinite would suddenly and inexplicably spawn. I don't think this is a Nihilak Dynasty Toon world, is it? On the other side, Leonardo was not having as easy a time as Adam suggested. He was locked in a bitter struggle. Facing another blade champion, the two were virtually indistinguishable in terms of physical attributes, combat experience, and equipment. For a time, the blades of their guardian spears clashed repeatedly. Their bodies, forged with the pinnacle of Imperial technology, turned into afterimages, raging through the corridor like a hurricane. Perfect martial skill was displayed with ease. Dodging, attacking, parrying, and counterattacking flowed like water. Even the slightest opening would be seized by the opponent and turned into a winning opportunity. With a slight tilt of his head, the whistle of a custom bolt shell streaked past his ear. Leonardo calmly calculated his next move after his instantaneous counterattack was dodged by a hair's breadth. Initially, he had been extremely furious at such a blasphemous scene, but the rigorous training he underwent before becoming a custodian prevented him from acting on impulse. Instead, he analyzed the battlefield with startling efficiency. Finally, he reached a conclusion. I will win. Even if his companion's combat skills were indeed outstanding, Leonardo possessed a power the other did not, the power of reality warping. Though his level was low, he could still issue simple commands to the machine spirit, putting his own weapon into a state of machine spirit jubilation. In such a deadlock, any small disparity between the two sides could easily be amplified infinitely. It seems the battle is turning against me. Trazyn watched pensively as the blade champion controlled by the mind-shackle scarabs began to lose ground. Yet, the Necron overlord remained unhurried. As a Necron overlord specializing in collecting, he had many tricks up his sleeve. After a moment's thought, Trazyn immediately pulled a silver spherical object from his hyperphase labyrinth. The object was engraved with many Necron runes, and a ghostly green light flowed slowly across it. Then, he aimed it at the target he wished to capture. An arc of electricity flashed from it. What? In the next instant, the scene in Leonardo's vision was turned upside down. Cold, shaking, he opened his eyes to find himself inside a ship's compartment. Chaos, corruption, darkness, distortion, disorder, evil. Countless negative words could not describe even a fraction of the scene here. The veil of reality had been torn asunder, the warp and real space were intermingled, and the mad laughter of chaos echoed in his ears. This was the vengeful spirit. Wait, no. Leonardo's eyes widened. He found his body was now out of his control, manipulated by an invisible force. Together with 27 other custodians beside him, he raised his weapon and aimed it at the holy figure clad in golden armor, radiating brilliant light. That was the Emperor. In an instant, immense despair and terror nearly shattered the custodian's supposedly indestructible psychological defenses. Leonardo fell into a state of daze and shock, unable to extricate himself for a long time, until Adam's voice rang in his ear. Wake up. This isn't real. That's a Necron relic, the primal fear inducer. Wake up, now damn it. The illusion that had plunged Leonardo into total despair began to spread spiderweb-like cracks at the sound of this voice, eventually shattering completely. Leonardo regained his senses. But it was clearly too late. He had wasted too much time in his fear. The last thing to appear in Leonardo's vision was a hyperphase labyrinth that had already reached the top of his head, thrown by Trazyn. With a flash of white light, the gold-armored custodian vanished from the spot instantly. Trazyn walked forward and picked up the hyperphase labyrinth, rolling on the floor with satisfaction. Excellent. It seems it wasn't that difficult after all. 77. The final stand of Sutton. Deep within the Toon world, Sutton let out a long sigh. Since the biotransference of eons past, he had never thought that one day he would be able to feel such vivid emotions once again. It was a sense of relief born from an utter, wordless absurdity, the kind where one simply cannot find the strength to laugh. At this moment, the cryptek was seated within the cockpit of a vehicle he had crafted with his own hands, a doomsday ark. This vehicle represented the pinnacle of Necron technology, a weapon that only high-ranking nobles had the right to pilot into battle. Its power core consisted of a singularity ripped from the heart of a dying star. In combat, it could draw energy from this core and unleash devastating firepower through its hyperdimensional singularity array. With several improvements added by the cryptek himself, this unique doomsday ark even possessed the hyperspace communication capabilities of an overlord's command barge, allowing him to command and mobilize his troops as easily as moving his own limbs. Within the cavernous tomb hall, Sutton, having played all his cards, had deployed a full array of elite forces, including aerial units. Necron warriors piloting tomb blades hovered in the low air, patrolling back and forth. Several night scythes and doom scythes hung suspended in the high ceiling as if frozen, their underslung heavy Gauss weaponry scanning the area. On the ground below, a towering obelisk stood solemn and majestic like an unshakable fortress. The last remaining heavy vehicles and Necron soldiers clustered around it, while various hideous canoptek constructs made terrifying, rhythmic noises. The cryptek understood that he likely wouldn't get a second chance. No matter what, he had to completely annihilate these enemies called humans right here. Only then could he guarantee the safety of the Toon world. Just now, a deluge of bad news had arrived in succession. The canoptek spider sent to eliminate the human psyker equipped with specialized weaponry had completely lost contact. The last intel confirmed that the psyker and that humanoid orc, the Dometer, had successfully regrouped. On the other side, the Necron soldiers sent to block the enemy's main squad had performed abysmally. Sometimes, they disappeared from Sutton's command hierarchy before they even had time to transmit data back. The enemy, now fully regrouped and freed from the confusion of being scattered by void teleportation, was driving straight into the heart of his territory without a moment's hesitation. They were at the gates. Sutton was so exasperated he almost laughed. The last time I was pushed to such an extent, was it during the war in heaven? Seriously, if humans were this strong, why didn't anyone say so earlier? It wasn't that he was ignorant of the Imperium. Since bringing those civilians to his laboratory, Sutton had searched their memories to piece together the full picture of the human Imperium. The conclusion he had reached was merely that of a decaying empire intoxicated by false faith. How could a mere exploration squad possess such ridiculous combat power? If you have this kind of technology, why don't you take care of your own citizens first? What? The Necrontier were also a class-stratified mess where the nobles lived in space stations while the lower classes lived in mud huts during the interstellar era. Never mind then. Incoming communication. Sutton snapped back to reality and accepted the transmission. Wait a moment, are you actually preparing for a final showdown with those humans? Trazyn sounded quite surprised. Have you considered other options? To be honest, the strength of this human squad is truly uncanny. Are you sure you won't reconsider? You're a Necron. Think logically. Even if you don't agree to let my troops reinforce you via the Eternity Gate, it's not like you can't make a strategic retreat through this wormhole. My Toon world is vast, it has plenty of room for your assets. Ha, is there any difference between the two? Sutton didn't bother listening to the rogue's persuasion and spoke plainly. I will not agree. Why? Trazyn was clearly puzzled. Because I must achieve my goal. I will reverse the biotransference. I can no longer endure this cold, mechanical body, Sutton said calmly. Once I lose everything in this toon world and the resource support it provides, that dream will likely perish with it. Are you truly willing to support my research at any cost? Understanding the cryptech's resolve, Trazyn fell silent. Biotransference was the source of agony for most Necrons. Losing their flesh meant no capacity for reproduction. The entire civilization had no future. Furthermore, their mechanical cores had become increasingly unreliable for unknown reasons, often resulting in memory loss and drastic personality shifts. If one day all Necrons became nothing more than cold, unfeeling machines, then the last echoes of the Necronter civilization would vanish forever. However, Trazyn hadn't expected his old friend to be so deeply obsessed. Fine. I respect your wishes, Trazyn finally said. Thank you. But do not worry, I still have my final trump card. Unfazed by the heavy topic, Sutton spoke with a hint of ease. Even if the enemy is strong enough to fight through such a terrifying formation, everything will be fine as long as the Tinshard launches its attack. Still, you should use it with caution. Trazyn shook his head, offering one last piece of advice. If the hyperdimensional prison is damaged and that Tinshard escapes, you will be in massive trouble. The damage to the toon world would not be minor either. Yes, I understand. Sutton nodded. The two fell silent. As time passed, Adam and his group arrived as expected. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out. At the entrance of the hall, the entire tomb gate seemed to turn into a massive explosive. Under the power of a quantum annihilator, the subatomic gaps within the gate released immense potential energy, blowing it apart. A dozen Cybernetica robots formed a battle line, using their unique personal void shields to protect Adam and the others in the center as they stepped forward slowly. Adam was clearly surprised that they hadn't encountered a wall of fire upon entering, and he signaled for the others to halt. However, upon seeing the Necron formation within the hall, they quickly identified the threats. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Battle was imminent. Yet, through some sort of amplification device, the cryptech's voice echoed from the hovering doomsday arc above. I am the cryptech of the Ignatius dynasty, Sutton the Voidbringer. Sutton spoke. Humans, why don't we talk first? Why have you invaded the toon world where I slumber? 78, it's here. Finally Tkan started posting raw chapters again. Chapter 85, Void Shield. Hearing the words of the Necron, the group looked at one another until finally, Inquisitor Sibila stepped forward to take charge of the negotiations. Using a psychic echo, she projected her voice across the hall in a booming tide. There is nothing to be said between humanity and the Xenos. We act to defend the sacred property bestowed upon us by the Emperor. As for you, vile Xenos, your very existence has defiled this holy domain belonging to the Imperium of man. Is this a joke? Is this some unique form of human humor? Defiled your holy domain? Are you joking? Sutton was so exasperated he almost laughed. While your civilization was still in its primitive, unlettered stages, we had already stepped across the sea of stars and battled powerful gods you cannot possibly imagine. And now, you dare accuse the great Necron dynasty of defiling your sacred land. This was a total reversal of heaven and earth, blasphemy and lies. Sibila refused to listen, the double standards characteristic of imperial bureaucracy on full display. You Xenos, who are about to be swept into the dustbin of history, not only launched an unprovoked attack on humanity but now have the audacity to bark such nonsense. Very well. Sutton finally gave up on the futile argument. It seems we are incapable of reaching a consensus. State your demands then. Continuing this war benefits neither side. What will it take for you to cease? Raising a hand to stop Sibila from hurling more mockery, Adam thought for a moment and chose to go straight to the point. Our demand is simple. We want only one thing, Tinshards. Despite the brutal fighting thus far, he still hadn't confirmed if this toon world contained what he sought. He had to test the waters. Tinshards. Sutton and Trazyn froze simultaneously. The cryptech was less affected, as his knowledge of the Imperium was limited. Trazyn, however, began to question his reality. How do modern humans even know about the existence of the Tin? This is unscientific. But in the next heartbeat, the Necron overlord and the cryptech seemed to realize something. So that's it. Why is the combat power of these humans so terrifying? Why did those Castellan robots, which don't fit Imperial technology, suddenly appear in their ranks? Why do they know so much about the Necrons? There could be only one explanation, that the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne must have made a deal with a Tinshard. And that Tin, seeking revenge against the Necrons who betrayed it, chose to cooperate with these hateful humans, even providing technological support. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. Thinking of this, the usually estranged Trazyn and Sutton reached the same conclusion at the exact same time. These humans must be completely eradicated here and now. You have no idea who you are dealing with. That disgusting thing claiming to be a god is not to be trusted. You will only drown in his lies and walk toward ultimate destruction while he laughs at your stupidity. Sutton's angry roar echoed through the hall. A massive array of Necron weaponry began to preheat, all aimed directly at Adam's group. What is he talking about? Adam blinked. Had they misunderstood something? However, the others weren't as knowledgeable about the Necrons as Adam. As the cryptech's voice fell, many members of the squad were already seeing red with rage. Realizing he was trapped in an atmosphere where, if you don't order an attack now, we will, Adam gave the command. Fire. Almost simultaneously, both sides erupted with terrifying firepower, slamming into each other. Violent psychic lightning surged from Sibila's hands, branching out to form a vast net of thunder that blanketed the area. Scores of Necron warriors were mowed down like wheat in a storm. The Dometer robots opened fire melt arrays, lightning arcs, and quantum weaponry poured out, tracing lethal paths through the air and falling like rain upon the Necron line. Above them, Tomb Blades attempted to dive for close-range strafing, only to be easily swatted out of the sky by powerful anti-air fire. Humph. Sutton gave a cold snort and began micromanaging his troops. The heavy Tesla cannon atop a tomb obelisk roared to life, thick arcs of electricity striking out like angry dragons toward Adam's line. Without delay, the Night Scythes and Doom Scythes circling in the air added their roars, the characteristic hum of Necron weaponry filling the hall. Boom, boom, boom. Facing firepower capable of turning a fortress to dust in seconds, the group remained unscathed. Only a faint white ripple spread across the air above them. Archmago's Cawl slowly withdrew his hand. Beside him, a tower-like device previously hidden by optical projection was now emitting wisps of blue smoke, though it was repaired in an instant by his reality warping capabilities. It was a void shield generator. The principle was similar to the Castellan-class void shields used in hive cities, just much smaller in scale. The generated void shield acted as an iron curtain over the human position. The concentrated Necron fire struck it to no avail, stirring only ripples. Wait, how did they bring something that big into my toon world? This unscientific sight left Sutton in deep thought. But this didn't mean the cryptech was out of options. An invisible hyperspace broadcast spread from the Doomsday Ark. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of countless tiny wings vibrating filled the air. Like a swarm of insects blotting out the sun, innumerable canoptech construct scarabs poured out from the obelisk's gates. They formed a dark wave of death, lunging toward Adam's team. These were the decomposers used to maintain the toon world, but they were far from harmless. In battle, they could self-replicate at incredible speeds, creating an endless swarm that consumed and disassembled everything in its path. The team immediately tried to shift their fire to stop them, creating a torrent of tracers to suppress the wave. However, the effect was minimal. Any gap blown in the swarm was instantly filled by more constructs, only slightly slowing their flight. Not enough fire? Then add more. Without hesitation, Adam slammed a warp teleportation beacon into the ground. A flash of blinding white light flickered. 30 Astartes in Terminator armor and over a dozen dreadnoughts appeared instantly. Assault cannons, heavy multi-meltas, Las cannons, and Prometheum flame-earth appearance of these heavy killers drastically bolstered the team's firepower, successfully halting the incoming canoptech swarm. Freed from the pressure, the rest of the team redirected their horrific damage back onto the other Necron soldiers. Why does it feel like I'm the one on the defensive now? Watching his troops vanish like melting snow, the cryptech piloting the Doomsday Ark could take no more. He moved toward the front line, seeking a perfect firing position. He would personally crush these invaders. The forward cannon of the Doomsday Ark surged with a glow like a solar flare. The massive energy readings were enough to make Archmago's Cawl, who had been monitoring the auspex, show a look of alarm. The high-energy particle beam slammed into the void shield. The shield shuddered violently, letting out a strained, overburdened wail. 79 drones. Wait, this thing. Adam's face contorted into a grimace. It wasn't that the power of this aircraft terrified him. Adam had seen countless weapons far more destructive than this. It was because it triggered some of the worst memories from his previous life. Internal energy shields, anti-gravity suspension, devastating cannons, a nearly identical silhouette, and self-repair capabilities. The more Adam drew parallels, the stronger that damned sense of déjà vu became. As a reality warper, Adam usually kept his abilities under tight control, appearing no different from an ordinary human to the point where others couldn't detect anything unusual. But right now, the surge of disgust in his heart was so potent that it physically manifested for a moment. It was strong enough that his teammates felt his shifting emotions and could even catch faint, flickering mental images. A series of unmanned aerial vehicles shaped like birds of prey. What were those? What's wrong, Lord Adam? Sibila, unable to leave the protection of the void shield due to the enemy's overwhelming firepower, turned her head toward him with a worried gaze. It's nothing. Adam forcibly suppressed the nausea rising in his throat. I just remembered some unpleasant memories, that's all. This specific scenario, being bombarded from high altitude by an aircraft, reminded him inexplicably of his past life, where he was hunted across the globe by the global occult coalition's god-slaying drones. Back then, there was truly no place to hide. If he hadn't possessed the habit of collecting and arming himself with various anomalous items, Hathan, merely a rank 2 reality warper, would surely have perished under the pursuit of those mechanical nightmares. But, fortunately, it was all in the past. Even facing the peak technology of this Universe-C Tesseract powered by a dying star, the threat felt far less significant in Adam's eyes than a Godslayer drone. After all, this Tesseract wasn't equipped with Scranton reality anchors to block essential hume fluctuations, nor did it carry reality annihilation warheads or thaumaturgical defense lattices. Forget it. Since it's come to this, Adam thought slowly, I'll indulge myself just this once. He abandoned his habit of emotional restraint. Instead, he did the opposite, channeling the extreme emotions that had just flared up into raw power to fuel his reality-warping abilities. Adam slowly extended his hand. In the center of his palm, an infinitesimal black dot appeared. The miniature black hole hovered silently. Defying all logic, it showed no physical influence on the surrounding space, yet it was so visually arresting that anyone who saw it couldn't look away. Incredible, this is the majestic power of the Omnistia. Belisarius Cawl muttered to himself, involuntarily beginning to chant binary prayers in an attempt to calm his excitement. Adam didn't stop. He raised his hand, drew it back in a standard throwing motion, and aimed at the Tesseract looming in the sky. Wait, what is that? The cryptech staring at the projections was lost in confusion at the sudden, illogical spike in anomalous energy readings. This shouldn't be possible. Adam's reaction was faster. He planted his foot firmly, twisted his torso, and snapped his elbow forward. A perfect throw. The micro-black hole was hurled like a shot put, tracing an elegant arc through the air as it lunged toward the high-altitude arc. Not good. In a panic, Sutton immediately activated the emergency evasion protocols. The Tesseract blurred into a jagged afterimage, executing an impossible sharp-angle maneuver. However, even a speed capable of dodging almost any conventional attack could not evade this black hole. As if it possessed eyes of its own, it nimbly adjusted its trajectory in mid-air and slammed directly into the vessel. A direct hit. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. Those Necron high-tier units that still retained self-awareness stared upward blankly, their logic cores flooded with disbelief. Events, however, did not bend to their will. The black hole acted like a tear in the canvas of reality. Its violent suction acted like a massive pump, greedily drawing in everything nearby like a gluttonous beast devouring all matter it touched. Even the Tesseract, protected by the dual layers of hypershields and quantum shields, was not spared. Its hull, forged through the peak of Necron physics, began to let out a groan of unbearable strain. The sound of shattering space and tearing matter intertwined. Before the eyes of everyone present, the Tesseract began to disintegrate. The cryptech inside could only watch helplessly. At this moment, he could do nothing but focus all remaining energy into the defensive arrays to stave off the end for a few more seconds. As time passed, the black hole finally vanished. But the Tesseract was utterly crippled, having consumed excessive energy to survive. More than half of its structural integrity was gone, its central singularity core was nearly exhausted, and even its basic anti-gravity engines failed. The Necron arc, torn in half by the black hole, spun wildly in the air before finally embracing gravity and plummeting straight toward the Earth. Boom. Man. Necrons, out. Adam gave the scene a mischievous internal voiceover and took a slight breath. Using such a high level of reality warping had slightly exceeded his current comfort threshold. His head even felt a bit heavy. Is this a side effect? Adam thought with a bit of dark humor. Even he couldn't distinguish whether this was a genuine physical side effect or a product of his own imagination. However, having gone through a phase early in his awakening where he couldn't tell if his senses were reality or fantasy, he was quite experienced. Just accept it, no need to worry. Just as he was about to order continued fire suppression, Adam suddenly froze. At that exact moment, a sudden mutation occurred. A dimensional portal slowly opened beside him. A Necron ambush. The timing was certainly impeccable. But he didn't panic. It wasn't as if he lacked teammates. As a reality warper with a fragile physical body, weren't teammates specifically meant to protect his safety in moments like this? However, to Adam's surprise, what emerged from the portal was not a Necron Deathmark sniper, but a silver, spherical object. Oh no. Seeing the object, Adam's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this weapon used by Trazyn the Infinite before through the eyes of the custodian, Leonardo. It was a primal fear inducer. Sure enough, a ghostly green light flashed atop the silver sphere. An endless, swirling illusion instantly swallowed everything around Adam. The world turned upside down. 80. Fear. What is a person's deepest fear? The Necron primal fear inducer works by triggering the most profound terrors within a target's heart, rendering them frozen and immobile. As an Adeptus Custodes, Leonardo's greatest fear was being controlled by warp malevolence during the boarding of the Vengeful Spirit 10,000 years ago, forced to raise his weapon against the Emperor he had followed his entire life. So, what was the fear inside his own heart? Adam truly couldn't figure it out. There were simply too many possibilities. His experiences in his previous life had exposed him to countless horrors that should have only existed in nightmares. In that world, only the cautious, those who understood awe and fear, survived. Fools who didn't even know how to be afraid had no place there. However, Adam soon discovered exactly what he feared. The scene shifted, and the vision before his eyes gradually became clear. Adam was currently lying on a mobile gurney in a hospital, staring blankly up at the white ceiling. Cold fluorescent light hit his skin, and a rustling sound filled his ears. He could feel a hole near his temples if it were leaking air, followed by a surge of sharp pain and a chilling sensation pouring into his brain. Whose body is this? An old man's voice asked. Not sure. It was sent over by the Global Occult Coalition. Looks like they were pretty rough. Heard it was a reality bender hit by a Hume export round, you know, the kind that drains green types' reality strength to weaken their abilities. Caught him right in the temple. Instant death. It was a messy way to go. Poor bastard. A younger voice responded. Sigh, those people are still so reckless. The old man sighed, seemingly mourning something. Never mind. Push him to research lab 2. His body can still be put to use. We can turn him into a Scranton reality anchor. Yes, Professor. As they spoke, Adam, lying on the gurney, began to move. Am I dead? But if I'm dead, why is my consciousness still clear? Adam fell silent. A distinct realization surfaced from the depths of his soul. Oh, I see. This is what comes after. Regarding the name, what comes after, it didn't refer to a thing, but a specific anomalous phenomenon. Within humanity's collective unconscious, there existed an anomalous entity that fed on the suffering of all mankind. To gain more sustenance, this entity triggered the phenomenon known as what comes after. After death, humans would not find eternal peace. Instead, their consciousness would persist in the world forever, clearly feeling every subsequent pain, including, but not limited to, the agony of being cremated, decomposed by microbes, and slowly rotting away. This pain never ended. Even if the remains scattered into basic particles, it wouldn't stop. In fact, the more the remains scattered, the more intense the pain became. Adam remembered clearly that after realizing he had been reborn into the world of the SCP Foundation, he had immediately sent a report to the Foundation with the mindset that if he had to die, he wanted to die completely. Fortunately, subsequent reactions and his experiences exploring other universes suggested that, at least in the universe he occupied, what comes after did not exist. He never expected to experience it in this way. Adam took a deep breath. The double-edged nature of reality-bending abilities manifested now. His own fear was being materialized by his powers, binding him tightly. Adam tried to tell himself this wasn't real, but he couldn't break free immediately. He had to stop thinking and overcome this fear. Calm down, wake up. In reality, the Toon World Hall, the battlefield, which had been in a state of intense combat, suddenly fell into a strange standstill. The high-intensity fire stopped temporarily. Commanders from both sides had fallen silent after a bizarre series of mutual strikes. They both needed a moment to recover. What should we do? Archmago's Cawl asked, frowning as he looked at the Necron artifact that had been reduced to scrap. Lord Adam cannot be allowed to suffer any mishaps. Let me. Like a violent hurricane, Lucia arrived at Adam's side in an instant, her eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, the living saint's power armor was wreathed in golden light, her presence growing stronger by the second, emitting a radiance like a brilliant star. It wasn't just her own anxiety. Lucia felt a perception the one upon the throne was also casting his gaze here. With that gaze, the power granted by the Emperor swelled within her, her violent psychic energy nearly sweeping across the entire surrounding space. This exaggerated scale of Imperial holy energy caused even Sibila, who was capable of sensing it, to show a hint of shock. The sound of shattering glass echoed. A stumbling, skeletal figure appeared in everyone's sight. The Deathmark slowly raised its head, looking around with a core of logic filled with disbelief. This isn't scientific. I was hiding in a pocket dimension. You primitives shouldn't have seen a trace, nor could you have the technology. How did you drag me out and drop me back into normal dimensions? The Deathmark knew exactly what kind of cheating was happening. In the next moment, before it could even leave a last word, the Deathmark was vaporized by concentrated fire, reduced to scrap that even a reanimation protocol couldn't save. Lucia ignored the clownish interruption and went straight to Adam. She caught the falling Adam, slowly laying him flat and gently cradling the back of his head. Instantly, the wings on Lucia's back turned into light, surging in size and enveloping Adam's body. Ethereal, holy feathers drifted down like raindrops. Adam's expression slowly became peaceful. It was true. The primal fear inducer didn't involve any warp psychic power. It represented the peak of Necron technology in the mental field. But as the saying goes, you have technology, I have faith. And my faith is stronger. When you Necrons try to discuss scientific theory with me, I have no choice but to discuss religious theology with you. No matter the clever tricks, they cannot stand against the way of the ecclesiarchy. Within the illusion, Adam clearly felt the pain in his mind receding. It smoothed out quickly, as if he had been plunged into a warm embrace, the intense agony thoroughly neutralized. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, his inner fear dissipating. Alright, it's time to wake up. The next moment, web-like cracks spread across his entire field of vision, ending in a flash of pure white. Adam opened his eyes once more. The scene before him had returned to normal. Fine, Trazen. So this is how you want to play. Adam, annoyed at being caught by such a trick, was deeply displeased. Well then, it looks like I'll have to turn up the heat on you. 81. Night at the museum. On the other side, Trazen did not have the habit of placing himself in danger. Although his current state was a surrogate body rather than his original self, it wasn't something he could simply afford to waste. He was currently staying in a warehouse within this Toon world, remotely commanding the subordinate forces he had brought to this world. In Trajan's view, the Cryptek had already mobilized all the Necron soldiers he could muster. With an army of this scale, Trajan wouldn't be able to help much even if he wanted to. Therefore, the highly flexible Necron overlord naturally formulated a decapitation tactic. He ordered the Deathmarks, who can travel between different dimensions, to carry gloom prisms to catch the opponent off guard. Based on their response, he would then judge whether to continue teleporting assault troops into the fray. However, he never expected that things would develop to this point. Scratching his cold metal skull with his palm, Trajan was utterly perplexed. The thing that just shot down the Tesseract looked like a black hole, and its energy readings matched the characteristics of one. But by all logic, it was absolutely impossible for it to be a black hole. How on earth did it appear? Moreover, according to the report from the Deathmarks hiding in the pocket space, that thing was actually thrown by hand by a guy who appeared to be human. What kind of nonsense is this? A Terran human shooting down a Necron Tesseract with a stone? Are you writing a propaganda textbook about Imperial grace right now? To be honest, if the object thrown had been a vortex grenade, he could have understood it. After all, humans do have some proficiency in warp-based technology. But a black hole? With human technology, how could they achieve something that even the Necrons find difficult? Trajan strained to mobilize all his known knowledge, trying to piece together a logical guess. Could it be a relic left behind by humans from the dark age of technology? But even that didn't make sense. Even a bizarre thought popped into his head. Could it be that the Tinshard not only provided technology but also personally descended to start grave robbing? Trajan shook his head, almost amused by his own nonsensical idea. Regardless, he had to consider his escape plan. This was no place to linger. He had to bail. As for the other guy, well, wish him luck, Trajan thought to himself. He stood up, preparing to leave, but his living metal body suddenly stiffened. What was going on? Why did he suddenly feel a chill? At this moment, inside the Tesseract labyrinth, as a legendary creation of the Necrons in the theory of dimensions and space, this cube, which appeared to be only the size of a fist, actually contained a pocket dimension used to capture and contain dangerous objects. Under the unique ghostly green glow of the Necrons, within the vast space, large numbers of transparent display stands were neatly arranged. Canoptech constructs moved back and forth like the most loyal servants, maintaining the equipment. On a meticulously designed display stand, an Emperor's custodian clad in golden armor stood silently. A body completely frozen by a stasis field should have had no capacity for thought. But at this moment, original logic was being thoroughly shattered by an invisible force. Can you hear me, Leonardo? Along with the sound of this voice, the custodian's consciousness instantly recovered, and he immediately recognized the identity of the voice. It's good that you're awake. In the mental communication, Adam's voice continued, go do me a favor now. Let that Necron overlord feel some pain. As for how to escape this pocket dimension, don't worry. I will provide you with assistance. As the voice faded, the stasis field that had tightly wrapped the custodian's body instantly vanished. At the same time, the mind shackle scarabs existing within his body were annihilated into nothingness. Leonardo opened his eyes, lightly leapt off the display stand, and gripped the guardian spear in his hand. Recalling his previous experiences, extreme hatred flooded his heart. He clenched his teeth, his anger toward a certain Necron reaching its peak, almost manifesting as physical flames. To dare insult the honor of the custodes with such a blasphemous illusion, this Xenos must repent for his crimes. He looked around, and using the vast knowledge of a custodian, he quickly began to search for a way out. Trajan fell silent. Since sensing that an exhibit had escaped from the Tesseract labyrinth, he had immediately begun an inspection. The escaped exhibit felt unexpectedly expected. It was exactly that Emperor's custodian he had just captured. The stasis field that was supposed to bind him had vanished at some unknown point. Fine. Small problem. Trajan was just about to activate the contingencies he had left on the exhibit, only to discover to his surprise that the mind shackle scarabs had disappeared into thin air. What was going on? Why was it that as soon as he arrived at this Toon world, he encountered a series of inexplicable and bizarre events? In the words of the ancient Terran humans, was this place just cursed? Where's all the bad luck coming from? Faced with this, the somewhat exasperated Trajan hurried to mobilize the constructs within the Tesseract labyrinth, preparing to stop the custodian's escape plan. Clearly, these obstacles were not very effective against Leonardo. In fact, they only served to further incense the custodian. Trajan let out a sharp, high-pitched scream. Don't swing it. He watched helplessly as Leonardo swung his spear, destroying the stasis field on a display cabinet. Leonardo then reached in and pulled out what looked like a very ancient clay pot, weighed it in his hand, and then ruthlessly smashed it onto the ground, stomping on it twice for good measure. No, that was an ancient clay pot from the Necrontyr era. It was an extremely precious historical artifact. You can't do that. But the custodian's actions did not stop despite Trajan's mournful cries. No, that's an ancient Ildari anti-gravity jet bike. Leonardo did not hesitate to swing his weapon repeatedly in a single second. The molecular decomposition field easily sliced the Xeno's creation into a dozen metal fragments. Stop. That is the head of a Necronter soldier preserved from before the biotransference. I can't find a second specimen preserved this well. It's a unique copy. Leonardo threw a powerful punch, his massive strength instantly turning the ugly Xeno's head into a bloody mist. No, that's a ritual tool I borrowed from the Mephrit dynasty. The sound of bolt gun fire erupted repeatedly, and the already fragile tool was instantly blown to bits. Trazyn could endure no more. He suddenly grabbed the Tesseract Labyrinth in his hand, squeezed it tight, and flung it hard. A flash of ghostly green light flickered and vanished. Leonardo only felt a moment of vertigo before his feet finally hit the ground and he stabilized his stance. In his field of vision, the face of the Xenos had already appeared. Trazyn was glaring at him. Enough. 82. Angry Cornstalk. I have heard that the Custodes have absorbed all of human knowledge and are the perfect paragons of humanity, yet your performance. Before Trazyn could finish his long-winded speech, a blinding, dazzling blade light flashed across his vision. Leonardo simply couldn't be bothered to listen to this Xeno's nonsense. He leaped high into the air on the spot, his blade shrouded in a disintegration field descending with the weight of a mountain, a jumping cleave directly cutting off Trazyn's speech. What are you babbling about? Talk to my guardian spear. Damn it, I knew it. Trazyn raised his hand, barely managing to block the strike with his empathic obliterator, his frame tilting violently from the force of the massive impact. With a flick of his wrist, he fired an energy wave, barely forcing back the Custodes' follow-up assault. In terms of close-quarters combat skill, it seems I have an absolute advantage. Leonardo made the judgment in an instant. With a shift of his feet, his body lunged forward again as if devoid of inertia, his offensive like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, thrusting straight ahead. Then, he was forced back again by a wave-like energy shockwave. No matter how superb your skills are, I'll just spam the same combat technique. What can you do to me? Trazyn barely recovered and, without a word, flicked his other hand, which held the Tesseract. The light of teleportation flared again, and over a dozen Astartes appeared between the two, shielding Trazyn behind them. TSK. This Xeno is playing with his sorcery again. Leonardo assumed a defensive stance, scanning the newly appeared opponents before him. Relying on the extensive knowledge of the Custodes, he immediately identified his opponent's background. Astartes clad in red and white power armor, their shoulder pauldrons adorned with burning horn skulls, and loincloths made of long scrolls covered in blasphemous scriptures. It was the Word-Bearers' Legion, and by the look of it, they were from the era of the Great Heresy. Heretics and Xenos together? A clear diagnosis, a double blessing. I'll deal with them all at once. Making his decision in a mere nanosecond, Leonardo stepped forward at a speed the Astartes' naked eyes couldn't even track, swinging the spear in his hand. Pucci. As if cutting through air, that word-bearer didn't even have time to react before half of his body slowly slid off, blood erupting from the armor like a fountain. Leonardo turned slightly, his heavy shoulder pauldron blocking the supporting fire from the other word-bearers. The bolter's flame-propelled round spat out in vain, unable to penetrate the thick Auramite Terminator armor. Two more nearly imperceptible sounds of a blade entering flesh rang out, and two more word-bearers became corpses lying at his feet. Just as Leonardo intended to press forward, his body was suddenly coiled by an invisible force, binding him in place. The word-bearer Chaos Sorcerer wore a twisted, ferocious expression, his eyes erupting with brilliant psychic light. He forcefully channeled his psychic power, feeling as though he were binding not a specific object, but a rampaging dragon or perhaps an approaching, unstoppable judgment. Taking the opportunity, the remaining traitor Astartes immediately poured bolter fire onto Leonardo, but the Alaris Terminator armor proved its terrifying defensive capabilities. Once again the Custodes stood tall. Leonardo gritted his teeth against the psychic pressure, let out a low growl, and forced a step forward, breaking free from the shackles. Adjusting his angle, the dark muzzle of his bolter aimed at the shocked Chaos Sorcerer. Psychic resistance, traitor. The bolter round leaving the chamber symbolized a belated righteous judgment. The sorcerer fell backward, black, warped corrupted blood flowing from the hole in his skull. Completely freed from the restraint, the Custodes charged frantically, the muscles beneath the power armor combining seamlessly with perfect technique, transforming this noble warrior into a cold, ruthless killing machine. The Guardian Spear became a blur of countless afterimages, forming a high-speed rotating whirlwind of blades around him, shredding any approaching enemies as easily as a hot knife through butter. By the time Leonardo reached the already bewildered Trazyn, a path of carnage lay behind him, a mess of armor fragments and corpse pieces mixed together, almost indistinguishable. Facing the spear pointed directly at his cognitive core, Trazyn remained silent for a moment before speaking. Can we settle this peacefully? Are those your last words, Xeno? Leonardo said coldly. First of all, these aren't last words. The definition of last words is the final sentence a life leaves in the world, whereas this is merely one of my data avatar's thought processes. Trazyn explained slowly, however, before you finish off this avatar of mine, I am quite curious about something. His gaze turned toward the shattered corpses. My diagnostic scans show that the souls of those Astartes have completely vanished, rather than returning to the warp. To be honest, Trazyn was dumbfounded. Could my guess really be right? Did a shard of a ton really turn into a human and come to this Necron tomb world to seek revenge? For real? Such an absurd thing. Even if told to Mepharan the Deceiver, he would probably feel that such a lie was an insult to his intelligence. You have no right to know, Zeno. Leonardo said coldly, thrusting the blade without hesitation. It accurately pierced Trajan's skull, and the living metal body slumped heavily to the ground. Retracting his weapon, the custodes gave the blade a one-handed flourish, thinking silently. This was merely collecting a bit of interest. When he encountered that undead overlord later, he would definitely make him pay a far more painful price. He would make this Zeno understand the consequences of insulting a custodes' honor. He looked around, walked forward a few steps, and saw the black cube that had rolled out of Trajan's palm. The tesseract. That seemed to be quite an important artifact. Moreover, the custodes did indeed know of items with similar functions. The Grey Knights chapter seemed to store similar things in the basements of their monastery, used to imprison captured warp demons. For those warp entities who could retain their essence after death and return to the warp to reshape their bodies with infinite energy, being sealed in such an item was perhaps a fate worse than death. So that's it, is that Necron technology? Thinking of this, Leonardo stepped forward again, leaning down to pick up the object. But then, something absurd happened. Another skeletal hand, gleaming with metallic luster, reached out and grabbed the tesseract along with him. Ah, what a coincidence, we meet again. Trajan gave an awkward greeting, while the dimensional portal behind him was quietly emitting a ghostly green light. The custodes fell silent. In the next instant, crisscrossing blade light turned the undead overlord's brand new avatar into shattered scrap metal. The space finally grew quiet. Leonardo properly stowed the tesseract away, his hand gripping the guardian spear tightly as he stood motionless. Some people appear completely still and unperturbed on the surface. In reality, their hearts are already boiling with rage. I was late, sorry. 83. Breaking the formation. Inside the tomb hall. Silently withdrawing his gaze from the custodian guard, Leonardo, Adam shook his head helplessly. As expected of you, Trajan. You cheeky bastard. When it came to pulling off such abstract stunts, he had to admit that Trajan had a unique touch. However, don't think this is the end. Adam thought to himself. One day, he would definitely visit the Necron overlord Salome's tomb world for a proper $0 shopping spree, just like a British spice trader would. As the galaxy's greatest collector, Trajan's collection held many rare treasures that were well worth finding a way to acquire. Whether it was the last of the ancient orcs, the clone of the Primarch Fulgrim, Necron technological relics, or tin shards, they were all unique items exceptionally difficult to find elsewhere. But for now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Looking at the Necron army in the distance, which had gradually fallen into chaos, Adam turned to Archmagos Cawl, who was operating something next to a hovering servo skull. How is it? Just as you thought, those Xenos have yet to restore a complete command hierarchy. It is the perfect time for us to attack. Checking the data before him, Cawl nodded. Very well. Hearing the answer he wanted, Adam immediately turned and strode forward. Surrounded by his companions, he reached the edge of the Void Shield's protection, leading the way. Noticing the humans' movement, the Necrons' antimatter particles and Gauss rays began firing incessantly toward them, but they were all completely blocked by the pale white Void Shield. The vibrating air, carrying high-temperature winds, whipped against Adam's clothes, making them rustle loudly. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Everyone, those Xenos are leaderless and have lost their full command capability. This is our best chance to counterattack. All forces, advance. Show no mercy to our enemies. As Adam's voice fell, the eyes of everyone in the specially crafted squad glowed with fanaticism. For the Emperor. Like a howling gale, the team instantly left the protection of the Void Shield and charged toward the Necron battle line. Tactics? Non-existent. My superbrain tells me it's time to use super strength. According to Imperial Guard experience, a squad of fewer than 100 people in such an intense battlefield should, theoretically, have a survival time measured in seconds once they left the protection of a fortress. However, this squad was different. Their individual quality was a bit high. Boom, 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 boom. Under the cover of heavy artillery fire directed by Archmagos Cawl falling like a torrential rain, the roar of Astartes bolters intertwined with the hum of Mechanicus arc weapons. Vast psychic lightning and a rain of plasma bolts rang out in unison. The distance that originally separated the two sides was crossed in an instant. Any Necron attempting to block their path dissolved like snowflakes under their staggering firepower. By the time the leaderless, sluggish Necrons regained their senses, the squad had already pierced into their defensive line like a sharp blade. A buzzing chains word quickly tore through living metal, piercing the torso of a Necron. The Astarte silently withdrew his weapon, while the Castellan robot beside him swung its mechanical power fist, smashing a mechanical skull like a watermelon. Shards of broken metal flew everywhere, piling up with the remains of other fallen companions. Finally, a tomb obelisk standing in the rear adjusted its muzzle, aiming its heavy Tesla arc cannon at the targets, wreaking havoc in the lines. But the fire command was never given. Unnoticed, the Inquisitor had appeared at the top of the black obelisk, coldly swinging her power sword. The glow of warp teleportation around her had not even dissipated yet. Below, the Tesla barrels had already been crushed into twisted, useless scrap by powerful psychic energy. Witnessing this, Night Scythes and Doom Scythes hovering in the air dove down to eliminate the Psyker playing with witchcraft. Their fate, naturally, was either to be crushed on the spot by the vast psychic power released by Sibila or to be dragged down from the sky by Commissar Yerrick using a magnetic beam, slamming into the ground in a burst of fire. Area secure. Threat confirmed neutralized. Soon, Sibila's report came through the Vox comms. Adam strode forward with satisfaction. With every step he took, bolts of plasma manifested and hovered beside him before firing flexibly and freely, turning every visible enemy vehicle into unrecognizable scrap metal. Any Necron warrior that attempted to approach Adam was reduced to dust before they could even get close. Under Adam's fierce assault, even the Necron phalanxes, famous for their tenacity, saw their formations inevitably torn to pieces. Meanwhile, on another part of the chaotic battlefield, beneath the wreckage of a shattered transdimensional arc, where the ground was a mess of scorch marks and shrapnel, a cryptech struggled to pull his remaining body from the debris. Sutton, the cryptech, scanned his surroundings and used a plug-in in his data core to check his status. Data core 7% damaged. Main structure partially compromised. Both mechanical legs scrapped. Energy transmission array damaged. If it were any worse, he would have reached the kill line and been forced into resurrection protocols, printing a new mechanical body and downloading a backup of his mind core. But Sutton, who loathed the concept of biotransference to begin with, could not accept a resurrection method that might damage his precious memories. He laboriously pulled out a box, and sand-like scarabs swarmed out, quickly covering the surface of his living metal body to stabilize his fragile frame. At least I survived. Sutton finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a Canoptech scarab crawled out from a corner. On its surface, a green holographic image of Trazyn was projected. Welcome back. You look like you're in bad shape, Voidbringer. Looking at the battered cryptech, Trazyn's voice held a hint of awkwardness. To be honest, I thought you were dead. I am, currently functional, Sutton replied. What is the status of the battlefield after the loss of the command hierarchy? See for yourself. Using the scarab as a data relay, Trazyn transmitted the current battle data into Sutton's mind array. After absorbing the situation, Sutton remained silent for a moment. The situation was much worse than he had anticipated. The combined combat power of the opposition far exceeded his imagination. Their breakthrough capability was shocking, even giving the cryptech the illusion of being back in the war in heaven. Where did they even come from? Is this still hundreds of thousands of years later? So, what is your opinion now? My suggestion is a strategic withdrawal. Trazyn sighed with a very human-like quality. You've seen the combat effectiveness of those humans. Moreover, I even suspect there is a Tinshard disguised as a human among them. He recounted the phenomena he had observed. This battle isn't your fault, Sutton. You were just incredibly unlucky. Fine, I understand. Sutton's ghostly green eyes stared at Trazyn's image. After a long pause, he spoke again. However, I want to make one last attempt. Wait, you can't be serious. Trazyn seemed to guess the cryptech's plan. You're going to release the Tinshard? Yes. Sutton nodded. If what you say is false, then all the better. The power of the Tinshard is enough to wipe these humans out and let me turn defeat into victory. And even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. The best way to deal with a Tinshard is to deploy another Tinshard. The cryptech's tone carried a sense of resignation. Let it be. You know me, Trazyn. I cannot accept fleeing back to the dynasty without putting up any resistance. Sutton, you will regret this, Trazyn couldn't help but say. I am the master of this toon world, Trazyn. Sutton shook his head and spoke calmly. Oh make. You will regret this, Sutton. Trazyn. I am the Hokage. 84 Reality Warper vs Void Dragon. Adam, who was currently relishing the slaughter within the Necron battle lines, stopped in his tracks with an expression of confusion. For at this moment, within the tomb hall, a sudden mutation occurred. Rumble. It was a continuous sound of tremors, like an earthquake. The heavy blackstone slabs beneath his feet shook violently, and fine dust fell from the hall's dome, fluttering through the air. The thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire space, with shockwaves seemingly coming from all directions at once. What happened? Adam was certain that this movement was absolutely not caused by a natural earthquake. With the Necron's level of technology, having slept underground for such vast ages, it would be a joke if a mere earthquake could have such a massive impact on a toon world. The next moment, he cautiously issued an order to regroup. The elite squad that had been piercing through the Necron lines reacted in an instant, quickly closing ranks to form a circular formation, their eyes warily watching everything around them. Sizzle. The sound of something scorching reached their ears. Everyone immediately looked up, following the sound. What appeared in their field of vision was a wondrous sight. At the other end of the hall, a blinding flare abruptly appeared on the pitch-black wall. The intense light from the flare instantly illuminated the originally dim space as if it were broad daylight, so bright it was almost impossible to look at directly. Wait, isn't this? Sure enough. Under everyone's gaze, the flare turned from its initial crimson to a searing incandescent white. The solid walls, constructed from Necron materials, were easily melted into liquid by the terrifying high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, eventually collapsing completely. A massive black building, suspended by anti-gravity, slowly emerged through the wall and revealed itself before them. Its appearance roughly resembled the pyramids of ancient Terra, but it was split evenly from the middle to both sides, revealing a hollow internal structure. At its inner core was a transparent spherical bubble containing an unknown entity, with octopus-like canoptech sentinels above controlling the prisoner's movements. The entity currently restrained within the bubble was twisting and deforming every second, yet it still barely maintained a roughly humanoid shape. Countless brilliant white points of light and lines flickered continuously around it, interweaving and moving. Seeing this thing, Adam immediately understood its identity. A tin shard. He was suddenly filled with excitement, searching far and wide only to find it with ease. Perfect. Then let me see just how pure this tin shard is, and whether the authority within it can support me in stepping into a new level of reality warping. Waving his hand to signal those around him not to approach, Adam slowly stepped forward alone, walking toward the transdimensional prison until he stood right before it. At this moment, Adam's small human figure appeared as insignificant as an ant before the tall, magnificent transdimensional prison. However, Adam remained fearless. He simply reached out slowly, calmly drew Calidbulb, which radiated a brilliant glow, and pointed the blade directly at the enemy ahead. Ha! The void dragon, locked within the transdimensional cage, did not care for the jumping clown before it at all. It expanded its perception, scanned the battlefield situation, and let out a sneer. Have these Necrons truly slept themselves stupid over these many millions of years? They couldn't even handle such a small matter, and they didn't even have the ability to fight back, being beaten so miserably by a rising civilization. This scene undoubtedly gave the imprisoned void dragon a sense of schadenfreude. However, the tomb sentinels above soon interrupted its thoughts, controlling the energy within its body to begin surging. Fine, you detestable bone scraps. The void dragon gritted its teeth and immediately transformed its enslaved anger into the fires of hatred. A bolt of pitch-black lightning appeared abruptly out of thin air. The extreme heat distorted the surrounding air, the light grew intense, and the extreme energy radiation acted like an invisible eraser, even causing the metal dome above to begin melting slowly, falling as drops of silver liquid like a torrential rain from the sky. If the four chaos gods are deities hanging high within the warp, then the tin are gods born of the material universe. The authority to dominate physical laws is a mere instinct to them, as natural as breathing. A whip of antimatter lightning, containing enough energy to power an entire hive city, suddenly fell toward that ant. Under this strike, the ant who dared to provoke it with a sword would surely die. Even if his body were made of adamantium rather than flesh, every one of his particles would be completely dissociated under this terrifying energy. That is how it should have been. However, the void dragon was slightly stunned. The opponent was unharmed? No, it should be said that nothing happened at all. The whip of particles it had lashed down vanished in the air without warning, as if it had never existed. How is that possible? Its chaotic thoughts reconsolidated, and the void dragon's attention finally focused, clearly seeing the face of that mortal. Oh, wait. This situation is somewhat similar to some of the conditions I encountered when I previously used space warping. Back then, I couldn't figure out what was going on, but now, is it a newly born member of my kind? Thinking of this, the void dragon spat out a string of ancient language, emitting bursts of humming that vibrated the air. Truly laughable, truly tragic. To have lost the body of living metal and to reside within flesh. As an eternally immortal tin of the material world, you now actually possess a soul, that thing which exists as our food. It wanted to continue its mockery, but the kin suddenly looked up at it. The disappointment in his eyes was hard to hide. You are so weak. It's pathetic, really. What? The void dragon was somewhat dazed. During the betrayal of countless ages ago, under the instigation of the tin deceiver, all tin began to devour each other, eventually allowing the Necrons to strike and turn them into prisoners. Consequently, most tin shards exhibit the phenomenon of you in me in you, often falling into chaos and madness, unable to think as clearly as they did in ancient times. However, the void dragon believed that its current self was not yet mad to such a degree. At the very least, it could understand words. So, how dare you? Adam paid no heed to the void dragon's fury. He simply sighed slightly. At this moment, Adam couldn't quite tell what he was feeling. Was it more disappointment, or more relief? From the exchange just now, he discovered that the scale of this tin shard was not large. Based on the feel of casually erasing it with his reality warping ability just now, it was just an ordinary small tin shard, roughly equivalent to a Titan-class unit. This was certainly not weak. However, compared to the World Forger shards capable of driving world engines, planet-sized fortresses that could move through space, or the transcendent tin that could power the Theros lighthouse to illuminate an entire sector, or the void dragon shard serving as the faith of the Omnistia that even the Emperor could only seal away, this shard fell far short. He felt it was probably on the same level as the Burning One shard that Trazyn blew up. This made Adam, who had been prepared to call down an orbital strike from the strike cruiser if the shard scale exceeded expectations, somewhat disappointed. Whatever, since I'm already here. He raised Calidbulb. Let's see how much of a boost killing and devouring this tin shard can bring me. Seeing the kin before it make such a threatening gesture, the void dragon quickly reacted. After all, if the tin had ever lived in harmony and unity, where would the rise of the Necrons have come from? This works too. If I devour this kin, perhaps it will give me a chance to break free from this damned restraint, finally allowing me to take revenge personally on those wretched slaves who once knelt before me. As the void dragon's low roar sounded, a sudden phenomenon occurred. In the eyes of some low-level civilizations, what is space? An unshakable reference system, an objective and neutral rigid existence, the dimensional cornerstone of matter and energy. But for the void dragon, who was capable of vying for the title of the strongest tin, mere space was but an extension of its hands, something to be easily manipulated or even used as a weapon. Accompanying that shriek, an invisible thing that could be barely described as a wave spread out. The space around the transdimensional prison was now like paper being crumpled at will by an invisible giant hand, bent and twisted arbitrarily. All matter that came into contact with this phenomenon, whether the black stone ground beneath the prison or the Necron warriors who failed to flee in time, was torn, folded, compressed, or even annihilated like playthings. However, the void dragon was still not satisfied. Too weak. Such an attack cannot possibly have any effect on a great tin. It needed stronger power. As the void dragon's anger continued to climb, the laws of physics once again responded to its call. The next moment, hundreds of tiny warped singularities appeared around the transdimensional prison, appearing like a sky full of glowing stars. However, those were not stars. They were celestial bodies that should have existed only in theory. White holes. With the void dragon's roar, all the white holes suddenly jolted, and high-energy particle rays erupted in unison. These were high-energy rays with power far exceeding Melta. Whether it was fragile rotten wood or hard auramite, there was no difference to all matter. It would all be completely torn apart like foam boards. However, amidst these overlapping crimson-white high-energy rays, a brilliant flow of gold suddenly surged up. Adam remained unmoved. He simply gripped Callidbulg in his hand, and the surging color of radiant gold quickly spread, forming an inviolable divine domain. In this somewhat idealistic universe, faith truly can trample upon original common sense. A believer is sometimes enough to defy reason and ruthlessly crush those who arrogantly view them as ignorant. Physics are for chumps. Ignoring the high-energy rays still focused on him, Adam charged forward, wrapping the unknown energy formed by the Emperor's psychic power and his reality-warping ability around the edge of his blade. The solid ground beneath his feet instantly turned to dust under the violent impact. A dazzling flow of light resembling angelic wings opened behind Adam, driving his entire form beyond the speed of sound like an unblockable comet, trailing a brilliant trajectory as he charged straight at the enemy before him. Boom! A violent shockwave spread out. The other squad members watching from a distance each used their own methods to barely withstand this fusion-like impact without being blown away. How is it? Eyes filled with tension, anxiety, eagerness, fanaticism, and excitement all turned toward the focal point of the collision. Everyone held their breath, and a miracle appeared before their eyes. In front of that tin shard, Adam, having stepped forward, held his long sword and thrust it forward with all his might. Its sharp blade pierced through the hyperdimensional field of the transdimensional prison and stabbed straight into the void dragon's chest. Tin were originally high-energy energy aggregates in a free state within stars. For such twisted, non-solid monsters to obtain the ability to move at will in the material world, they required bodies made of special substances like living metal. At this moment, at the spot pierced by Callidbulg, a blood-like liquid flowed down the blade and quietly dripped onto the ground. With its terrifying mass, it physically smashed small pits into the floor. The void dragon was silent, locking eyes with Adam. Adam smiled slightly at it. You see, gods can bleed too, right? Do not think you have won. In its fury, the void dragon raised its arm, formed entirely of condensed energy, and swung it violently with all its strength. But Adam's movement was faster. He reached out with a palm that should have been composed of flesh and blood and firmly caught the tin's energy hand. Energy like a solar flare erupted, but it was extinguished and vanished midway. It's over now. The two Necrons watching the battle via the visual sharing of a large number of canoptech constructs already stunned by what they saw muttered simultaneously. For everyone present could clearly see one fact. The match was decided. Adam had won. That's right, you have won. The void dragon grew silent. It felt its power draining away at a completely unreasonable speed. Before long, its great god of the material world would fall into the weakest moment of its life. Devour me, reclaim your power, my kin. My body will live forever within you, and I will always watch you. Either complete our revenge, or fall into this eternal madness. No, you are wrong. Adam spoke calmly. Then, without waiting for the void dragon to react, his palm pierced straight into the tin shard's body and gripped hard. The void dragon perceived its consciousness dissipating as countless beams of energy continuously poured out from within its body. This is impossible. I am dying. Just as this word, which should never have appeared in the mind of a tin, emerged, the void dragon's consciousness vanished, falling into eternal darkness. It was dead. 85 abilities. This is. Along with the demise of the shard of the tin, a core essence was swallowed by Adam's reality intensity. At this moment, he could wonderfully feel that his consciousness seemed to be undergoing some kind of miraculous change. Now there was a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. The bad news was that the authority of this shard of the tin was indeed too little, not enough for him to smoothly promote to a level 4 reality warper. In the future, he would still need to find larger shards of the tin or other secondary warp gods to devour and absorb. As for the good news, Adam closed his eyes and released his perception. Even without relying on conventional vision, he could still present everything around him in his consciousness in a crystal clear manner. Whether it was the microscopic particles permeating the surrounding air, the structure of the Tesseract prison itself beneath his feet, or the various materials making up this Necron building. At this moment, whether it was things that should have been seen by the naked eye, or things that should have been invisible due to physical obstruction, everything was as clear as the lines on his palm in the depths of his heart. This was the ability Adam obtained after devouring the shard of the tin, an ability derived from the authority of the Void Dragon. Spatial perception. What an exaggerated ability. He thought to himself. If Adam were just an ordinary person, this ability might not have much special use. However, he was a reality warper. Therefore, the importance of this ability to him was on a completely different level. In the records of the Global Occult Coalition, various weaknesses of reality warpers were described, one of which was very crucial. Type green, that is, reality warpers, in 95% of cases, can only change things they can perceive or understand to a certain extent, and their range of ability is limited, still unable to affect things they have not yet perceived. Note 1. For example, if a reality warper has two people in front of him, one is an ordinary civilian, and the other is an agent who has not been discovered by the type green, wearing an 2 Malawian Kwacha's white suit and in an invisible state. Note 2. When that reality warper says disappear with killing intent, the one annihilated into nothingness will often only be the ordinary civilian, while the agent will remain unharmed. At this moment, for Adam, this deficiency was completely compensated for by spatial perception. He could even use this sense to perform reality distortions he couldn't do before. Adam slowly stretched out his hand and gripped tightly toward the target landing point he perceived. Then, he took a step forward. The next moment, like a blink, relying on reality distortion, Adam crossed the originally long distance and appeared 100 meters away, his feet standing back on the blackstone ground. By confusing and distorting the originally objective concept of length in space, an effect like a space jump could be achieved. Truly interesting. Adam waved his hand again, and a death mark emerged from beside him. Before it could react, its head was blown apart by his punch. Under the effect of reality distortion, blood that shouldn't have existed burst forth, directly staining the surrounding ground red. Necron dimensional technology, which seemed like a fairy tale to other races, would still find it impossible to hide from the perception of a god of the material universe. With a thought, the glow of a spatial blink swallowed Adam's figure again. The next moment, he appeared in an open space. Surrounding him was the wreckage of that mostly scrapped Omni-Arc, lying shattered quietly on the ground. And lying on the ground nearby, the completely dumbfounded Cryptek and the projected virtual image of the undead overlord simultaneously and blankly raised their heads, looking together at Adam's face. There was no mistake. No matter how they observed or how the data analyzer scanned, he was a seemingly normal flesh and blood life form, not possibly a living metal host for a star god. However, at the thought that this very human-looking entity had just hacked a shard of the tin to death with a primitive cold weapon, the science-believing Necrons found it hard to believe, a sense of absurdity flooding their data cores. "O God who was once high above, what are you still waiting for?" Sutton's voice trembled slightly, but he still forced himself to continue. "Are you not going to impose your revenge on us, the so-called traitors? Cryptek, you might have misunderstood something." Adam slowly lowered his head, looking at the Cryptek lying on the ground. "I am not a god, and certainly not those former tin you speak of." Right. A brief and speechless awkward silence enveloped the scene. Trazen's virtual image turned with difficulty, looking at the wreckage of the Tesseract prison in the distance that had been completely destroyed by the battle and could no longer be seen in its original shape, as well as the Void Dragon shard that left no remains. Right. This flavor is very familiar. Good, I have gradually understood everything. An idea so absurd it was unbelievable appeared in Trazen's consciousness, who had experienced the era of the Great Crusade. However, it could explain all the current situations. So that's it. It wasn't that the shard of the tin took the initiative to turn into a human form, but that the sorcerous meatbag on that golden throne actually repeated his old tricks after 10,000 years. Only, last time he caught humanity's gods from the warp and stuffed them into human bodies to trick them into working for humanity. This time, he just set his sights on a shard of the tin. As for where the shard of the tin came from, coincidentally, isn't this perfect? Isn't there exactly a shard of the tin on Mars? Coincidentally, it's also exactly the same as the shard of the tin Sutton possesses, also belonging to the Void Dragon. The logic is a closed loop, folks. Seeing the various reactions of the Necrons in front of him, but obviously not believing his words, Adam sighed. "I really am not a star god." "Heh, if you aren't a star god, I'll change my title to Orican the Diviner." Trazen sneered. "You say you aren't, and I'm supposed to believe you." Knowing the Necrons so well, being able to easily create various matter and energy out of thin air, liking to devour souls, being able to kill a star god and devour its power, and seemingly having no connection to the warp. Stop pretending. However, Trazyn hadn't finished his thought. Adam, impatient to continue explaining, gave a faint glance, and the Canoptech scarab turned to ash. He was also too lazy to go looking for the undead overlord. Based on his understanding of this guy and the various situations just now, the undead overlord in the Tomb World at this time was likely still a clone. As for the main body, it was likely still in Solomase and couldn't be caught at all. He would settle the score with that guy next time. Adam continued to cast his gaze toward the cryptech. Seeing the performance of the entity in front of him, Sutton calmed down and asked, "Do you need me?" "Yes, that's right." Adam said openly, "I need you to join my team. For my goals, I need the support of Necron technology, and as a cryptech, you have a great advantage in this regard." He was not going to let go of the various high technologies of the Necrons. If he was to achieve the goal of reviving humanity next, the primary problem to solve was the same as that of the Emperor 10,000 years ago: faster-than-light travel. Currently, the main faster-than-light travel of the entire Empire was through warp transit, jumping to one's destination. However, the warp was not some quiet and peaceful lake. Calling it a rotting and stinking sewer would be an understatement. This method was not only unreliable and had great limitations, but it also easily led to being lost in the warp. And even with the protection of the Geller field, warp corruption happened from time to time, not to mention the impact on the passengers' minds, and ships would even frequently have flesh and blood mouths grow out and swallow passing crew members in one bite. But for the Necrons, they had many more means of faster-than-light travel. The Eternal Gate using captured wormholes as passages, the Dolmen Gates with the help of the Webway, the inertialess engines for faster-than-light ship racing in the material universe, the technology to turn one's own body into a literal beam of light for deployment, and so on, were too numerous to mention. The yellow skin next door would cry from envy. So, Adam was naturally determined to get this. "Are you kidding me?" Sutton was somewhat puzzled and tilted his head in confusion. "Would you to not know the technology the Necrons possess? And you come to ask me, a cryptech? It couldn't be that he really isn't a star god, right? What if I don't agree?" Sutton straightened his body, his ghostly green pupils staring intently into Adam's eyes. "You will agree," Adam said, his tone carrying strong confidence. If it weren't for the fact that based on past experience, his ability in mental distortion was a bit crude and he often couldn't grasp the degree well, worrying that he might accidentally wipe out the other party's important memories during brainwashing, he would have already applied a mental distortion. The mess the Emperor made when he tricked him into this universe before, he must let others taste it as well. The cryptech fell silent. He recalled those specific experiences before the biotransference, as well as his long-cherished wish. And, the spectacle of Adam casually punching blood out of that death mark earlier. "I am a cryptech, I am a harbinger of the void, I master the frontiers of technology. And, I surrender." "Omake." A lone Necron warrior suddenly burst from behind the rubble. Clang. It smashed its blade against its shield and screamed. "Cray-a-a." Adam turned. "Huh." The warrior charged. It made it 2 steps before collapsing into a pile of loose metal bones. Silence. Adam nodded. "Respect the enthusiasm." 86. Unity. What is the meaning of this? Seeing the cryptech walking quietly behind Adam, everyone was instantly stunned. Was this right? Collaborating with Xenos is a severe taboo within the Imperium of man, sometimes even viewed as a betrayal of the God Emperor. Those who cross this red line can draw the ultimate sanction of the Inquisition. The Ordo Xenos exists for this very purpose. Members of the Ordo Malus are responsible for handling all matters related to aliens, and they are keen on hunting down and eliminating humans who kneel before the Xenos. Of course, these are merely the regulations in principle. But sometimes, principles can be redefined. In many cases, high-ranking Imperial commanders will collaborate with Xenos when forced by necessity, either for the greater good or to combat a more powerful and terrifying enemy. Even without such urgency, rogue traders sometimes use Xenos weaponry or even enter into alliances with alien races. Radical Inquisitors go even further. It is not unheard of for demon hosts to act as advisors at their side. Let heroes investigate heroes, let legends investigate legends. However, just moments ago, they were at war, fighting to the death. To suddenly shift to cooperation and allow a Xeno to join the squad was difficult for many members who held traditional Imperial values to accept. But considering the identity of the individual before them, everyone begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Looking at the tall, silver skeletal frame so utterly different from a human, Inquisitor Sibila frowned slightly and spoke. "Very well, Lord Adam. We will support your decision, but I personally wish to remind you, 10,000 years of experience and the teachings of the Emperor tell us that the Xeno cannot be trusted." Hearing the words of this human female, Sutton was filled with a sense of helplessness. Thinking about it now, he must be mad. Why did he agree to the request of this unknown entity named Adam to join this group of humans? Was it solely because of his dream to reverse biotransference? If it succeeded, it would be fine. But given the current situation, this later civilization's xenophobia was quite severe, though in Sutton's eyes, this was normal in this dark galaxy. Being guarded with such caution, was there really any hope of receiving their help? He hoped he wouldn't end up like the Silent King selling out his entire race after being deceived by the deceiver. Just as Sutton's mood was sinking, a voice drifted over. Adam turned around and walked step by step to Sutton's side. Indeed, the Xeno cannot be trusted. But sometimes, we can redefine what a Xeno is. He looked at the cryptek. Come, repeat after me, what do I look like to you? What kind of game was this? What do I look like to you? Sutton hesitated for a moment but repeated the words. I think you look like an ordinary Terran human. As if he had prepared the answer long ago, Adam replied immediately. Huh. Before Sutton could react, a blinding white light swallowed his entire form. A strange sense of distortion washed over his body, then vanished. What happened? As the brilliance in his vision faded, Sutton dazedly looked down at his palms. They were no longer silver metal, but palms made of flesh and blood, a pair of human hands. The crowd watched in horror at the former Xeno. He had completely changed. He now appeared to be a tall young man with sharp facial features, slightly tanned skin, and amber eyes. What made Archmago's Cawl even more speechless was that Adam had conveniently manifested a set of Adeptus Mechanicus red robes on the man, complete with various unique cogwheel motifs, identifying him as a tech priest Dominus. This wasn't right, was it? Everyone thought they had grown used to Adam's whims, but reality proved they had underestimated him. As the protagonist of this transformation, Sutton pinched his palm hard, so hard it broke the skin, and blood flowed down. This genuine sense of pain, this vibrant feeling of life, was something he could never experience in a mechanical body no matter how hard he tried. Data simulations and reactions simply couldn't compare. So, this is the reverse biotransference I've dreamed of. I succeeded. A wave of fanatical joy crashed into his brain, leaving him in a temporary daze. He almost wanted to burst into song to express his intense emotions. Necrons? What are they? Silent King Yerrick? Trazen the Infinite? Never heard of them. I've been a human all along. Why is he so happy? He isn't acting for our benefit, is he? The group watched the former Xeno, now human, cheering on the spot and fell into deep thought. Never mind. If Lord Adam did this, he must have his reasons. Half an hour later, using his command authority over communications, Sutton ordered all Necron forces to stand down, effectively ending the hostilities. Afterward, everyone gathered in a circle. With Adam leading and the former cryptek supplementing, everyone learned the specific intelligence regarding the Ten Shards. I see. So you need to collect the power of other exceptionally evil gods known as Ten to continue increasing your strength. Leonardo summarized after the briefing. Yes. And I basically have some ideas already. Adam waved his hand. However, the next task requires killing a sufficient number of souls to bolster my reality warping intensity. That is simple. Drawing from her experience as an Inquisitor, Sibila offered her opinion on the spot. There are 3 hive cities on this planet. The population is more than enough. We likely only need to sacrifice the entire population of one hive to you, and the numbers should be sufficient. That isn't necessary to be so extreme. They are loyal citizens. Adam was somewhat speechless and interrupted her. There are so many battles in the galaxy. We just need to find a high-intensity war zone to make up the numbers. An ancient Terran proverb spoke wisely. Great deeds demand well-forged tools. In the future, I cannot be confined to a single planet. I need to travel rapidly across the galaxy, so I need a sophisticated vessel. Therefore, I need to modify that strike cruiser. What modifications? Everyone asked in confusion. Upgrades in all aspects. Most importantly, integrating Necron faster-than-light technology so I can quickly traverse every corner of the Milky Way. Everyone simultaneously looked at Sutton, who smiled helplessly. To be honest, that is very difficult. You are talking about the inertial drive. That engine is indeed more stable and efficient than human warp travel, and much faster, but the problem is, it is incompatible with flesh and blood. Only the mechanical bodies of the Necrons can withstand the backlash of such an engine. A fragile body of flesh would essentially turn into a pile of mush in an instant. I've considered that, of course. Adam nodded and pointed to the other side. Commissar Yerrick blinked, pointing at himself in confusion. Me? Yes, of course, Adam said cheerfully. What if we add the Orcs WAG field technology into the mix? What? Sutton was dazed, looking at the human man in the commissar uniform. Then it's hard to say. It's worth a try. As for the Orcs field technology, their ultimate vehicles, the attack moons, were the best proof of its existence. Even if the surface of an attack moon was covered in haphazardly welded armor plates and full of leaks, that unique field technology could still firmly hold an atmosphere without fear of accidents. Not to mention the various wonders of the Old One's technology and the all-powerful power of I think so. The feasibility of solving the recoil issues of the inertial drive was actually quite high. The only problem was, as a cryptek who had participated in the war in heaven, Sutton couldn't for the life of him understand how this human knew how to use Orc technology. It wasn't logical. Next, Adam turned his gaze to Archmago's Cawl. You can help too. Human technology from the dark age of technology also has many unique features. You must have mastered quite a few, right? Regarding technology, the 3 of you can exchange ideas. If there are any insurmountable problems, come to me. Reality warping can solve many things. It is my honor. Belisarius Cawl performed the cogwheel salute. This ship will surely become a masterpiece of the entire galaxy. Perhaps only the Imperator Somnium from 10,000 years ago can compare to it. However, Cawl asked, Lord Adam, have you decided on a name for this ship? Hearing this, everyone was surprised to see Adam freeze on the spot. Only after a long silence did he slowly speak. I want to call it. The author gave the ship a name, but it's lame, so it's up to you folks. 87, Dawn. The outer gods have voted, and henceforth it shall be called the Morning Wood. The Morning Wood? Hearing Adam's words, a hint of confusion flashed across everyone's faces. This name, why did it sound a bit heretical? In the religiously fervent Imperium of man, under this atmosphere of national fanaticism, even the Imperial Navy, which wields the power to traverse the stars, is significantly influenced in how it names its vessels. Most ship names are tied to religious zeal and military glory. Common elements rarely stray from words like emperor, judgment, victory, glory, myth, and so on. In contrast, the name Morning Wood seemed a bit too out there. Moreover, when one considered that this warship would fuse two types of Xenos technology, both considered existential threats to the Imperium, and combine them with the Mechanicus technology of a renegade Archmagos, the name Morning Wood almost seemed to imply something deeper. TL/N, it's deep alright, at least 10 inches. Those with more calculating minds, such as Sibila and Leonardo, had already let their thoughts drift far afield. While they remained calm on the surface, their hearts were clouded with suspicion. However, none of this concerned Adam. He simply wanted to appease the outer gods. To some extent, choosing this name was a hope that his vessel's performance would improve. If a man has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a featherless chicken? While we are refitting the warship, there is one more thing to do. Adam looked around, mentally planning the upcoming candidates before speaking slowly. Right now, in the orbit of this planet, there is still a light cruiser brought by Archmagos Cawl capable of warp travel. We need to draw some manpower to travel to a specific location via this starship. What is the task? Everyone was stunned. To travel to the political heart of the Imperium, the solar system, Terra, Adam said straightforwardly without concealment. Even with our current strength, as an elite squad, we can play a significant role on the battlefield. But we can never have enough hands. If the Chaos Gods sitting in the warp discover my existence, they will not hesitate to expend power to stifle me. As the center of the Imperium, Terra possesses a vast number of elite forces, including but not limited to the Custodes, Grey Knights, Sisters of Silence, and the Adeptus Mechanicus. In short, the more elite reinforcements that can join my team, the better. Among the crowd, the individuals Adam mentioned looked at each other, their faces showing difficulty. With all due respect, that will be very difficult. Leonardo was the first to speak. As a member of the Adeptus Custodes, he understood his colleagues well, those who were deeply obsessed and saw guarding the Golden Throne as their sole duty. To ask other Custodes to collectively follow an unknown, so-called, contractor of the Emperor, just thinking about it gave Leonardo, with his superhuman intelligence, a headache. Never mind others, he himself had almost treated Lord Adam as a heretic playing with sorcery. It was only because the Emperor personally manifested that a disastrous misunderstanding was avoided. Others chimed in with their views. Sibila, the Grey Knights chapter is also virtually impossible. Although I am an inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus and have links with them, I cannot convince them to follow your command. The Sisters of Silence are worth a try, but the numbers might not meet your requirements. I am confident I could summon 12 at most. Archmagos Cawl, as you know, the internal divisions within the Mechanicus are severe. Forget different Forge World 7 on Mars, the academic conflicts between factions are intense. It will be hard to raise the kind of force you want for the crusade. Lucia, I am confident I can get other battle sisters to join your ranks, though Lord Adam might not necessarily need us. Having summarized the information, everyone looked at each other. In this dark galaxy where chaos and corruption run rampant, those who have become completely reactionary believe that in this Imperium, only they are trustworthy, everyone else is just a heretic who hasn't betrayed them yet. It sounded absurd, and it was indeed absurd, but this was the reality happening every day in the Imperium of man. Finally, as an outsider to the topic, Sutton couldn't help but break the silence. So, how did you humans end up like this? With the last of his rationality, Sutton forced himself to swallow the second half of that sentence. He originally thought that after the Silent King deleted the command protocols, the Necron dynasties were scattered enough. He didn't expect to find even greater experts here. The matchmaking system of the galaxy is truly excellent. Don't panic. I have long understood the rigidity of the Imperial administrative system and the discord between departments. Adam waved his hand confidently, a spirited light flashing in his eyes. This made everyone's eyelids twitch, their hearts screaming that something was wrong. The last time they saw this expression, he had pulled off the massive feat of turning Necrons into humans. What big work was he going to pull this time? This kind of earth-shattering wisdom was a bit too much for human nerves. I know the solution to this problem now, it's actually quite simple. But for now, it's a secret. Adam smiled mysteriously. However, I must remind you, before embarking on the journey to Terra, the most important thing is to bring that tomb obelisk containing the Eternity Gate device onto the light cruiser. This way, even if you go to Terra and are completely separated from us, you can still travel back and forth through the wormhole. Effectively, we aren't splitting our forces, we can regroup at any time. Okay. Before the word of agreement was finished, Leonardo, a custodian who had read the history of the war in the webway, reacted instantly. His pupils shrank. This technology, could it be? You've realized. Quite sharp. Adam stood up and slowly extended both hands, palms facing each other. Two eerie green holes emerged, the wormholes formed by the main body of the Eternity Gate. This is part of my future plan, and it's why I went to such lengths to have Sutton join us. Think about it, if we place an Eternity Gate on every planetary colony in the Imperium, creating a complete high-speed transit network connecting every Imperial world, what impact would that have on humanity? I'd go as far as to say as to it having a mass effect on human travel speeds. Adam laughed at his own joke. Looking at the stunned gazes of the crowd, who were paralyzed by extreme excitement and shock, Adam smiled casually. Of course, this must be planned carefully. In this rigid and dark galaxy, promoting a brand new technology requires overcoming more than just existing interest groups. Those chaos gods hiding behind the veil, be it Vashta representing malicious craft or Tsianch who controls change, are very likely to interfere. Adam wasn't afraid of the former at all, but the latter was very troublesome. Furthermore, given the sheer scale and stagnant governance of the Imperium, just dealing with the resulting administrative issues was enough to make one's head explode. In any case, Adam was absolutely not going to sit in an office doing that foundational work. He would definitely find a scapegoat to do it for him. As for who that scapegoat was, who else could it be? Of course, it was our son of vengeance, master of the 13 Legion, Primarch of the Ultramarines, regent of the Imperium, author of the Codex Astartes, the "I've been on the road for 9 hours, don't rush me" master of logistics, Robert Gorillaman. One day later, on the cruiser, in the bridge, Canoptech scarabs the size of fists crawled across the floor, quickly building various temporary models. Servo skulls hovered in the air, flying back and forth, occasionally projecting complex holographic scenes. In the images, Necron arcane glyphs, binary prayers of the Mechanicus, and even orc graffiti intertwined, coexisting with an amazing harmony. In this space, 3 humans representing different technological systems were engaged in intense exchange. Countless inspirations seemed to materialize, clashing continuously in the air. Archmago's Cawl looked up, observing the dense design drawings and schemes projected in the air, his brow furrowing slightly. Standing beside him, Sutton, now clad in the green robes, turned to look at him. Now that I think about it, I find that human technology does have some merit. Though some parts look very primitive, the destructive power contained within has a certain numerical beauty. There's no need to be so polite, Belisarius Cawl sighed. He had to admit, even as arrogant and self-important as he was, facing these highly complex Xenos technologies was the first time he felt something akin to frustration. However, even if these technologies were profound, they were not incomprehensible. Cawl still had sufficient confidence to use his genius mind to fully digest and transform them into power for humanity. It's just that, sometimes, you guys are just too simple and crude. Turning to look at the thoughtful Yerrick, Sutton couldn't help but continue complaining. The only difference between you and the orc seems to be whether or not you have a WAG energy field. Oh, wait, you have one now too? That's just ridiculous. What exactly were the differences between the technologies of these 3 civilizations? Sutton couldn't help but summarize. If there's a button in front of a Necron, you know something terrifying will happen if you press it. If there's a button in front of an orc, you know something WAG will happen. As for the Mechanicus, they were the most terrifying. You don't know what will happen if you press the button. Including the owner of the button, the Mechanicus tech priest doesn't know either. It was truly an eye-opener for Sutton, a skeleton who had just woken up. Clang! The heavy sound of the doors opening rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Adam walking in briskly. Lord! The other 3 immediately nodded in greeting. No need for formalities. Adam waved his hand casually, letting them return to their normal state, and then asked, "How is the situation? Can I see the specific design progress? Remember, we can be bold. No need to be bound by constraints like energy or manufacturing limits." "It is ready, Lord Adam," Cawl reported first. "We are here to explain the specific designs for the ship named Morningwood regarding defensive survival, offensive firepower, movement speed, sensory specialization, and special facilities. As expected of a collaboration between a Mechanicus Archmagos, a Cryptech, and a Big Mech, they had actually managed to produce a concrete plan so quickly." Adam nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Thank you for your hard work. It's not our credit, it's mainly because your reality warping ability is too convenient. We don't need to consider original common sense," Sutton added humbly, then pointed to the constantly changing holographic projection in the center of the room. The servo skull received the command, the projection light began to twist and change, and a structural phantom of a ship appeared before Adam. "Is this the blueprint?" Under the Cryptech's operation, the internal structure of the ship was revealed, and a checklist appeared beside it, gradually scrolling down. In the language of the Imperium, it marked out the upgrade and modification plans. Defensive survival, armor plates fully covered in necrodermis/living metal. Defensive survival, multi-layered nested shielding. Offensive firepower, Necron particle whip launchers. Offensive firepower, main battery design, fusion tech antimatter nova cannon. Energy array, dying star singularity engine. Movement speed, inertialess drive. Special facilities, built-in eternity gate. Sensory specialization, ship machine spirit core module upgrade. Offensive firepower, orc tractor cannon / gravity claw. Special facilities, tin phase blade impact ram. Special facilities, living saints blessed ecclesiarchy cathedral. Adam read from top to bottom and fell silent. He looked again at the three people before him, whose faces were filled with fanatical zeal. Unknowingly, Adam's own eyes began to glow with excitement. Truth be told, this was way too wack. Don't blame me. Blame democracy and Toshizuro. 88 clone. Cold, and shaking. Lucia opened her eyes. She looked around slowly, dazed. The signs before her suggested she was no longer in her cabin aboard the Endurance-class light cruiser. Who am I? A thought naturally surfaced in Lucia's mind. I am the Emperor's living saint, exercising the power of judgment on behalf of him who sits upon the golden throne. I follow his contractor to bring restoration to this decaying Imperium of man. Where am I? The second thought followed immediately. Lucia froze, carefully scanning her surroundings. Then, she gasped in extreme shock, her pupils shrinking violently. Corpses. A sea of blood and a mountain of bodies stretched as far as the eye could see. Blood dripped, gathering into crimson lakes. The remains were piled haphazardly, but they all shared the exact same face. Their fatal wounds varied, yet their eyes all stared blankly at the sky. Having hailed from the order of our martyred lady, Lucia recognized that face instantly. It was the pride of the Battle Sisters, the most famous living saint, Saint Celestine herself. What is happening? Welcome here, my sister. An ethereal voice drifted down from atop the mountain of bodies. Lucia looked up. A living saint, possessing wings just like hers, clad in gilded armor and robes radiating infinite holy light, slowly drifted down to land before her. Greetings, Saint Celestine. At this moment, Lucia, who was brave and fearless when facing heretics on the battlefield, appeared somewhat constrained, even at a loss. Even though she had also become a living saint, facing Saint Celestine whom she had worshipped since before becoming a battle sister made her feel like a bewildered little girl again. Have I truly done well enough? Am I worthy of this honor? What will Saint Celestine think of me, a newcomer? A warm embrace interrupted Lucia's chaotic thoughts. Saint Celestine spread her wings, enveloping her. Their cheeks pressed together as they held each other tight. Lucia's conviction is being tested. Fearless. This unexpected gesture dispelled the confusion and vacancy in Lucia's heart, turning her back into the crisp, decisive warrior she was on the battlefield. Thank you, she whispered. You are welcome. May the Emperor's light shine upon us both, Saint Celestine smiled. Next, you cannot rest yet. There are many tasks left to complete. Lucia asked, I understand. What is the next mission? Battle. Endless battle. I will move with you. We shall head to the various dangerous war zones across the galaxy. You will slay heretics there, and the subjects of the Emperor shall sing your holy name. Without any concealment, Saint Celestine took Lucia's hand. A path of brilliant light appeared in the middle of the sea of blood. The corpses touched by the light closed their eyes with a smile. You need to use practical action and sacrifice to make others believe in your purity, rather than having them hold doubts or even turn their blades against you. Celestine shook her head, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. The Emperor's contractor whom you serve, his future actions might also gain significant convenience due to the holy prestige you possess. Meanwhile, on the other end, inside the corridors of the light cruiser, Adam led Sibila and Leonardo in a swift walk toward their destination, the laboratory. Suddenly, he paused slightly, tilting his head as if listening to something. Oh, so that's how it is. Adam soon understood the reason. Is the Emperor being humanized again, trying to provide me with some endorsement? A good thing. With such subjective initiative, it seemed his state was indeed recovering well, improving day by day. However, if it were a matter of increasing his credibility within the Imperium and reducing unnecessary internal friction, Adam had his own methods. In the rear, Sibila walked up to Leonardo and asked in a low voice, what kind of new idea do you think Lord Adam has this time? To be honest, I can't imagine it, Leonardo admitted frankly. But no matter what, I will execute his mission. Ever since learning of Adam's new Webway project, as an Adeptus Custodes, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. One must know that during the Great Crusade, the Emperor had such expectations for the Custodes, these near-perfect humans, as his messengers. They would transmit his orders through the Webway, efficiently connecting all human worlds into a single whole. However, everyone knew what happened later. Because of Magna's betrayal, the Emperor's dream was shattered, and he was forced onto the Golden Throne to maintain this already decaying empire. Now, discovering that there might be a chance to redeem all this, how could Leonardo not be excited? Me too, Sibila nodded. She believed that no human could remain unresponsive after hearing such a grand plan, especially those with some understanding of this thoroughly corrupt empire. This matter even caused the two to develop an unrealistic expectation of Adam. See, Lord Adam's shocking wisdom is still very effective, isn't it? Sibila and Leonardo even felt that no matter what jaw-dropping idea Adam came up with next, they would not oppose it, but only accept it entirely. However, what happened next would tell them that such a thought was far too naive. Inside the laboratory. What is this? Leonardo stared fixedly at the scene before him, his hand instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist. The sight was far too sacrilegious. It was an Adeptus Custode, specifically the blade champion Leonardo had rescued from Trajan's hyperdimensional labyrinth, who had been controlled by mind-shackle scarabs. However, at this moment, this comrade's eyes were tightly shut. He was naked and lay unconscious inside a snow-white medical pod. On the large cogitator nearby, rows of dense data flashed across the screen. Anyone could see that it was monitoring various physical stats. Don't panic, this is quite normal. Adam raised his hand, barely holding back the agitated custodian, while also comforting Mugoschev, who was shivering in the corner due to the tense atmosphere. I asked Mugoschev to do this. His knowledge in the biological field is quite solid. He can complete my task. What is the purpose of this? Why not ask Cawl? Leonardo asked. He forced himself to calm down, suggesting to himself, perhaps there is a misunderstanding, maybe it's just data collection. As the Emperor's contractor, Adam should have the authority for this. Perhaps he shouldn't react so strongly. But the words that followed nearly made Leonardo jump, his eyes widening. Nothing big. I intend to clone a batch of custodes. Adam raised his hand and pointed, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. 89 Legends. Going for a daily update? I won't count my blessings just yet. Stunned by such a matter-of-fact tone, both Leonardo and Sibila experienced a brief moment of mental blankness. Could the words of the Empire even be arranged in such a combination? Clone. A batch. Custodes. Do you want to take a moment to look back and rethink what you just said? To be honest, if anyone else, say, a radical inquisitor or a tech priest, had uttered those words, Leonardo wouldn't have hesitated for a split second. He would have started zero frame and sliced the offender into mincemeat. However, considering the identity of the person before him and the Emperor's views on the matter, he barely managed to keep his cool and began to explain slowly. Lord Adam, you may not understand the sanctity of the Legio Custodes. Leonardo's expression was solemn. Every single custodian is a perfect creation, resulting from the investment of countless Imperial resources and biological techniques directly from the Emperor himself. Because of this, we carry the glorious mission of guarding the Golden Throne. To use biological cloning technology on us would be an act of extreme desecration. Not only that, I guarantee that the end product would not be a noble custodian, but merely a pathetic, twisted biochemical monster. Listening from the side, Sibila and Kyove nodded repeatedly, finding his answer quite reasonable. Having spent time together, they had grown somewhat accustomed to Adam's frequent and wild brain holes. They didn't know what this being's past was or where he came from, but he often showed utter disdain for the various dogmas of the Imperium. His thinking was incredibly erratic. While the results were usually good, the process was a massive trial for the nerves of those around him. For this reason, Leonardo skipped the long-winded lecture on the glorious mission of the Custodes and went straight to questioning the final result. He hoped Lord Adam would drop the idea. But, as expected. No, you might have misunderstood me, Adam said with a confident smile. When I say cloning, I don't mean it in the biological sense. That was just a term to make it easier for you to understand. A more accurate term would be replication or 3D printing. Using my reality warping abilities, I can follow the body data we've gathered and replicate them one-to-one, crafting a batch of custodian bodies. Oh, so that's it. Then it actually becomes quite feasy. Like hell it does. Sibila and Leonardo's eyes twitched. That just makes the problem even bigger, doesn't it? With all due respect, that would be a futile effort. They would be shells without substance, Leonardo interjected, stepping forward so forcefully that his armor clattered loudly. Every custodian must undergo a mental reshaping. Knowledge from every field of human endeavor is poured into our minds, making every custodian a master of multiple disciplines, especially in combat techniques. The things you intend to craft, let's call them creations, for now those creations would not only lack polished skill, but their willpower could never be compared to a true custodian. What if those creations fall? What if they are used by the chaos gods of the warp? The consequences. He didn't finish. Such a bleak future didn't need further elaboration. Any rational human could easily grasp the danger. There's no need for such a reaction. Adam waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware of the consequences. And I have already devised a countermeasure. What countermeasure? Everyone present looked puzzled. Are you familiar with the Legion of the Damned? The Legion of the Damned. Realizing something, Leonardo's eyes widened. Legends of this legion were spread throughout the galaxy. As an eye of the Emperor who wandered the stars, Leonardo had even fought alongside them and confirmed with his own eyes that they were composed of human warriors whose souls had returned to the Golden Throne, extensions of the Emperor's own power. Wait, could it be? It was exactly that. Stormcast Eternals, kid. Adam didn't keep them in suspense any longer. Using the spatial perception inherited from the Void Dragon, his senses suddenly expanded, piercing upwards until they hit a hazy veil. It was the veil between the warp and reality, separating the mental from the physical. It was common knowledge that Ten are gods of the material realm, so separated are they from the warp that if a Ten shard were to enter it for any reason, it would instantly shatter and disintegrate. This fact was even recorded in the Black Library. However, for what Adam wanted to achieve, this was more than enough. His reality warping power activated, slowly dissolving that veil like acid, annihilating it into nothingness. A sudden psychic surge appeared in the air, startling everyone present. Then, Adam raised his hand. The golden double-headed eagle emblem on his arm, which could link directly to the Emperor, shone brilliantly. His intent almost became physical, transmitted directly through his reality warping ability. Adam, Neoth, time to pay up, send some subordinates over to help. The Emperor, Wolala. Adam. The chaotic thoughts lacked almost all reason. A massive amount of static flooded Adam's brain. He frowned and began to concentrate. Using his own impression of the Emperor, he repeatedly chanted mentally, pouring in solid intent until he finally found an anchor. As for the anchor, naturally, it was the image of the Anatolian youth who called himself Neoth, whom he had seen at the very beginning. Finally, a weary voice came through. Received. In the next moment, a brilliant golden flame bloomed out of thin air in the room without warning. Everyone present scrambled back to avoid the reach of the flames, then watched with awe at this divine miracle sent by the Emperor. Figures began to emerge quietly in the air. They were clad in pitch-black armor, unlike the shining auric armor of normal custodians. Their black plates bore no traditional patterns, only dancing flames and black skulls. Just looking at them caused a surge of inexplicable courage to well up in one's heart. The Legion of the Damned had descended upon the world. Please, Adam said, gesturing behind him. With that simple movement, the floor of the laboratory began to warp and writhe, and sculpted statues rose from the ground. These were custodians standing at attention with spears, their helmets removed to reveal stoic faces, flesh and blood, not lifeless inorganic matter. The damned custodians stepped forward, their flames leaving unnatural trails in the air and their burning footprints leaving behind ashes that did not fade. Silently, they walked into the bodies that belonged to them. Everyone present was awestruck by this consecutive miracle of resurrection, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. For the first time, they felt their meager vocabulary was being severely challenged. After a long time, the supernatural phenomena finally vanished. Hundreds of custodians, standing as sharp as blades and radiating an unbelievable aura of solemnity, appeared before their eyes. Finally, 3 leading custodians slowly stepped forward and stopped in front of Adam. Care to introduce yourselves? Adam asked. The 3 leaders looked at each other before speaking. Custodian Tribune, R.A. Endymion. Custodian Tribune, Diocletian Koros. 16th Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, Andrus Linsdray. Then, they looked at the human before them and spoke solemnly. Contractor of our Lord Emperor, favored by the great power of the Emperor and yourself, we have now returned from the Golden Throne to the material universe to join this most glorious crusade. Holy cow, they're all heavyweights. R.A. Endymion was born during the Unification Wars, a custodian during the Great Crusade, son of a water thief, the golden jailer of the demon sword Draknian, a tribune with 871 names. During the war within the webway, he vanished into the depths of the webway with Draknian under the Emperor's direct orders. Diocletian Koros was a custodian during the Great Crusade, successor to R.A. Endymion, participant in the war within the webway and the siege of Terra. He was among the few who followed the Emperor onto the vengeful spirit and survived. His memoirs, The Master of Mankind, survived 10,000 years and are still read by custodians today. Meanwhile, Andrus was 16th Captain General in the 41st millennium. Though high-ranking, he was slightly less famous than the previous 2 and died unexpectedly, falling into a trap due to a false prophecy and perishing under the siege of warp demons. His successor was the current Captain General, Trajan Valorous. By the Emperor. By our Lord. By the Omniscia. Seeing these predecessors, who had existed only in 10,000-year-old myths and legends, walk into reality, the massive shock left everyone utterly stunned. Adam, however, was a bit dissatisfied. Why are there so few custodians? Alexander Macedon is being a bit stingy. He had originally hoped the Emperor would send a continuous stream of custodians, perhaps enough for him to enjoy being a drill sergeant of 800,000 custodians. Of course, Adam knew in his heart that this wasn't very realistic. Since the Unification Wars, the Imperium of Man had been at war for 20,000 years, and the total number of custodians ever created probably didn't even come close to 800,000, maybe 80,000 would be more accurate. Welcome, Adam nodded. Then he turned slowly to the others and asked a question. Tell me, with this kind of lineup, even without a formal identity, wouldn't other Imperial departments be willing to follow my command? 90. Prometheus. 10 days later. Segmentum Solar, the Solar System. Aboard the Forge Ark, Iron Soul. Ventilius, clad in the crimson robes of the Adeptus Mechanicus, strode quickly through the ship's corridors, clutching his axe of the Omniscia. A servo skull hovered ahead, lighting his path. As he passed a viewing port, he couldn't help but stop and look out. Beyond the reinforced glass, a planet came into view, its surface composed of red rock, densely covered with countless metallic structures that shimmered with a silvery luster. Even from the Forge arc in high orbit, the sprawling hive factories were clearly discernible. The Forge world, Mars. The fourth planet of the solar system, the heart and cradle of the cult Mechanicus, the Imperium's greatest repository of technical knowledge, the holy land of the Omniscia, and the technological wonder of the galaxy. Countless honors and praises could be heaped upon this world. Ventilius withdrew his gaze. This view had remained largely unchanged for nearly 10,000 years. He had grown weary of it long ago. His close friend, Belisarius Cawl, had sent word that he had urgent matters to discuss. Ventilius had to hurry. Thinking of this, Ventilius felt a surge of curiosity. He knew Cawl had secretly rushed off because he discovered Zeno's ruins, yet the speed of his return was unexpectedly fast, as if he had encountered an emergency and turned back immediately. Then again, considering Cawl's idiosyncratic way of doing things, it wasn't entirely surprising. However, Ventilius came to a halt. In his field of vision, someone appeared who, by all laws of logic, should not be there. "Are you, Archmagos Skipper?" Ventilius cried out in shock. "You are, completely resurrected." He remembered that due to his expertise in biology, he had often worked with Cawl to assist in creating one clone of Skipper after another, attempting resurrection experiments that always fell short of perfection. But through Ventilius's professional eyes, the Skipper standing before him was no longer a mere copy. He had been perfectly and thoroughly brought back to life. This was a miracle. Had the genius Archmagos Cawl achieved another technical breakthrough? Yes, but it is a long story. "Go inside first, Cawl is waiting for you," Skipper nodded, gesturing toward the laboratory. Full of questions, Ventilius pushed open the laboratory doors and stepped inside. He stepped over messy puddles of machine oil, overturned servoskulls, and several scattered bionic limbs on the floor before looking up. "What?" Cawl slowly turned his head. Looking at Ventilius, who had stopped breathing and fallen into a daze, he revealed a meaningful smile. "Hello there, my friend." Incredible. The Cawl appearing before him had clearly and completely restored his biological body from 10,000 years ago. The vast amount of mechanical augmentations had vanished, replaced by a normal human body composed of organic matter. "This is truly astounding." Ventilius struggled to regain his composure. "What specialized technology did you use? Memory transfer? Brain transplant? Are you certain you are still the original you?" "I am. Of course I am certain. Do you not know me by now? I am Belisarius Cawl. I am capable of anything." "Fine." Hearing that familiar, arrogant response once more, Ventilius sighed. "After returning to Mars today, you called me here immediately. For what purpose?" "It's simple. Because of an order given to me by a newly appeared avatar of the Omniscia in this universe. Next, I need to establish an academic organization," Cawl answered frankly. "Oh, just a new academic organization? Wait, what?" Ventilius was completely bewildered, his hand instinctively tightening around his axe of the Omniscia. What did he mean by a new Omniscia? "Cawl, have you turned traitor?" Cawl looked at his old friend's reaction with satisfaction. Seeing through his thoughts instantly, he suddenly broke into a mischievous, boisterous laugh. He laughed until he was out of breath, like a childish youth. Seeing this reaction, Ventilius breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. I knew it. It was just a joke." Though, the joke went a bit too far. Just as this thought crossed Ventilius's mind, Cawl snapped his fingers. The doors swung open, and 12 fully armed Adeptus Custodes filed in, standing behind Cawl and appearing before his very eyes. "Ah, what is happening? You're serious?" For Ventilius, this sudden development was overwhelmingly persuasive. It was common knowledge that the Emperor's Custodes, who guarded the Sanctum Imperialis, could never betray him. Their presence itself represented the Emperor's will. If it were not so, Guilliman would not have entrusted them to be torchbearers in the coming Indomitus era, spreading the technology of Primaris Space Marines across the galaxy. However, the impact of this moment was simply too great. Ventilius's thoughts strayed toward an extremely dangerous direction. Has the Omniscia descended from the Golden Throne? Why did no one notify me of such a massive event? Cawl laughed again, seeing the exact expression he wanted on Ventilius's face. However, he did not forget the business at hand and began to explain. Cawl explains, half a Terran hour later. "I see." Ventilius was beginning to understand everything, yet he still found it difficult to believe. "You mean to say that 10,000 years later, a new Omniscia has descended upon the world again? And he has reached an agreement with the previous Omniscia to work together toward the revival of the Imperium of Man?" Could this be a lie? But the 12 Custodes before him were the real deal, leaving him no room for doubt. Moreover, the ability Cawl had demonstrated to easily modify machinery and create matter was far too convincing. "It is true," Cawl said. "He has issued a directive to steer the currently muddled cult Mechanicus back toward a path of structure and progress. Of course, the fools of today still cannot comprehend his greatness. We must take it step by step. I called you here because I want you to gather the Archmagi you believe can be won over the Lord's Dogma, Meci Moribundus, Invitus Acquisitors, Data Predators, and so on. We need to form an organization that can truly represent the future of humanity, gradually replacing the already decayed old cult Mechanicus. We will abolish those stagnant systems and stop obsessing over digging through ancient scrolls. Instead, we will use reason and progress to revive lost technology." In this process, the ancient sages will also be resurrected by him to walk alongside us. And the Omniscia has already chosen a name for this organization that carries the future, based on the myth of the Fire Stealer from ancient Terra. Prometheus Labs. 91. Lifting of the restraint. Trajan Valorous, I still disagree with your assessment. This is a trap. The solar system. On a starship sailing silently through the void, a heated argument was erupting. Custodes Tribune Calquan stared at his leader, Trajan, with a face full of dissatisfaction. Just yesterday, the Adeptus Custodes within the Imperial Palace on Terra had intercepted a mysterious signal. After a period of decryption, they were stunned to find that the signal used an electronic encryption technique known only within the inner circles of the Custodes. Furthermore, it carried an identification code belonging exclusively to Leonardo, an eye of the Emperor. The code contained no logistical data, only a cryptic, fragmented sentence and coordinates for a starship located within the solar system. This anomaly immediately caught the attention of the Captain General, who decided then and there to investigate the coordinates in person. In such an irregular situation, I strongly suspect that Leonardo has been compromised or killed. This signal is likely nothing more than another scheme by the archenemy, Calquan warned solemnly. Trajan, surely you haven't forgotten how Andris Lonsdale's soul was returned to our Lord's side. I remember, Tribune, the Captain General replied with a heavy nod. Falling into a trap after trusting a Psyker's flawed prophecy, isolated and ground down by a tide of never-born truthfully, for a Captain General of the Custodes, such a sacrifice could hardly be called a glorious death. However, you should have more faith in our brothers. Leonardo is a blade champion, he does not fall so easily. But regardless, even as Custodes, we cannot afford the consequences of losing 2 Captain Generals in such short succession. Calquan stood his ground. I understand. And perhaps you should have a little more faith in me as well. Trajan shook his head. Just before the signal arrived, I had a dream. What? Calquan's eyes widened. After their post-human transfigurations, the Custodes almost never dreamed. Had it been a mortal, one might suspect the machinations of the warp, but the mental fortifications of a custodian were not so fragile. Thus, it had to be a sign from the Emperor. Perhaps I am too weak and incapable to see the full breadth of the omen, but I understood the general intent of our Lord's will. Trajan's gaze seemed to lose focus, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He said, hope has arrived. Calquan fell silent. With that, he had no further grounds for objection. Since time immemorial, the goal of the Custodes had been singular and clear. They did not care for the Imperium, they did not care for their own lives, and they did not care for honor. They cared only for the will of the Emperor. It was said that during the war within the Webway, the first Captain General, Valder, had even considered forcibly taking the Emperor and abandoning the entire Imperium to flee, a testament to their singular focus. They had always been this way. 1 Terran hour later. The Teleporterium. A forest of guardian spears stood in solemn formation. Trajan stood upon the high platform, reviewing the custodians before him. Though he felt no malice in the omen, he had prepared for every eventuality. A shield company of 100 had been assembled, including 5 Alaris Terminators, 5 Aquilon Terminators, and a venerable Contemptor Dreadnought. With such force, Trajan was confident that even if a greater demon lay in ambush, he could make them feel the full weight of the Emperor's wrath. However, he hoped it would not come to that. He raised his hands and donned his eagle-crested helm, concealing his white hair and beard, before activating the teleportation array. In the next instant, accompanied by the blue flash of displacement, the scene shifted violently. Trajan gripped his watcher's axe with the preternatural speed of his kind, his eyes sharply scanning the surroundings. No enemies? As far as his vision reached, there were only Custodes. Wait, the numbers were wrong. What is happening? Instinctively raising their weapons, Trajan and his subordinates moved into a defensive stance, facing another formation of gold-armored Custodes who stood in equally solemn array. The opposing group wore ornate golden armor identical to Trajan's forces, their pauldrons carved with the Aquila and inlaid with shimmering gems. The color patterns and heraldry on their left pauldrons clearly marked their respective units, perfectly matching every known characteristic of the 10,000. Seeing the newcomers arrive, the leader of the opposing group did not attack. He simply took a calm step forward and removed his helm, revealing his face. Impossible. That was the first thought that flashed through Trajan's mind. Andris Lonsdale. Are you not dead? Is this yet another trick of the Chaos Gods? Trajan could feel Tribune Calquan beside him tensing like a lion ready to pounce, while every custodian behind him silently shifted into optimal firing positions. They were waiting for his command. However, an inexplicable intuition stopped Trajan. He could feel no hostility from the scene before him, making it impossible to give the order to open fire. It has been a long time, Trajan, Andris spoke slowly. I know the confusion in your heart. By the grace of the Emperor and another entity, we who were dead have been allowed to return to the material universe to continue serving him. As he spoke, the custodians behind him also removed their helms, revealing their original faces. Trajan found himself holding his breath. The Custodes were one of the best preserved historical archives in existence. They knew the secrets of the long river of history and were not blinded by the false narratives fabricated to maintain imperial stability. And the faces appearing before him now were ones Trajan had only ever seen in ancient historical portraits. The floor trembled slightly. A venerable contemptor dreadnought from the opposing ranks moved forward, stopping before Trajan. R.A. Endymion, Diocletian, Yerrick, Cady, Mycarion, Aquilon, Venseta, Kaikartu, Ludovicus. The dreadnought sensors swept over the familiar yet distant faces, speaking the name of every individual it recognized. Sagittarius, it is good to see you well after 10,000 years, Endymion stepped forward, nodding to his old acquaintance. After a long period of verification and a rapid explanation of the circumstances, the remaining custodes finally lowered their guard and merged with the resurrected veterans. So, how many custodians have been returned to life in total? Trajan asked. Approximately 3,000, R.A. Endymion analyzed with cold rationality. Because our lord is still wrestling with those damned chaos filth in the warp, he requires us to act as his swords, his tools, and his leverage to participate in the coming battles. Understood. Trajan nodded, then posed a sharper second question. This special entity, you mentioned our lord's contractor, what is his specific origin? Is he another Primarch? This fact is critical to the collective judgment of the custodes. The resurrected custodians exchanged glances. Finally, Diocletian stepped forward. He had been a confidant of the master of mankind, and on the day the emperor stole fire from the warp to create the Primarchs, he had been present. He was qualified to answer. He has no connection to the Primarchs. They are entirely different existences, Diocletian said in his characteristically detached voice. We can confirm that his source is not that of a warp entity. It was a statement of fact. I see, Trajan continued. Then, does this entity pose a threat to our lord? Is there a risk of betrayal, as with the Primarchs? Unknown, Diocletian's expression remained stoic. But our lord trusts him, and after these 10,000 dark years, our lord has no other choice. He is currently the only hope, the hope that can liberate our emperor from his unending agony. And, as I said 10,000 years ago, our opinions are irrelevant. Our lord will make his choice regardless. Then the custodes will naturally follow our lord's command. Trajan nodded again. Third question, you have returned from the Golden Throne. What is the command His Majesty has bestowed upon us? This time, Endymion stood forward. His voice was firm and powerful. To lift the restraint issued 10,000 years ago. The custodes must return to the battlefield. We are leaving the Imperial Palace. Endymion continued, for 10,000 years, the custodes have been absent from our lord's glorious blueprint for too long. The reasons are complex, a combination of our heavy losses after the Great Heresy and our own reluctance to leave the Emperor's side. But now, we must change everything. In the name of our Lord's decree, we shall gallop across the stars and pour his wrath upon every enemy of mankind. We shall follow our Lord's vision and liberate this stagnant, overburdened Imperium. One day later, an explosive message emerged from the Senatorum Imperialis. Carried by the desperate whispers of astropaths, it spread like wildfire across the human empire that spanned the galaxy. This is Trajan Valoris, the 17th Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. In the name of the Emperor, I issue the following statement. For 10,000 years, the people of the Imperium have forgotten the glories of old, but the custodes guarding the Golden Throne have never forgotten. Regrettably, after 10 millennia, the Imperium's situation has grown increasingly dire. New Xenos and chaos threats have breached our borders, yet we remain slow to react, allowing heretics to inflict loss after loss upon the Emperor's subjects and watching world after world fall. Therefore, by the decree of the Emperor, the Adeptus Custodes have reached the following decision. We hereby abolish the previous restraints. While maintaining the defense of the Golden Throne, the Custodes will officially deploy from the palace to execute missions. We will form elite forces known as mobile task forces to utterly eradicate all enemies of the Emperor before us. This is not a request. It is a notification. For the Emperor. 92. Setting sail, destination, Tao Empire. On the other side, above the world of Velos, in orbit, the morning wood. On the armored plating of this very vessel, Adam strolled leisurely in casual attire. Clearly, the freezing temperatures and the vacuum of space had no effect on him, even without any protective gear. With his full coverage spatial perception, he could easily penetrate the steel plates beneath his feet, perceiving the internal structure with absolute clarity. Furthermore, Adam could perform targeted reality warping based on the material information within his perception. With every step he took, the original plasteel plating beneath his feet began to transform. First, it turned into a brilliant, radiant gold. Then, under the subatomic alterations of his reality warping abilities, it shifted into a pure, pristine white, auramite. This rare substance was once priceless, mostly reserved for high-value units like the Emperor's custodian guard used for weapons, armor, or vehicle plating, but even then, it was used sparingly. However, what Adam was doing at this moment would leave anyone familiar with the material utterly slack-jawed. Like using an invisible paintbrush, he was systematically transforming the entire outer hull of a 5-kilometer-long starship into auramite armor, over 10 meters thick, in armor that could truly be described as indestructible. In the past, if anyone had suggested to the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus responsible for ship construction that such a rare material be used for a starship's hull, they would have been dismissed for making an absurd and impossible demand. Yet now, through his reality warping powers, Adam had brought it to perfect fruition. Finally, it's finished. Adam stopped and, with a touch of human-like weariness, wiped the sweat from his brow. As for how sweat could form in such a low-temperature vacuum, you don't need to look too closely into the affairs of a reality warper. If I say it's there, it's there. This was the last corner of the armor to undergo material conversion. Now, even without activating the multiracial shields equipped on the ship, the 10-meter-thick auramite plating possessed enough defensive power to easily withstand the firepower of almost any starship in the galaxy. At that moment, Sibila's voice came through the mental link. Lord Adam, the team sent to Terra has basically completed your instructions. Would you like a report on the specific mission progress? Of course, go ahead, Adam responded readily. Understood. Inside the bridge, Sibila flipped through a thick stack of parchment, reporting as she read. Muggos Dominus Belisarius Cawl has sent word that the framework for Prometheus Labs has been secretly established. Quite a few tech priests have already joined this clandestine organization. Seeing the effects of reality warping firsthand, their enthusiasm, how shall I put it, is exceptionally high. Some of the more heretical, no, let's say, highly motivated tech priests didn't even wait for the endorsement of the custodes before they started drafting new scriptures for the cult Mechanicus. Good. Adam wasn't surprised. The temptation that reality warping held for tech priests was self-evident. He nodded. What else? Regarding the custodes, with the support of the resurrected custodian ancestors, Trajan Valorous remains the Captain General. Furthermore, he has already lifted the restrictive decrees at the Council of Terra. The High Lords of Terra representing other Imperial factions and departments had mixed reactions. The Chancellor of the Estate Imperium, the Master of the Adeptus Arbits, and the Master of the Administratum expressed strong opposition. The Speaker for the Chartist Captains, the Master of the Astronomicon, the Envoy of the Navigators, the Grand Master of Assassins, and the Fabricator General of Mars remained neutral. Meanwhile, the Lord Commander Solar, the Lord Commander Militant, the Lord High Admiral, the Ecclesiarch, and the representative of the Inquisition expressed their support. Good. To be honest, the Council of High Lords is far too verminous, it must be reformed. Moreover, I believe this was one of the most foolish systems established by the Primarch Robert Gilliman 10,000 years ago, even more foolish than the Codex Astartes. Since the Emperor slew Horus aboard the Vengeful Spirit, the 4 Chaos Gods had been heavily wounded and forced to lick their wounds in the depths of the warp. The Empire had entered a long period of relative calm. But those foolish and short-sighted High Lords, following the departure of the Emperor and the Primarchs, immediately fell into an endless struggle for power, completely ignoring the development of the Imperium. They had squandered such a golden opportunity. That. Sibila found this difficult to respond to. She knew nothing of the secrets Adam was referring to and was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't worry. When that fellow finally leaves his stasis field and returns to the world, he will surely understand and agree with what I've said. Adam shook his head. Continue. The Sisters of Silence have begun regrouping and reorganizing with the assistance of the custodes. Currently, they have established 6 mobile task forces. Once Muggos Cawl equips their vessels with inertialess drives and eternity gates, they can depart from Terra immediately. Which 6? Adam asked. Sibila checked the scrolls. They are, Hammerfall, which focuses on fire support and exterminatus missions, Achilles, Heel, responsible for eliminating psychers and warp demons, the left hand of the law, which assists the Arbits and the Administratum in correcting the crimes of the Imperial nobility, Nine-Tailed Fox, responsible for suppressing rebellions on Imperial worlds, the Bibliographers, who work in tandem with the Grey Knights to focus on warp demons and related rituals, and finally, your personal guard. The Red Right Hand, dedicated to supporting your actions. Excellent. Adam nodded in satisfaction. He had only shared those ideas with R.A. and Dimian, and the legendary custodian of that era had handled everything with incredible efficiency. As he spoke, the space beneath Adam's feet flickered. He bypassed the hatch, entered the ship, and walked quickly toward the bridge. Pushing open the doors, the custodes standing silently within the bridge looked up. The gauntlets on their right hands were painted a vivid crimson, symbolizing that they were under Adam's direct command. Adam nodded in acknowledgement and walked to the captain's throne. Welcome back, Captain. The machine spirit of the morning Wudan intelligence enhanced by technology from 3 different races spoke calmly in his mind. Open the star map, Adam ordered. A materialized projection of the star map emerged. The brilliant bands of light representing the entire galaxy unfolded like a scroll, with the 5 major segmentums clearly visible to everyone on the bridge. Adam scanned the map and pointed to a specific location. We go here. Is that the 500 worlds of Ultramar? Sibila murmured, slightly confused. No, it's just a bit below that. Adam smiled slightly. His current goal was to continue collecting souls, so the higher the intensity of the battlefield, the better, and the more high-value units involved, the better. However, before officially entering the year M41.900, while wars were constant across the galaxy, they were mostly short, sharp conflicts. Apocalypse-level great melees were actually quite rare. But the place he was heading to next was certainly worth a try. Not only were there massive amounts of souls to collect, but he could also simultaneously salvage the unique technologies of two different races, the Tao Empire. Specifically, the Hive Fleet Gorgon Invasion. 93. The Fleet of the Tao Empire. 93. The Fleet of the Tao Empire. Tao Empire? Realizing the place Adam wanted to go next, Sibila was somewhat puzzled and frowned. However, quickly, with the professional acumen of an inquisitor, she rapidly recalled specific information regarding that race. After thinking for a moment, Sibila's brow relaxed. Yes, this was indeed a very convenient target to strike. Regarding the numerous enemies of humanity in this galaxy, most of them wander aimlessly and appear in most corners of the Imperium. Even though the Morning Wood was currently equipped with advanced inertialist drives from the Necrons, it would still take a certain amount of time to find a suitable battlefield. However, for Xenos like the Tau, because of their race's unique etheric leap, gravitic drive, the principle was basically similar to skipping stones on the warp. Therefore, the sailing speed of most Tau Empire ships could be described as sluggish. And it is worth mentioning that because the Tau have no psychers, they naturally lack the ability to send warp astropathic messages. Their method of communication between different planets can basically be understood as throwing superluminal drift bottles to one another. This weakness puts the Tau at a great disadvantage when facing other races. Sometimes, even the Imperial Navy, sluggish as it is, can use this characteristic to catch them off guard. But it was precisely because of this point that the Tau Empire's territory formed a whole, rather than being scattered into piece after piece of enclaves across the entire galaxy, making them very easy for Adam to find. A man may go, but his ties remain, as the saying goes. As for the reports in the Inquisition stating that those blue-skinned Xenos have weak souls and their warp projections are nearly non-existent, this small problem was not worth worrying about. Even if those Tau and their auxiliary legions from various races, including humans, had an innate deficiency in soul quantity, wasn't there a tyrannid hive fleet about to invade? To facilitate the command of their massive swarms, the synapse creatures of the Tyranids are all possessors of extremely powerful psychic energy. From any perspective, they were more than suitable. Thus, the decision was made. Next, Adam asked for the opinions of the others, including Leonardo, who had become the captain of the Red Right-Hand Mobile Task Force, and Archmago Sutton, who was standing to the side. Leonardo, your will is the direction in which our blades advance. Sutton, you say the enemy civilization we are to deal with next has achievements in technology. Very well, then I have no objection. Translation, let's see what those blue goat monkeys call technology. Having received unanimous confirmation from everyone and finding no other opposing views, the matter was settled. According to the detailed star charts provided by the Inquisition and the eyes of the Emperor, within the vastness of space, the Morning Wood, its entire surface a pure white, began to slowly adjust its direction with an agility that belied its massive size. Morning Wood, full thrust ahead. Along with Adam's command, the machine spirit, strengthened by reality warping abilities, cheered joyfully, and the inertialist drives installed on the starship immediately activated. In the blink of an eye, the Morning Wood completely disappeared from its original position. It sped through the wide expanse of cosmic space, its speed continuing to soar upward exponentially, soon surpassing the speed of light. Moreover, this was not the limit of Necron technology, the pinnacle of materialistic cosmic science. As if breaking the laws of physics, the Morning Wood's speed continued to climb, instantly leaving the Velos system. In the following seconds, it easily crossed void regions that could only be recorded in light years, galloping toward their target. And at this moment, their prey remained completely ignorant of the destruction that was about to arrive. Ultima Segmentum, Tau Empire, Cation September World. Within the system, a Custodian-class battleship was currently floating quietly in cosmic space. As one of the few precious warships in the Tau fleet that could correspond to the level of a human battleship, its form was extremely elegant. Its exaggerated wingspan seemed to speak of how much staggering firepower it could use to destroy everything before it. Inside this Tau battleship, gentle light from the blue corridor ceiling spilled down, illuminating everything within the space brightly. A large number of blue-skinned Tau were moving back and forth carrying items, while drones shuttled to and fro with the help of anti-gravity levitation devices. Suddenly, the originally busy scene seemed to have the pause button pressed. All the Tau put down the work in their hands, faces showing joy, and turned their heads to look at the other end of the corridor. Two fire warriors clad in protective gear stepped forward, and being escorted between them was an ethereal elder, draped in traditional Tau robes. He held a smooth ceremonial staff, with an honor blade short dagger tucked at his waist. He walked forward calmly, smiling and greeting every Tau along the way. It is Ethereal Elder NZE. Cheers erupted from the crowd. All the Tau stared with wide eyes, excitedly watching the Ethereal walk past the ranks, displaying his benevolence with a highly attractive, approachable posture. There was even an air caste Tau who, due to the fact of seeing the Ethereal in the same space with his own eyes, became so emotional that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, he did not actually hit the ground. NZE stepped forward with startling reaction speed, supporting the air caste member, and asked concernedly, "Are you all right?" "I am fine. My apologies, Ethereal Elder, for making you worry." The air caste member looked at the Ethereal Elder so close at hand, somewhat incoherent. There is no need to be so agitated, this is not the original intent of the greater good. And the Ethereal spoke in a gentle and light tone. Between us, there is only a difference in division of labor in personality, we are equal. And perhaps, your contribution to the greater good is no smaller than mine. There is no need to kneel to me, nor to be so agitated. Yes, Ethereal Elder. A surge of inexplicable courage was injected into the air cast member's heart. Because of the physical contact with the Ethereal, he was currently even falling into a light-headed euphoria. He stood up abruptly and responded loudly. Ethereal and ZE was quite satisfied with this little interlude. He continued to walk forward, passing through the crowd which had become even more excited because of the incident, with the two guards behind him still following closely. At this point, the boiling of the crowd had almost reached a peak. Even some Earth cast members outside the crowd, who were temporarily unable to see the Ethereal's figure due to their shorter height, were actually lifting their hands with all their might, jumping on their tiptoes. Driven by those Earth cast members, the other Tau also began to raise their hands, jumping excitedly toward the Ethereal. This is truly a scene full of vitality, where all things strive to excel. The Ethereal sighed inwardly with emotion. After enjoying this harmonious atmosphere with his fellow compatriots for a moment, he did not forget his official business. Continuing forward, the Ethereal soon arrived before a bridge door filled with sci-fi style. "Welcome, respected Ethereal." Accompanied by an electronic voice synthesized by AI, the door automatically opened to both sides, revealing the scene inside. Above the bridge ceiling, a wide holographic projection unfolded. Amidst this sky full of flowing light and vibrant colors, dense blue screens and various data information flowed rapidly. And on the command platform in the central position, a robust and powerful fire cast commander, not wearing a battlesuit at the moment, was looking up. His gaze swept through that complex data, while his long fingers occasionally slid through the air, operating the data. However, when the Ethereal walked into the bridge, the other air cast members busy on the bridge immediately fell silent upon seeing him. This sudden quiet atmosphere made the fire cast commander sense something. He immediately turned around and shouted in surprise, "Ethereal and ZE, why have you come?" "Commander Corvo Veloz, I came to pay a visit before your fleet departs to ask a few things. You wouldn't be unwelcoming, would you?" Ethereal and ZE spoke softly with a smile. "How could that be?" Commander Veloz waved his hands hurriedly. "No Tau would be unwelcoming of an Ethereal's arrival. Your guidance can help us better practice the revelations of the greater good." "No need for more pleasantries, Commander Veloz." Ethereal and ZE stepped forward, slowly walking onto the command platform to stand side by side with Veloz, his gaze looking toward the distance. Through the transparent viewport of the custodian battleship, a magnificent scene entered his sight. Outside, the dark space was like a vast curtain, dotted with stars. And in front of the mothership was a large number of starships rapidly assembled using the Cation September world as a rallying point, acting as the absolute protagonists of this painting. These included one Protector-class cruiser, one Emissary-class light cruiser, two Hero-class cruisers, several Castellan-class escorts, several Warden-class destroyers, plus the Custodian-class battleship beneath their feet. Such a lineup caused Veloz and the Ethereal's confidence to reach a peak. With such a terrifyingly powerful fleet, what else in the galaxy could stop their pace in practicing the greater good? The fire cast commander even felt that if the Tao Empire had possessed such a fleet during the Battle of Damocles Gulf in the Second Sphere expansion, those Gula, the Tao term for humans, Aves would never have dared to act so arrogantly as they did in history. No, this may not be enough. As if seeing through the commander's arrogance, Ethereal and ZE sighed lightly. "I have an ill omen." Not long ago, the Tao Empire fringe world of Shadriga planet with a surface almost entirely covered by dense forests had its periodic communication with the Cation September world mysteriously interrupted. Signals could not get out, and all attempts by the Cation September world to contact it were in vain. Therefore, the alerted Tao immediately organized this fleet of startling strength, preparing to go and investigate. What exactly caused such an abnormal situation? Could it be the Ildari? Ethereal and ZE thought calmly. Unlike other Tao Empire planets, the Tao forces of the Cation September world, who were harassed by drookery year-round, had cultivated a culture of martial prowess for all citizens and were always extremely exclusionary toward alien races that did not belong to the greater good. Therefore, he thought of this old rival at the first opportunity. It doesn't seem like them. As a fire cast member skilled in combat and command, Veloz shook his head. If the Ildari attacked, they would use that psychic technology to forge realistic signals. If it were orcs, they couldn't intercept communications. Instead, they would likely send even more provocations and mockery. Then, what was the identity of the enemy? However, before the two standing on the command platform could come up with any explanation, just then, a warning red light suddenly flashed on the holographic projection of the command platform. Immediately after, an unknown signal source abruptly appeared on the star chart. "What is this?" Ethereal and ZE asked. "Bring up the signal source." Veloz commanded immediately. Quickly, that signal source was enlarged. After automatic image comparison, the picture appeared clearly in the bridge's holographic projection. The two immediately cast their gazes toward it. "This Issa cruiser from the Gula." The Tao, having dealt with humans countless times, immediately recognized the faction this warship belonged to. After all, the physical characteristics of the Imperium of man's ships were too obvious, to the point of being easily identifiable at a glance. However, the strange thing was, Veloz narrowed his eyes, leaning in a bit closer, and began to carefully scrutinize the shape of the projected ship. "What's wrong?" the Ethereal asked with some confusion. "Nothing, it's just that I've never seen the shape of this ship before," Veloz said, shaking his head. He didn't care where this warship had come from. After all, within the Tao Empire, a relatively open secret was that besides the Tao themselves, both their allies and their enemies seemed to have a way of traversing special dimensions for interstellar travel, appearing everywhere in the universe. Although this situation would be hidden by the Ethereal elders to prevent the lower caste Tao from knowing, a fire caste commander who had fought humans still had some understanding of it. "Is it a threat?" The Ethereal elder looked at the fire caste commander. "Rest assured, Ethereal and ZE, this Gula ship poses no threat." Veloz gave his judgment without hesitation, his tone objective and calm, without a trace of arrogance, simply making an evaluation based on his learned knowledge. "They have arrived at an unfortunate time. Now that Cation has gathered such a massive force, judging solely from the volume of that ship, its class is likely somewhere between a light cruiser and a cruiser. With our current fleet scale, we can easily eliminate it. They have no chance of victory." It was just as he thought. Ethereal and ZE nodded. "Then, for the greater good, let us first try to persuade them to surrender. They might become Guvesa, a Tao term for human auxiliaries, serving the greater good together." "Yes, Ethereal and ZE." As a fire caste warrior hailing from the Cation September world, Veloz was somewhat reluctant, but he still nodded in agreement with the Ethereal's view. "Very good. For the greater good." The Ethereal looked at the fire caste commander. "For the greater good." Veloz also immediately spoke in response. "Damn, a D&D troop of 7 powerhouses are gonna massacre a whole Xeno planet. Beautiful. 94, I thought it was a speed bump." At this very moment, aboard the Morning Wood, Adam stood up from the captain's throne and softly gave the order, "Activate the shipborne auspex for a full-range scan." Under his investment of resources regardless of cost, the already excellent performance of the elite auspex's sensing range and precision far exceeded similar equipment on Imperial battleships. In almost a microsecond, on the bridge's holographic projection, the onboard high-intelligence machine spirit instantly activated. In a flash, it clearly marked the dynamic positions and approximate shapes of every enemy target in this star system, even using highlights to indicate threat levels in sequence. Sibila subconsciously looked up, comparing the ship outlines on the holographic projection one by one with the Tau warship intelligence she had just flipped through in her mind. The next moment, she was laughed out of anger. What on earth is the Ordo Xenos of the Ultima Segmentum doing? How come these ships basically don't match the data? That's right, those Xenos ships in the holographic image were completely different from the models that appeared during the Tau Empire's Damocles Gulf Crusade. Within the holographic projection, a large number of new model warship groups, of which there was no trace in the intelligence, had now faintly turned their bows, pointing the various ship cannons mounted on them from afar at the appearing ship. You can't really blame those inquisitors for that. Adam, who knew the inside story perfectly, couldn't help but immediately complain. These warships are all the latest products developed by these Xenos within the last century. They might not have been built for very long at this point. Ah. Inside the bridge, everyone reacted instantly, dumbfounded. There is nothing worth being surprised about. The scientific research and development speed of these Xenos called the Tau is just that ridiculous. Adam's tone was calm as he slowly explained. If you put all the civilizations of this galaxy together, the common point for most of them is that their ancestors were once great. Moreover, they can pull some wonderful little tools out of that ancestral heritage to open the eyes of other races. Whether it is humans, Necrons, Ildari, or Orcs, it is the same for all. But as a new face on the stage of the Dark Galaxy, adhering to the principle of the galaxy is a big stage, come if you have a gimmick, the Tau have one thing even more ridiculous than ancestral heritage. That is a speed of technological R&D so godlike that it defies logic. During the Damocles Gulf expedition period, the Tau Empire was still using old-style warships, mostly converted from merchant ships. They were once beaten by Imperial warships until they couldn't take care of themselves, suffering extremely heavy losses. It is worth mentioning that the Lunar-class Nemesis meme originated from this, although at that time, for the Tau, the Lunar-class cruiser was not completely impossible to deal with, just rather troublesome for Tau starships. However, more than 100 years have passed now, and the Tau are no longer what they used to be. The technological development speed of the Earth caste is astonishingly fast. Using only a short period of ceasefire, they immediately as if out of thin air developed the Hero-class cruiser to match the Lunar-class cruiser. Even in a very short time following that, the Custodian-class carrier, which matches battleships, was already launched. A tech priest named Zachary Santiago commented on this. In the past 6,000 years, the Tau have achieved achievements in social, physical, and cultural progress that other intelligent races would take 100,000 years to achieve. The subtext was, I don't understand that they must be cheating. Then do you know the specific intelligence on these ships? Looking at the Xenos warships of various models and sizes floating quietly in space, Leonardo's brow furrowed. Of course I know. Adam's finger pointed and swiped on the holographic sandbox, listing them like family treasures. The Hero-class cruiser is the new model the Tau used to match the Human Empire's Lunar-class cruiser, though because it lacks void shields, its combat power is slightly inferior. This one is the Emissary-class light cruiser, powerful and flexible, often used to transport important personnel like Ethereals and water-caste diplomats. This one is worth mentioning, the Custodian-class carrier. Its firepower can basically match a human Imperial battleship. Its weakness is that its broadside firepower is thin. He wanted to continue introducing them with great interest, but Leonardo shook his head. Looking at it this way, I suggest Lord Adam act cautiously. We have only one warship, and we are facing a complete fleet of one battleship plus multiple cruisers. It is better to avoid a frontal confrontation. With the ship's maneuverability and speed, we can easily play these Xenos in the palm of our hand. That's right, this was indeed very sensible advice. However, Adam gave a cold laugh. Avoid a frontal confrontation? Dream on. There was no way to respond to this. Everyone was speechless. Suddenly, the voice of the machine spirit echoed in the hall. Communication incoming. Now this is interesting. Adam, who probably guessed what the Tau would say, said with great interest, connect it. A holographic projection of a blue-skinned water-caste diplomat wearing a bamboo had appeared before everyone, speaking. Gula, you have stepped into Tao Empire territory. For your life safety, with your current strength, it is absolutely impossible to oppose our fleet. Immediately abandon your weapons, allow us to board and disarm you, and embrace our greater good. Before his words were finished, Adam signaled the machine spirit to cut the communication and turned his head to look at the bridge crew. Clearly, there was no need for any pre-battle mobilization. Everyone involuntarily gripped the weapons they carried, enraged to the point of exploding by this sudden provocation and insult, with extreme hatred surging in their hearts. Slay them, slay them, slay them, blood for the God Emperor, skulls for the Golden Throne. Even Leonardo, who had just advised Adam to be careful, was now silent, looking at Adam along with the others, waiting for his command. Seeing this, Adam gave a light laugh. Forward. Isn't the space ahead quite spacious? Crush right through for me. After perceiving that the human warship had hung up the communication, and that the opponent had not only rejected their proposal but instead charged at high speed toward their own fleet, the Tau fleet group reacted immediately. Under the efficient command of advanced AI, all Tau ships acted as a perfect whole, quickly adjusting their formation in space, pulling into an arc that could fully utilize the advantage of their bow cannons. The next moment, they all aimed at their ship and roared fire. A vast number of heavy ion cannons, railgun projectors, and dense missiles and guided torpedoes controlled by AI formed a silent torrent of firepower in space, surging toward the high-speed ship. Without a doubt, with such a terrifying scale of volley, even a human Imperial battleship appearing in the Battle of Damocles Gulf could never remain unscathed. What was happening? Inside the bridge, Adam slowly took a cup of tea out of thin air, drinking it leisurely and unhurriedly. He asked the machine spirit, "How do you feel right now?" The machine spirit's voice remained calm, echoing in Adam's mind, even making a joke only he could understand. Reporting, someone is knocking on the window. Yes, knocking on the window. This description couldn't be more appropriate. The shields covering the morning wood consisted of 3 types, nested and arranged in layers in a brand new way never seen before, amplifying each other. Void shields from the Human Empire, Warrick energy, heavy shields from the Orcs, and quantum shields from the Necrons. They simultaneously shielded the ship firmly, like God's firmament. In this way, even if the ship looked like a light cruiser in appearance, its defensive power at this moment was enough to rival the Empire's strongest flagship, the Gloriana-class Queen battleship. With the Tau's current concentration of ship cannon firepower, if they wanted to break through this thick layer of heavy defensive walls, they were thinking a bit too much. You can have anything in your dreams. And at this moment, the Tau were also clearly stunned by this illogical sight. The fleet clusters outputted firepower desperately, but could only watch helplessly as the ship approached them continuously at an unbelievable high speed. A Warden-class frigate perhaps summoned its courage and launched a charge toward the morning wood, attempting to close into fire, break through its shields, and gather intelligence. However, this was merely home delivery. Before it had even closed half the distance, just as it prepared to adjust its posture, circle around, and attempt to attack from another angle, a green light beam probed out from the launch tubes on both sides of the morning wood's shaft. Precise as a long whip lashing out in the vast space, the thick wood body immediately entangled this poor frigate like a tentacle. The next moment, a violent pulling force completely sucked it in, like spider silk sticking to a flying little insect, and then snapped it back. This was the Orc Claw of Gork. The Tau, who had been dealing with orcs since they first left their home planet, were no strangers to this kind of orc technological equipment. But what made it hard for them to believe and even made Commander Valeros on the mothership widen his eyes, doubting he was having a hallucination was, how could orc technological equipment appear on a Gula ship? Facts would not change in the slightest due to their will to deny them. The ship suddenly accelerated, as if having no inertia at all, its massive hull disappearing in space like a ghost. When it was observed by the Tao again, it had already covered a significant astronomical distance. And behind the Morning Wood, that Warden-class frigate from the Tao had already vanished, completely pulverized into bits of stardust, like a cloak or like the tail flame of a comet, drifting behind the ship's pure white hull, dancing glowingly. At this time, the Morning Wood's ram was covered in a faint layer of brilliant green light upon it. A large number of flickering energy clusters flashed violently, finally slowly disappearing like stars hidden behind dark clouds. Inside the captain's quarters, Adam put down his teacup and shook his head helplessly. How come I didn't feel anything? I thought it was a speed bump. Go tell that to my tin-phase ram. Oh, make one. What is the damage? Shields holding at 98.7%, the machine spirit reported. They are merely polishing the shaft, my lord. Good, prepare the Vox, I want to send a message. Ahem dash. Attention all ships of the Tao Empire. This is your regularly scheduled reminder that the Morning Wood is approaching at ramming speed. If you look to your left, you will see approximately 800 meters of pure, Emperor-blessed shaft coming right for your face. Recommend you pucker appropriately. No safe word will be accepted. The greater good ends here. Blood for the golden throne. Skulls for the actually, just skulls. We're keeping the blood. It's good for lube. 95, Naval Engagement. KSN September World. In the void of space, the slaughter continued. Because of the vacuum, even the most violent roars left no trace, replaced by a staggering, heavy silence. The starships once the masterpieces of the greater good had been reduced to scattered debris. Nanometals and Tau flesh, organic and inorganic matter, were churned together until they were indistinguishable. All the high technology the Tau prided themselves on meant nothing before that massive ram. They were brutally broken by a primitive tactic that belonged to the age of cold steel, pulverized into fine stardust. Of course, as the fire cast of KSN veterans of countless wars and famed for their bravery, they would not stand by like lambs for the slaughter. Under the command of a custodian-class carrier and guided by efficient calculations, a large number of Tau warships began to disperse. Their dense formation thinned out as they attempted to move away from the rampaging iron monster. To the Tau, the life of every comrade was precious. Due to their limited scale, they possessed neither the vast territories of the Imperium of man nor the reproductive rate of the orcs. They had to avoid mass casualties at all costs rather than waste lives in a war of attrition. Naturally, through the ship's auspex, Adam saw everything. It seems they haven't given up yet. Looking at the holographic sand table, everyone reached the same conclusion. It was obvious that the Tau ships were spreading out at a very specific distance, not too far, not too close, keeping the ship at a delicate range. If the Morning would continue to use its ramming tactics to pick them off one by one, it would be a tedious and time-consuming process. However, this proved the Tau had not yet chosen to flee in total panic. They still believed they could defeat this terrifying opponent. But would such a response truly work? The Morning Wood was armed with far more than just a tin-phase ram. Adam shook his head and closed his eyes. His consciousness focused once more, and his connection with the machine spirit became so vivid it felt physical. Expand. As Adam's will manifested, the scale of the machine spirit surged under the influence of reality warping power. It expanded, and expanded again, until it reached its absolute limit. On the bridge, Sibila, most sensitive to psychic phenomena, gasped in shock. Previously, the machine spirit's volume, while massive, was within human understanding for a ship of this size. But now, backed by reality warping capabilities, the Morning Wood's machine spirit grew so vast that Sibila felt the sickening illusion of being trapped inside the body of a warp entity. The machine spirit instantly enveloped everything. Its power spread, integrating every weapon, sensor, engine, and power array into a single, flowing entity. The next moment, Adam waved his hand and gave the order. All batteries, fire. Inside the custodian-class carrier, Commander Veloz, already overwhelmed by managing the fleet's evasive maneuver, snapped his head up to stare at the ship's projection. On the bridge, every Tau who saw the scene froze, mouths agape. An air-cast pilot even rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. On the view screen, the unknown Gula warship was doing something new. It was spinning. Exactly spinning. With a grace that defied its massive hull, the pure white body of the ship suddenly banked left, then, as if momentum and inertia didn't exist, performed a barrel roll into a sharp right turn, moving like a flickering ghost. What shocked the fire-cast commanders even more was that even during these violent maneuvers, the dense clusters of weapon ports on the enemy ship began to glow. Mid-maneuver, every weapon unit on the hull shuddered simultaneously. A barrage of fire erupted, lighting up the dark void like a localized meteor shower. Particle whips and Tesla destructors from the Necrons lashed out like swords swung by giants, crisscrossing, twisting, and bending mid-flight in eerie arcs. The barrage moved with impossible precision. Despite the vast astronomical distances, the shots found their marks as if they had eyes. It was a feat akin to hitting a gnat with a stone from miles away, over and over again. Under the machine spirit's enhancement, Adam's vision was likely filled with a list of buff icons applied to the Morning Wood: ballistic correction, attack up, map hack, precision targeting, infinite firepower. Furthermore, Tau ships typically utilized gravity shields that prioritized the bow. Unlike the void shields of other races, they did not offer 360-degree protection. This design flaw only accelerated the fleet's destruction. Commander Veloz slumped his shoulders and let out a long sigh. On his screen, bad news cascaded like a waterfall as the AI's monotone voice chimed. 2 hero-class cruisers hit. Engine systems critically compromised. Emissary-class light cruiser neutralized. 40% of hull disintegrated. Vessel lost. Protector-class cruiser wing damaged. Propulsion performance dropped by 50%. The losses were mounting, there was no turning back. The question of how the Gula had suddenly become this powerful no longer mattered. As the realization that the KS in September was facing total annihilation set in, despair took hold. Steady yourself. For the greater good. Ethereal and ZE whispered firmly. Yes, I haven't lost yet. If I fall, KSN will be left undefended and destroyed by these Gula. Like a ray of sunlight piercing through clouds, the Ethereal's words injected courage into Veloz's heart. We have one last move. His eyes sharpened. He began operating his console with practiced speed, barking out orders. The remnants of the fleet that had survived the barrage gathered their courage and adjusted their headings. They pointed their reinforced bow shields toward the enemy to tank the fire, ignited their plasma thrusters, and charged toward the morning wood in a desperate swarm. Veloz's strategy was simple: compensate for quality with quantity. No matter how powerful the unknown ship was, it couldn't kill them all if they attacked at once. Once they closed the distance, the Custodian could launch its complement of Barracuda fighters to bypass the enemy's shields with plasma bombs or attempt a boarding action. At the very least, they could dodge the ram and execute suicide runs against the ship's flanks. Through the storm of fire, the Tau fleet charged, suffering horrific losses. One after another, brilliant explosions bloomed silently in the void. Yet, despite the mounting sacrifices, the Custodian carrier pressed on, gliding gracefully toward the morning wood. What will you do now? Veloz stared at the screen, refusing to mourn his fallen comrades yet. Based on the enemy's previous behavior, straight up crushing a destroyer with a ram, Veloz bet that the enemy commander wouldn't back down. If the enemy used their superior mobility to turn and kite them, Veloz would be helpless. It was a desperate gamble. However, Veloz's expression soon froze. There was good news and bad news. The good news: the enemy had no intention of staying away. Instead, they activated their strange drives and accelerated directly toward the Tau. The distance was closing rapidly. The bad news: as the enemy moved, they also launched a massive number of their own craft, sinister, black, crescent-shaped fighters that drifted eerily through space. Impossible. In Veloz's understanding, a ship with that much firepower shouldn't have the internal space for such a large fighter complement. But he had no time to think. Necron doom scythes and night scythes tore through the void like phantoms, intercepting the Barracudas and shredding them with ease. It's over. Veloz's legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed. Yet, the ship didn't use its ram to punch a hole in the Custodian. Instead, it ignored the carrier's bulk and simply cruised past it. What? Veloz was stunned. Did they show mercy? The reality was far worse. As the ships passed each other, a rain of torpedoes launched from the Unity's broadside. Before the Custodian could react, the torpedoes slammed into its hull. In the silence of space, the boarding torpedoes' retrothrusters fired, anchoring them into the ship. Melta charges hissed, melting through layers of armor. Inside the torpedo bay, a ghostly green light flickered. Yerrick, clad in his black commissar's uniform, stepped out. With a flick of his hand, a psychic bubble detonated, turning the approaching fire warriors into a red mist. Behind him followed a relentless tide of gray, dozens of heavily armed Domitor robots and Astartes Terminators. A beautiful day always starts with a boarding action. It's pretty late for me, so I'm heading straight to bed. 96. Plan. Boarding action. 10 minutes ago, aboard the Morning Wood. Upon hearing Adam's plan, everyone on the bridge wore expressions of doubt. Was this really necessary? Given their current massive fire superiority, they could practically win just by clicking through the enemy. Engaging in boarding tactics now felt like an unnecessary extra step. Why couldn't they simply use their batteries to erase these alien warships from existence? Of course we can't, Adam said, shaking his head and offering a blunt assessment. That doesn't align with my plan. Currently, I strongly suspect there is a Tau Ethereal aboard that carrier. An Ethereal? What is that? Some asked, puzzled. However, Sibila, in her capacity as an inquisitor, already looked pensive. She seemed to have connected the dots and guessed Adam's intention. The Ethereals are a caste within Tau society. But unlike humans, they are physiologically distinct from other Tau, Adam explained. With a wave of his hand, his reality warping powers twisted the light in the air, manifesting a classic diagram of the Tau caste system. He pointed to the Ethereal in the center holding a staff. Simply put, they not only possess lifespans far exceeding other Tau, but they can also control other members of their species through a mysterious, unknown method. The rest of the Tau find this behavior completely natural and see nothing wrong with it. I see. That leaves a lot of room for maneuver, Leonardo nodded. Knowing Adam's own reality warping abilities, his goal was now crystal clear. Exactly. As long as I use my power to control an Ethereal, I can conquer this September world of Kaeshan with minimal cost, perhaps even without encountering a shred of resistance, Adam said with a confident smile. Furthermore, that ship is clearly a high-level command flagship, and Tau military forces usually have an Ethereal present as an overseer. In this current timeline, Commander Farsight Tau version of Warmaster Horus has long since fled the control of the Ethereals to establish the Farsight enclaves. Consequently, the Ethereals should have tightened their grip on military commanders. Finding one on that ship is a high-probability event. Adam continued, and don't forget why we are here, to collect enough souls for my upcoming ascension. Regarding the Tau, my main interest is recovering their technology. The real battle is the impending Tyranid invasion Hive Fleet Gorgon. This was Adam's primary objective. Currently, Hive Fleet Gorgon was likely the easiest Hive fleet to locate in this galaxy. Other fleets had either perished in the Ultramarines 500 worlds a century ago or were still on the galactic rim, struggling through a century-long journey to reach the Milky Way. In terms of soul harvesting, a Hive fleet perfectly met Adam's requirements. Synaptic creatures were not only numerous but also highly conspicuous. To command such vast swarms, each possessed immense psychic power, making them perfect targets. In the coming campaign, Adam hoped not only to close the gap for his own ascension but also to harvest enough reality-anchoring strength to facilitate the creation of more Grade 2 reality warpers. On Mars and the distant solar system, many tech priestchunri for advancement were eager to become the next emissaries wielding the power of the Omnistia, much like Belisarius Cawl. Adam also planned to build a team of researchers who could use reality warping powers to rapidly develop and deploy new technologies. It was a perfect match of interests. Is the ship not enough to deal with that Tyranid Hive fleet? Leonardo asked, somewhat confused. The Adeptus Custodes have fought countless defensive wars. We have the confidence to turn this planet into a purgatory for any Xenos. It's best not to underestimate the bugs, Adam replied noncommittally. No matter how advanced its weapons are, the Morningwood is just one ship. We didn't bring a fleet with us, so against a massive Hive fleet, we are somewhat isolated. He raised his hand again, and the light warped to show images of towering Tyranid bioships, living organisms covered in chitinous shells, drifting through space like monsters. The bridge crew's expressions grew solemn. Tyranid Hive fleets excel at carrier-based tactics. Overwhelming gargoyle swarms would be disadvantageous for us. Combined with the bioacid batteries of their fleet, caution is the best course of action. Once we take this world, I will use Tau lives to set up a killing field to lure the Hive fleet down, forcing them to commit massive ground forces. Then, we'll have our ship spring an ambush in space to catch them off guard. That is the most favorable scenario for us. Everyone nodded, signifying their understanding of Adam's plan. Then, I hereby declare the start of the Absolute Confidence Plan, Adam announced clearly. I will be watching your boarding livestream from the rear. I expect you to arrest that President No, that Ethereal, and bring him aboard within 3 Terran hours. Now, begin the operation. At this moment, thinking back to Adam's performance and instructions before departure, Yerrick, who was currently advancing rapidly through the carrier's corridors, was somewhat speechless. 3 Terran hours? Was that not a bit too generous? He swung his massive power claw, ripping through a bulkhead. A Tau soldier in a combat suit stumbled out from cover only to be shredded by the concentrated volley fire from the soldiers behind the commissar. Such a high-quality boarding party, concentrated together, was breaking through the layers of Tau defenses in an almost insulting fashion, slaughtering and destroying everything in their path toward the bridge. Based on this rate of progress, as a commissar trained at the Schola Progenium, Yerrick used his knowledge to quickly estimate the length of the Custodian-class carrier and their current position. He reached a natural conclusion. Forget 3 Terran hours, these aliens would last another hour and 22 minutes at most. Not a single minute more. 97. Those who recognize the trends are wise. The counterboarding operation was led by a fire-caste commander named Kaiso Montka. Among the relatively short-lived Tau, his combat experience was considered exceptionally rich, including a notable performance during the struggle against the Dark Eldar invasion of Kulshan. At this moment, Kais was encased in the ubiquitous 15-8 crisis battle suit, staring intensely at the monitor inside his cockpit, focusing on the end of the distant corridor. 125, 124, 123. The countdown he had just set flickered at the top of the screen, eventually hitting 0. Yet, the corridor before him remained empty. Not even a shadow of the intruders had appeared. What a relief. Kais let out a soft breath. It seemed the worst-case scenario hadn't materialized. The Gula human forces that had boarded this Custodian-class carrier hadn't moved as fast as anticipated, thanks to the desperate resistance of his comrades. However, thinking of those who had followed his orders to block the borders made his heart heavy. No, I must pull myself together, he thought. Their deaths are meaningful, they died for the greater good. Just as Kais finished his mental preparations, the support units arrived at this vital position exactly as he had calculated. They consisted of 2 hunter cadres, totaling 32 soldiers. To counter the incoming threat, they were exceptionally well equipped. A large number of 15-8 crisis suits and 1588 broadside battle suits stood in formation, accompanied by a far greater number of gun drones than a standard squad. Under Kai's command, the fire-cast soldiers rapidly established a fortified interception position. Tidewall shield lines were deployed at the front, with shield drones hovering behind them. The heavy rail rifles, serving as the heavy firepower anchors, were protected by a cluster of 15-8 battlesuits. All weapons were aimed at the corridor entrance, ensuring that anything emerging would be shredded instantly. "Commander, do you think we can win this time?" A voice, tinged with uncertainty, crackled through the cadre's collective comms channel. "Of course we can." As a battle-hardened fire-cast commander, Kais could already infer from the speed at which the signals of the previous breacher teams had vanished that the Gula boarding force they were about to face was far more powerful than historical military text suggested. However, to bolster morale, he had to maintain a posture of absolute confidence. Rest assured, victory is inevitable. Those Gula, stagnant in their decay and decline, are no match for the followers of the greater good. To make his point more concrete, he continued, as practitioners of the greater good, you may lack a specific concept of Gula stagnation. Take for instance our hero, Commander Puretide. During the Second Sphere expansion, he destroyed a mecha the Gula Cawl, Astartes dreadnought, on the battlefield. When Commander Puretide scanned the pilot's remains, he was shocked to find that the pilot was at least 6,000 years old. The squad channel fell silent for a moment before a wave of disbelief erupted. How is that possible? That means the pilot's lifespan was longer than the entire recorded history of the Tao. By the stars, do they not develop technology at all? It must be the result of that ignorant religion. Seeing the grim atmosphere dissipate, Kais nodded with satisfaction and summarized, so, regardless of the circumstances, the Gula have nothing to fear except for their long history. Under the guidance of the AUDIOBOOK Ethereal, we shall achieve one victory after another. He stopped abruptly, his gaze turning sharp. A red warning flashed on his HUD, and a cold AI voice spoke. Warning, communication jammed by electromagnetic interference. Connection lost. How? Electronic jamming from the Gula. And it worked? Why hadn't they seen this during the Second Sphere expansion? Back then, it was Commander Farsight who had used jamming tactics to defeat the Gula crusade on the ground. And his pupils shrank violently. How is the interference this strong? Even our current technology can't defend against it. The built-in holographic displays of the 15-8 suits were instantly flooded with gibberish. The AI support systems went offline under the enemy's electronic warfare attack, forcing Kais to switch to manual mode. Beside him, the once orderly drone swarms began to malfunction. Some crashed into the deck, others even turned their weapons toward the fire-cast soldiers and opened fire. Amidst the chaos, the Hunter cadre members fired back, painfully destroying their own haywire drones. To make matters worse, the enemy appeared at the corridor corner at that exact moment. Wait, those weren't any Gula units mentioned in historical records. They were unstoppable iron giants. The fire-cast warriors opened fire in a panic. The blue flares of ion cannons and heavy rail rifles illuminated the entire corridor. Even without AI assistance, at such close range, it was impossible to miss. However, it was futile. The Domitor-class robots strode forward in silence, their flare shields shimmering with dense ripples, yet they remained standing. Once they reached a certain distance, they raised their weapons. Terrifying melta beams from their coronas lost burners erupted, piercing through the Tidewall shield lines at point-blank range and turning most of the frontline warriors into ash. The warriors in the rear didn't even have time to register horror before their expressions froze in death. Green bolts from neural shredders fired from the rear where there should have been no threat penetrated their battlesuits as if ignoring armor entirely, turning their nervous systems into piles of sludge. This is impossible. Kais managed to maneuver his battlesuit to dodge a lethal strike, throwing himself to the ground. He fired his pulse carbine behind him, and through the suppressing fire, he saw enemy snipers vanish into green portals they had opened on the spot. The fact that his team had been wiped out in an instant brought a massive psychological shock, leaving Kais dazed and incredulous. This isn't how the history book said the battle would go. You're supposed to shout, for the Emperor, cling to your ignorant faith, and charge fearlessly like a tide, only to be annihilated by our high-tech firepower. That is how the superiority of the Tao Empire is proven. I cannot accept this. I will not accept this. But Kais had no more time for idle thoughts. Inevitable death had arrived. He looked up with difficulty. Under the cold lights of the corridor, the massive shadow cast by the Domitor robot completely eclipsed his prone 15-8 suit. Without mercy, the Cybernetica construct threw a punch, the glow of the Power Fist's disruption field flashing briefly. Boom! The battlesuit made of advanced nanomaterials offered no resistance. In a single instant, most of Kais's body exploded. Metal shards mixed with blue blood, splattering across half the corridor wall like a radial painting. In the center of the squad, Yerrick calmly withdrew his gaze. The death of a Xeno commander wasn't worth much of his attention. As he walked, he casually dropped a canister-like Devisea scrap code emitter he had temporarily assembled using the knowledge in his mind. This emitter, rooted in the old one's tech and enhanced by both humanity and Necrons, was essentially an out-of-context tactical strike in this environment. A moment later, the boarding squad like a black flood trampled over the Xeno corpses. The rhythmic thud of metal boots against the alloy deck left only a trail of wreckage behind. After smashing through this line of defense, Yerrick and his team encountered no further effective resistance. They carved through the ship as if it were a vacuum until a set of massive doors appeared before them. Yerrick swung his gargantuan power claw. The screeching roar of rending metal exploded through the space. Through the jagged hole in the doors, he clearly saw the Tao Ethereal High Command on the bridge, their faces a tapestry of horror, shock, despair, numbness, and forced calm. Yerrick stepped through the gap. Electric sparks showered down onto his collar, making him look as if he were draped in a silver battlecloak. "Which of you is the Ethereal?" he asked loudly. Even though Yerrick didn't use the Tao language, the high-ranking Xenos who had been in frequent contact with humans for a century could not possibly fail to understand. Of course, they also felt extreme shame and sorrow at this reality. "I am." Aunze Ethereal mustered his courage, stood up, and gripped the honor blade at his waist. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding. In this galaxy, is there no other way to communicate besides war? As an Ethereal, I feel that in most cases, our two races can use more peaceful means to resolve." He stopped. There was no point in continuing. The Gulaw before him clearly had no intention of listening. To Yerrick, the words of a Xeno on the brink of death were merely noise. For the task assigned by Lord Adam, Yerrick strode directly toward the Ethereal. "Damn it. I knew it," Aunze thought. "These Gulaw have nothing but war in their heads. Their empire is xenophobic to the extreme, sometimes even cruel to their own kind. They don't understand peace or civilization at all." Watching the figure with the terrifying claw approach, Aunze could no longer bear it and let out a shriek. "Stop. Protect me, for the greater good." As he screamed, the eyes of every Tao in the vicinity turned bloodshot. Oh, Yerrick thought. The enemy doesn't surrender, but attempts to strike back. His pace did not falter. For the greater good. An air caste member leaped from his seat with reckless abandon, brandishing a small knife as he lunged at the Gulaw threatening the Ethereal. Squelch. The thick mechanical claw pierced through the Xeno's slender chest, the sharp tips emerging from his back, dripping with pulpy viscera. Yerrick looked around and saw the Xenos descending into a frenzy, pulling out various weapons. A grim, terrifying smile twisted his scarred face. He tilted his head slightly, and a searing beam shot from his bionic eye. Like an invisible scythe, it sliced through a dozen Tau who hadn't even drawn their weapons, sending heads rolling across the floor. Then, ignoring the microplasma bolts of pulse rifles splashing against his shields, Yerrick raised his storm bolter with his left hand and pulled the trigger. Another violent explosion erupted, and the nascent resistance was utterly annihilated. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Aunze fell into a pool of blue blood, scrambling backward with his hands in a futile attempt to distance himself from this terrifying butcher. But the butcher continued to close in. Finally, he ceased his useless effort and tried to speak again. "This does not conform to the greater good. We can live in harmony. All races need to unite." Yerrick was almost amused by the Xeno's stubborn hypocrisy. "Did you think I didn't see you controlling those other Xenos just now?" he thought. "These hollow words are an insult to my intelligence." Without hesitation, he pulled out a pre-prepared warp beacon and sent a signal through his mental link. "You can save your talk for Lord Adam." Piercing warp light instantly swallowed the Ethereal's vision. He felt as if he had entered a high-speed centrifuge. After a world-turning sensation, the scene before him changed abruptly. Dismal light shone upon Aunze. He squinted, trying to observe his surroundings, and realized with clarity that he was no longer on the custodian-class carrier. He was on the bridge of a Gulaw vessel. Dozens of tall, golden-armored figures holding spears fixed their gazes upon him. The meaning in those eyes made the Ethereal's blood run cold. Beside the Ethereal, Sibila slowly sheathed her force sword, her Chinook aura vanishing completely. She nodded toward the command throne. "Lord Adam, the Ethereal has arrived." Almost in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before the Ethereal without warning, startling him. "Is this, the leader of this Gulaw fleet?" The Ethereal had assumed that the leader of such a powerful fleet would either be one of those angels of death, a high-ranking commander, or at the very least, a jewel-encrusted rogue trader. Yet, such an ordinary-looking human was the leader. Adam looked the Ethereal over and smiled slightly. "Ethereal, on our home planet, Terra, there is an old saying, those who recognize the trends are wise. I wonder, have you heard it before?" 98. Victory for the Tau. Probably. Even if he didn't quite understand those strange accented, nonsensical proverbs, Ethereal and Ze quickly grasped the intent of the Gulaw known as Adam. "That is impossible." And Ze shook his head, refusing flatly. "Gulaw, you might as well kill me." If an Ethereal were to betray the Tao Empire, it would not only deal an unprecedented blow to the greater good but also cause unimaginable damage to the Empire's interests and order. Just as he began to hesitate, wondering if he should draw his honor blade and commit suicide immediately to avoid the inevitable torture to come, Ze watched in horror as the Gulaw before him flashed a faint smile. "That's not necessarily true. In the universe, all things are possible." Adam stared intently into the Ethereal's pupils, speaking slowly with a voice that seemed to carry a certain hypnotic magic. "Say it with me, blood for the God Emperor, skulls for the Golden Throne. Blood for the God Emperor, skulls for the Golden Throne." NZE, who originally held nothing but disdain for such ignorant superstitions, actually found himself involuntarily repeating the phrase. Wait, what is happening to me? NZE was struck with terror. Was that Gula mind science? No, some form of warp sorcery? Unlike the lower caste Tao, who were kept in the dark by the ruling class regarding the warp, the Ethereal caste actually maintained a baseline understanding of the Empyrean and its mental dimensions. However, understanding was not the same as being able to defend against it. Not to mention, Adam wasn't actually using warp sorcery, it was purely the brute force of his reality-bending ability. Even for an Ethereal, whose caste was designed to control other Tau for more effective combat, their conscious-level defenses were nothing special. They certainly didn't possess the intense Akiva radiation levels found in the greater demons Adam had encountered before. Faced with a reality-bending modification applied directly to his consciousness, NZE was utterly incapable of resistance. The Ethereal's eyes gradually grew vacant, before a sudden flash of realization sparked within them. Ah, I never imagined that I was actually a believer of the Emperor. He stood up abruptly, his gaze as resolute as if he were about to join the ecclesiarchy on the spot. For the Emperor. For the Emperor, Adam replied with a straight face. He patted the Ethereal on the shoulder and handed him a teleportation beacon. Now, your mission ahead is quite heavy. The Emperor is watching you. Return to that custodian-class carrier for now. Good luck. Inquisitor Sibila, her expression already long since gone numb, swung her sword again. A flash of psychic brilliance followed. Ethereal and NZE, now fully aware of his new mission, held his head high and vanished from the bridge with the posture of a martyr. Adam turned around, noticing the odd looks he was receiving. Why are you all staring at me? On the bridge, everyone present looked at the man they were destined to follow with dropped jaws and horrified expressions. Their brains simply couldn't process what they had just seen. It seemed that every time they managed to adapt to Lord Adam's style of doing things, he would immediately pull off some world-shaking stunt to prove they were still thinking too small. Lord Adam, manipulating a Xenos is one thing, but making him say, for the Emperor, and become a follower of our master, isn't that a bit too? After a long silence, Leonardo, the custodian commander, finally spoke, struggling to find the right words. His mind felt like it had suffered a total system crash. Does this technically count as heresy against the Emperor? Oh, it's fine. The Emperor is an old gentleman. He's very open-minded. Adam waved a hand dismissively. And if he isn't? Leonardo asked cautiously. Then it's still fine. I'm open-minded. Adam laughed. Is the battle over? That was the first thought that popped into the minds of the Tau soldiers aboard the ships floating in space. At that moment, on every ship's sensor arrays, the mysterious vessel that seemingly belonged to the Gula flickered once and vanished without a trace. It was like a ghost. Even the most powerful detection arrays could find no trajectory of its departure. Consequently, a second thought arose. Did we win? We are victorious. The next moment, the holographic projection of Ethereal and NZE appeared on the bridges of all ships. With a determined gaze and a forceful gesture, he announced the news to all fleet commanders. Unless under extreme circumstances, the Tau rarely questioned the leadership of an Ethereal. Thus, a second later, cheers erupted, echoing through every surviving Tau vessel. However, the Ethereal's speech was not yet finished. My dear comrades, I must sadly announce that the Kulshan fleet has suffered grievous losses. Even High Admiral Velos has been confirmed fallen during enemy boarding actions. But do not mourn. Those who fell died for the greater good. Their sacrifice has meaning. His tone shifted. Now, in the name of an Ethereal, I declare that following the attack by the Eand and Ildari, the Kulshan September world is once again facing a most threatening catastrophe. We must return to Kulshan immediately to bolster our defenses. The enemies of the greater good are coming. We must stand united to turn our home into an impregnable fortress, or we will not survive this upheaval. All warships immediately complied with NZE's orders, adjusting their headings in space and beginning to regroup. As they reformed into a fleet, they exchanged rapid communications, tallying their damage. The losses were heavy. While the unknown warships' ramming attacks had been terrifying, they hadn't actually caused massive casualties. However, during the subsequent precision volleys and the desperate charges of the Tau ships, numerous cruisers were heavily damaged and knocked out of the battle order. Several Emissary-class light cruisers and Protector-class cruisers had been sunk. Of the remaining 2 Hero-class cruisers, Earth-cast emergency repairs and assessments concluded that only one could still limp along, while the other was declared abandoned, with only the survivors being ferried off. Fortunately, the Custodian-class carrier remained relatively intact. As a battleship-equivalent unit equipped with a massive prow gravity shield, it wasn't easily sunk, especially since the Morning hadn't used its main guns or ramming prow at full power against it. Finally, the regrouping was complete. Dragging their broken hulls, the Tau fleet's plasma engines slowly flared to life as they set course for the Kulshan September world. In the invisible deep space far from the system's center somewhere they couldn't see, pure white hull of the Morning sat nestled within an asteroid belt. It lay in wait like a predator lurking in a jungle. On the bridge, Adam withdrew his gaze from the holographic tactical map. And now, he said, the real show begins. 99. The Fall of Kulshan. Kulshan September world. The Ethereal Council Chamber. Transparent radiance spilled from the heavens, illuminating the hall filled with the distinct sci-fi aesthetic of the Tao. Standing upon anti-gravity hovering discs, the Ethereals maintained solemn expressions, silently awaiting the commencement of the meeting. As the most unique existence among the Tao castes, the Ethereals possessed long lifespans but were always few in number. Even in a place like the Kulshan September world, the capital of an entire Tao province, there were a mere 11 Ethereals. At this moment, they had all gathered here due to the sudden arrival of disastrous news, prepared to open an Ethereal council. The future of Kulshan would likely have its ultimate path decided right here. With a distinct sliding sound, the hall's heavy doors opened. A figure, also riding a signature ethereal hovering disc, entered and moved toward the center of the hall. Clearly, he was the moderator of this session. Reaching the center, the newcomer slowly pulled back his hooded robe, revealing the face beneath. It was Ethereal Elder Nze, who had returned from the fleet. The gaze of the other Ethereals immediately converged upon him, scrutinizing their compatriots' every move. Among them, a few furrowed their brows slightly. Why does it feel like this compatriot's expression carries a hint of misplaced excitement? Is it an illusion? On second thought, it probably was. After all, a powerful Tau fleet had suffered such a horrific blow before even leaving the Kulshan system. This earth-shattering news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Considering they still had to face an unknown enemy, one responsible for cutting off communications with other fringe worlds, no amount of grief or even terror would be misplaced. How could anyone possibly be happy? Nze, let us begin today's agenda. One Ethereal spoke first, his voice heavy. I think that won't be necessary, Nze replied, shaking his head and waving a hand dismissively. What does that mean? The crowd froze, lost in confusion. One must understand that the various September systems of the Tao Empire are highly autonomous. Each September world possesses a nearly complete military and production infrastructure, even holding the capability to independently research technology and construct massive fleets. The advantages of this system were obvious. It perfectly bypassed the weakness of the Tao's limited long-range communication. Any potential separatist tendencies were perfectly suppressed by the Ethereal individuals who were internally unified and possessed the unique ability to control their fellow kindred. But the system was not without flaws. Now that the Kulshan September was under attack by an unknown force, requesting aid from other septs would take so long that by the time help arrived, the trail would be cold and the battle long lost. In other words, they had to solve this themselves. At such a critical juncture, Nze was saying there was no need for a council. What was the meaning of this? You will understand shortly, Ethereal Nze said, a hauntingly strange smile spreading across his face. The gathered Ethereals watched as he pulled a pitch-black spherical device from his pocket and hurled it violently at the floor. Of all the martial arts, this was the signal of the shattered cup. Snap! A crisp explosion, like a glass shattering, rang out. Accompanied by a blinding flash of blue light, 13 custodes clad in gold armor and wielding power blades and axes materialized within the council chamber. What? The Ethereals' eyes widened, their pupils shrinking in shock. Before they could react or attempt to summon the fire caste warriors stationed outside, Adam, who had teleported in behind the custodes, snapped his fingers gently. Instantly, the world fell silent. All cries were choked in throats. The air seemed to solidify into physical palms, seizing the bodies of every Ethereal and pinning them firmly in place. Then, without a single word of nonsense, the custodes blurred into afterimages. Even with the Ethereal's respectable melee capabilities and reaction speeds, they were utterly unable to track the Golden Warriors' movements. They could only see the giants appear beside them as strange syringes appeared in their hands, plunging directly into their bodies. With no power to resist, mind-shackle scarabs from the Necrons pierced their skin, flowing through their bluish blood to permeate their entire systems, completing total control. These devices, treasures even within Necron dynasties, usually reserved for Necron overlords, had been mass-produced under Adam's reality-warping powers. He had enough to use them individually, saving him the trouble of rewriting souls one by one. Alright, this makes our communication much easier. Now, I shall announce the subsequent decisions for the Kulshan September, Adam said, looking around and speaking loudly. Your next task is to mobilize every Tau on this world to begin the extensive construction of a comprehensive orbital defense system. Yes. The Ethereals responded in perfect unison. Adam nodded. This was the fatal flaw of the Tau Empire's hierarchy. Once the Ethereals were controlled, the entire system collapsed as rapidly as a body whose central nervous system had been paralyzed. Even within the Empire's legions Astartes, when a Primarch turned traitor, many loyalist warriors within the legion would still fight to the death against their rebel brothers. The Tau were different. Even their greatest rebel, Commander Farsight, only managed to break away and establish the Farsight enclaves because the 3 Ethereals accompanying his expeditionary fleet died accidentally at the hands of warp demons on the planet Arthas Moloch. Now, the second question. Does this September world have any Guvesa auxiliary forces? Adam asked again. Gula was the Tau term for humans, while Guvesa referred to those humans who had converted to the greater good, literally meaning human helpers. These people were viewed by the Imperium as the most loathsome of traitors, cowards contaminated by Zeno's culture. Adam, however, had no particular opinion of them. At this point in time, pure race traders were a minority. Most Guvesa were descendants of Imperial Guard soldiers who had been hastily abandoned in Tau space following the Damocles Crusade when the Imperium diverted its forces to deal with the Tyranid invasion. Given that the Tau Empire treated them remarkably well, their choice was entirely understandable. The Ethereals looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. As the most xenophobic September in the Tau Empire hardened by constant harassment from the Dark Eldarkultion held a long-standing prejudice against aliens. Naturally, there were no Guvesa here. Fine, Adam shook his head. Just announce to the other Tau, especially the Fire Caste warriors, that we are a Guvesa legion that has arrived to provide support. Don't worry, we will fight side by side with you to repel the Tyranids. Those mountains and seas of Hormiguns and Termagants will be for your heavy fire to hold back. As for the Synapse creatures, leave those to our elite squads for successive decapitation strikes. As the saying goes, I will save you from the fire and the flood. Just don't ask where the fire and the flood came from. 100, nice view. The Sept world of Cation was a densely populated and exceptionally beautiful planet. Its landmasses were draped in lush vegetation, where elegant alien flora cast a vibrant emerald glow across the landscape. Its oceans were a brilliant, lively royal blue viewed from orbital track. It was a sight that commanded attention. Deep within a dense jungle. Look at that. The scenery is truly beautiful, isn't it? Adam looked up, sighing with genuine admiration. Beside him, a visitor who had no business being on this planet slowed his pace. Belisarius Cawl emerged from his contemplations, pondering for a moment whether there was a deeper meaning in Adam's tone before looking ahead. He, too, offered a sincere compliment. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. A semi-spherical alien base, shaped like an overturned bowl, appeared before them. The unknown materials used in the base's construction shimmered with strange, rippling colors under the sunlight. The surrounding jungle served as a perfect backdrop, blending with the structure so seamlessly that it appeared not as an intrusion, but as a natural part of a masterpiece painting. It was hard to imagine that such a massive structure could integrate so harmoniously with the natural environment. This was the Tau Data Core base on Cation, a repository for a vast wealth of the Tau Empire's technological achievements. Now, led by an Ethereal, its doors were about to swing open for Adam and his party. One had to admit that in terms of planetary planning and construction, the Tau were 10,000 miles ahead of the Imperium. No, even comparing the two felt like an insult to the Tau. In this regard, perhaps only the maiden worlds of the craft world Ildari could stand as equals. Currently, the Imperium lacked the infrastructure technology to blend perfectly with the environment. Neither the Orcs nor the Necrons possessed such aesthetics. If they wanted it, they would have to research it from scratch, so why not just copy-paste what was already here? However, as he thought of this, Adam felt a surge of irritation. No, I need to hurry those custodes up. Forget the other mobile task forces for a moment. Send the left hand of the law out first. Starting from the solar segmentum, send those parasitic, maggot, nobles who sit on their laurels doing nothing but wasting resources straight to the heavens. Using an ancient Terran tax farming system to rule a galaxy-spanning empire and creating monstrosities like hive cities was an affront that demanded a purge. Swallowing those nobles' souls to enhance the strength of reality was actually doing them a favor. Their death would be a greater contribution than their entire worthless lives combined. Forget it, it's not worth getting angry over. Adam turned to look at Sibila. Have they arrived? Sibila silently drew her power sword, fulfilling her duty as a teleportation beacon. She felt like she was becoming a human teleportation device lately. With a flash of blue light, dozens of figures appeared in the forest clearing. Not bad. Adam scanned them. These people already bore a striking resemblance to the anomalous tech researchers from his memories of his past life. They wore white lab coats, carried an air of deep scholarship, and wore the classic logo of Prometheus Labs, a pattern resembling an atomic nucleus in their chests. With a little help from reality warping abilities, those archmagi who realized an avatar of the Omnistia had descended immediately cast aside their old principles and resolutely restored their biological bodies. Consequently, they received Adam's favor, becoming level 1 reality warpers one after another. This allowed their wills to communicate directly with machine spirits and operate all kinds of mechanical weaponry. Later, they even developed the ability to project their consciousness into cogitators for high-speed calculations. Adam was merely pleasantly surprised, but the archmagi, having finally met the long-sought avatar of the machine god, were far less composed. They stepped forward in unison, kneeling with their foreheads to the ground in total prostration. Praise the machine god. 0101001000110001. All glory to the Omnistia. They repeated their devout prayers incessantly. Adam. He immediately turned to Archmago's Cawl. What is this? Didn't you explain it clearly to them? Tell them there is no need to revere me so. I told them, but clearly, it was useless, Cawl explained helplessly. After hearing those words, most of the Magi said that only the true Omnistia would humbly deny his divinity, for his power is as objective and real as the laws of physics, unshakable by any words. Fine, they've got it all figured out then, Adam sighed. It seemed the Adeptus Mechanicus was in dire need of an ideological revolution. However, now was not the time. With a wave of Adam's hand, a blessed servo skull drifted over. Data streams flickered in its eyes, and a vast array of holographic images instantly spread across the surrounding space, projecting various Tao technological blueprints. With the Ethereal's coordination, the database's firewalls were completely disabled, allowing Adam to drive straight in and pack up all the technology. This included blueprints for various battlesuit models: 15-8 Crisis, 1588 Broadside, 15-9 Hazard, 15-104 Riptide, and even the 1594 Ghost Keel, which should have been part of a classified project. There were also various vehicles, including the Manta and the Devilfish, as well as the technologies Adam valued most: environmental terraforming, Skydome space station blueprints, AI automation, dark matter engines, and data on small tactical drones. Seeing such a wealth of knowledge, the Archmagi immediately stood up, directing their instruments to begin copying data, performing analysis, integration, and archiving. Meanwhile, Adam asked Cawl, "What is your evaluation of these battle suits?" "Excellent weaponry and equipment," Cawl replied flatly. "However, they are ill-suited for the Imperium's current order and difficult to promote on a large scale. Given the Imperium's current state, we need equipment that is easier to produce and more rugged. Still, equipping certain elite units like the Militarum Tempestus is feasible." "That is enough," Adam nodded. Then a sudden thought occurred to him. "By the way, do you think the Astartes are suited for using these battle suits?" Truth be told, looking at various combat cases, the experience and performance of a pilot significantly affected a battlesuit's combat effectiveness. Some pilots would be killed by Imperial Guard charging through the fire, while legendary pilots could cut through Astartes in close combat like carving melons. Both might be piloting the same suit, yet their records were worlds apart. If you combined the combat experience and reaction speeds of an Astartes with the advanced firepower and mobility of a battle suit, wouldn't they be invincible? Cawl fell silent. "Nice thought, don't think it again." It wasn't like the Astartes hadn't fought the Tau before asking them to use Zeno's equipment on a large scale. Did he really think every Astartes chapter was the Death Watch? "I can only say, it is worth a try," Archmagos Cawl responded reluctantly, speaking as an expert in Astartes equipment. Just as Adam nodded in satisfaction, his eyes flickered. Sensing that Adam had discovered something, Cawl immediately asked, "What has happened?" "The situation has become quite serious." Adam's thoughts seemed to pierce through space, ignoring physical barriers to connect with the ship stationed in orbit. Through the scenes monitored by the Auspex event in the vastness of space, the sight was unmistakable. It was a torrent composed of countless bioships. Narvale bioships hovered around, forming gravity tunnels, while countless living vessels slid through the conduits at superluminal speeds, crossing the vast void and closing in on Cation. Judging by the scale, they would likely invade this system within a dozen days. Adam showed a trace of alarm. "Tyranids? How could they arrive so quickly?"
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.